Welcome.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Restreambot. Welcome to my channel.
This looks like Jet Set. Probably.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
Giger. This is slightly disturbing. Let's go.
Ella. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Oh boy. I'm being silly
Welcome.
here.
Time.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming V Rising
Welcome.
Ty No Art offers please overslept well of course I did.
So I know everyone's commenting, oh, this is a psyop, sort of like half jokingly. It's really not a joke. Just know Israel's been doing this for f***ing ages. I mean, they need the PR especially, so they kind of turbo boost it. Just be aware this is an actual thing.
I tell you what, he's not lying about Israel. Take a look at this. And a few months back, I showed you this video.
It's propaganda. Propaganda. Don't join. Propaganda. It's propaganda.
Now, believe it or not, that woman does actually work in the military as a psychological operations specialist, which is why everyone's calling her a psyop. Their job is to be an expert at persuasion. They'll assess and develop the information needed to influence and engage specific audiences. Basically, she goes on TikTok, she looks good, and makes a bunch of Sims think that there's girls like her in the army so that they'll join her. And this is the new way that the military are recruiting people. They're using social media to do this. Luckily, there's a lot of people in the comments just saying, psyop, psyop, new psyop just dropped. In fact, so many people aren't falling for it that the girls even started joking about it. She wrote, propaganda this, propaganda that, let me take a propaganda at them yitties. What? So she's playing on it, and she's got a huge following from it as well. Just don't be fooled into thinking that if you join that this is what you're gonna see.
Doesn't matter if you drive a Hellcat or a 99 Toyota Corolla. Always open the door for your lady. They think you're being a gentleman, really, they just can't close the door right.
After Brittany Griner played her first WNBA game since coming home from prison in Russia, the Phoenix Mercury head coach was angry that Los Angeles couldn't sell
new
the
update
arena
for
her return. But this makes it seem like they had a choice. And in all fairness, if you offered people a free WNBA ticket or a crisp $1 bill, they are all taking the dollar.
He's not lying about the $1 bill either. Take a look at this.
Would you rather have a ticket to a WNBA game or $1? $1. There you go, man. Which one would you rather have?
$1, I guess.
All right.
Thank you. Neither.
Neither?
Seriously.
This is courtside ticket. Does that change your mind? No.
Would you rather take $1 or tickets to a WNBA game?
I'm gonna have to take that dollar.
Would you rather take $1 or tickets to a WNBA game? Would you rather take $1 or tickets to a WNBA game?
Dollar. I'll take $1.
All right, boys, let me get you a couple dollars. Would you rather take $1 or tickets to a WNBA game?
I'd take the dollar.
Yeah, maybe $1. A couple bucks for the boys.
Now ask them the same question, but change it for the NBA. They're all going to snatch that ticket out your hand and run straight to the stadium. And it's nothing personal, it's just a lot better and more entertaining to watch. So Brittany Griner's coach needs to pipe down because people aren't going to come watch it out of sympathy. This is what she had to say.
It was great, but like honestly, come on LA. Like we didn't sell the arena for BG. Like I expected more, you know, to be honest, right? Like it was great, it was loud, but how was it not a sellout? How was it not a sellout? But
because barely anybody cares or watches it, and all those people that are saying free Brittany Griner, they don't care either. They're all just virtue signaling. They want to look like good people online on their little social medias, but they've not come down to the stadium because half of them don't even watch it either. Take a look at this.
East Village, New York City, and we're asking people if they support women's sports, but then we're gonna ask them if they could name a WNBA player. Who's your favorite men's basketball player?
Stephen Curry.
Do you have a favorite women's basketball player?
I forgot her name.
I mean, women deserve equal pay. They do equal amounts of work.
Can you name any WNBA players?
No, I can't. I don't like sports a lot. Yeah, I don't know.
But I think you could probably name some NBA players, right?
I could, and I think that's because it's a lot more publicized.
Who's your favorite basketball player? Who's your favorite men's basketball player?
I think Shaq is really funny.
And now I have a question. Who's your favorite women's basketball player?
Someone on the Utah's women's basketball team. We're from Connecticut.
One who's trapped in Russia right now. I forget her name. Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's right, yeah. I'm gonna give you her first name, and let's see if you can get the last name. Ready? Britney
Spears.
Women are equal to men, so I don't see why not.
Can you name at least like any players, any WNBA players?
Damn, and I know one. Off the top of the head, it's not gonna come off.
Why the fuck you lying?
Do you think women's sports should get paid more, get more recognition? What do you guys think?
For sure, like we deserve equality, so definitely should.
What about the WNBA team that plays here? You know, are you guys New Yorkers?
I am a New Yorker, but I didn't even know.
You know any WNBA players?
No, I really don't. I mean, like, I know their faces, but I'm terrible with names.
What about you? Can you name any of them?
I could either. I'm just as bad at.
The ones that say they deserve
Alicidra.
equal pay don't even
Welcome
watch the
to
sport,
my
don't
channel.
even know nothing about the sport, and they don't even support it. You don't give people more pay out of sympathy. You give them more pay because they do the job better. And when it comes to sports, it's entertainment. The more people that watch, the more money they're going to get. As you've just seen, whether you offer free tickets or it's Brittany Griner that's been released out of Russia, nobody gives a shit.
All right, guys. I just bought my girl this brand new Porsche. Pretty freaking sweet. All right, guys, I just bought myself this brand new...
You smart.
The internet was made by a woman. Another day, another lie to debunk. So here we go. You're not gonna like this, but here's the truth. So these two guys here are the ones credited for inventing the internet. What you're probably confusing, or just choosing to flat out lie about, is Hedy Lamarr is an actress and inventor who pioneered the technology that would one day form the basis for today's Wi-Fi, GPS, and Bluetooth communication system. Yeah, that's not the internet. So, are you gonna admit that you were wrong, or...
Being called a straight white man.
We're good, and everything's really good. Everything's looking really good. We're in the lowest time of poverty in human history, and poverty is exponentially reducing every year. Trust me, we're in a very good time.
This is really interesting coming from a straight white man.
Well, okay, yes.
Like, everything's good for you. I'm a minority.
Yeah.
Nothing's good for me.
I'm Palestinian. I'm Arab.
You're Arab?
Yeah.
Apart from the fact that she just judged him and completely embarrassed herself, what's she saying? I'm a minority, nothing's good for me. What do you mean nothing's good for you? You look completely fine. You look like a student walking through the street of your friend, being free to speak about whatever you want in an interview. So stop trying to use this whole little victim mindset to make people feel bad for you. It just makes you look like a donut.
Honey, the neighbor says that her husband always gives her a kiss before he goes to work. Why don't you?
Well, I barely know her, but I guess I can stop by there.
What did he say?
Damn, it's so beautiful, lady, but they're too complicated for me.
Nah, it's a cheerleader effect, man. If you look at them individually, they're not as hot as you think.
That's actually true. Oh my god.
Actually, no, they're hot.
Yeah, so the cheerleader effect describes a phenomenon whereby faces are perceived as being more attractive when flanked by other faces than when they are perceived in isolation. So basically, when you see a group of girls, you're going to think they look more attractive. When you see them on their own,
What's up?
He's the one.
Have you ever cheated on somebody?
Oh, you're gonna be a like that. Yes.
I was dating someone at home and I cheated on my boyfriend.
if she cheats,
she belongs to the streets.
I heard this happen like maybe a little bit ago.
Two things I have to tell you before we start today's video.
What's the
first one?
thing?
I'm keeping the mustache. Yeah, it's my Moist Moguls playoff stash, and I'm rocking that shit all the way through, baby.
All right.
The second one, I'm not really a big fan of League of Legends, at least as a player. I had a short stint in Season 3 with my Fiddlesticks, but I retired at the
I did play one game of League of Legends, but other than that, I have never played League of Legends. Never.
Proud rank of Bronze 3, and since then have not really touched the game. Except for one time where Tyler 1 yelled at me. And so I come to you today less as a fan of League of Legends, and more so as a fan of esports, as an esports owner. So take everything I say with a grain of salt and understand I'm not super ingrained with the scene. Having said that, there is some huge drama happening in the LCS that we need to talk about. But first, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video. Alright everybody, it's time to put on your big boy pants and start using a browser made for adults, which is why I'm happy to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Opera GX. It's time to break up with your boring browser and move over to Opera GX, and I'm going to tell you 3 reasons why it's a good idea.
Why?
The first one is the most important feature. It's called GX Control. Basically, this allows you to throttle your CPU usage or RAM usage on your browser so that it's not destroying your computer like some other browsers. I pulled up a side-by-side comparison of Opera GX using GX Control and then a competing browser both playing a similar YouTube video. And it turns out that Opera GX uses a whole lot less CPU with that throttle feature. It also allows you to throttle upload speeds.
It's crazy how much space a browser can use. I remember I had to buy my mom a gaming PC just so she could have 400 tabs open at the same time.
Which can be super convenient. Feature number 2 is the one I use the most. It's basically picture-in-picture, but it is amazing. You click one single button on any YouTube video or stream, and instantly it's just a beautiful box in the corner of your screen that you can adjust the size of, and it stays open no matter what browser you're on. It also stays open even if you minimize out of the browser and you start working on a Word doc or PDF. Finally, I gotta tell you about the Opera GX mods, which are super easy to install.
Is this like
a
music from Yoshi's Story?
Hundreds of options. They even have a Ludwig mod, which I don't know why 2,000 people
Why they make him fat?
But it looks like this.
Yo, bro, why they do that to him?
Basically, the mod allows you to have a little fun. Anytime you open a browser or type on your keyboard or close a browser or click a window, it'll make a custom sound. You don't just have to use the Ludwig mod, they also have it for lo-fi, Game Boy sound, a whole load of stuff that I'm sure you'll find one that is suited to your taste. And if you click my link in the description, you'll have access to GX Corner, which will not only show you some cool games that might be coming out, but also my 12 most recent YouTube videos. So you'll never miss an upload, which you definitely will not want to do because you love watching Mogul Maker. So do me a favor and download the link in the description and get started with a better browser today. Opera GX, thank you for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to it. If you don't know, LCS is the shorthand for the North American League of Legends scene. LCS is in turmoil.
I have no idea what LCS stands for. I never have. I just know it's the league thing.
There are 3 major parties causing this turmoil. The first one is Riot Games, the creator of League of Legends. The second one are the 10 team owners, the TSMs, the Team Liquids of the world, who make up the LCS.
Crazy.
And the final one are the 50+ players, the player association, that make up all of the team's players, the people who actually play the goddamn game really, really well.
Yeah.
And I should preface this, if you don't watch League, that it is not doing great in North America. It is not a wonderful time to be an LCS fan because viewership is way, way down. This is over the past 5+ years. You can see that the number not going up, it going down, and that usually.
Let's see. God damn, this shit's way lower. Look at that. So it's not even. This is not even like a COVID situation, because like 2017 was at 600. They hadn't gotten to 600 at all. 2019, before COVID, was 599. And now it's almost only at 250K, 270K. Yeah, why though? Here's why I think. Like, I think League has just been out for a really long time, and I think maybe people are tired of it. Like, that's kind of like that's my vibe. Like, I think it's old, right? Like, there's only one game that has stood the test of time, maybe 2, like with Melee, but like that's Counter-Strike. Other than that, I feel like, you know, games come and go. Dota, yeah, Dota 2 is the same. I don't know if Dota viewership is the same as League's. I don't have that data. I don't have the Dota data.
Means bad things. 640K was peak in 2017, and they are down to 270K in their most recent spring split finals. These are not good numbers, but it does not mean League as a whole is dying. It's sometimes memed as a dead game, but the viewership for their big Super Bowl event, the Worlds event, was better than ever last year.
Well,
peaked at 5.1 million viewers.
Holy
I don't know how much
fuck.
I necessarily trust that number, but I do know it is on the up as a whole. So League across the world, great. League in North America, not so great. Why is that? Well, if I'm being frank, they're dog shit. Compared to the rest of the world, they're dog shit. They're way better than me. They are professional gamers at their core, but they had their worst performance ever at Worlds. They went 3-15, and the best.
Oh wow!
they have ever
What does
performed.
Ludwig know? He saw the number 3 and 15, and he drew a conclusion from that number. I think a lot of people can draw a conclusion from 3 and 15. I don't think you need to be a challenger level league player to know that. Seems pretty fair.
On the global stage against Europe, against China, against Korea, some of the better regions, is getting to the semifinals. They've never gotten to the finals, and they've never won the World Championship. They've just gotten to the semifinals. And all of that has made a bit of a drought in LCS in terms of viewership, new players, and all that good stuff that helps a thriving esport grow. And because things aren't doing so well, there have been requests for some changes. Specifically, there was a request recently from the 10 teams who all signed to remove the mandate to have an NACL team. And it's at this point I should explain to you that every single team who has an LCS spot, a major league spot, also needs to have a minor league spot, aka an NACL team. And much like baseball, these are farm teams. It's not like your minor league team moves up to the major leagues. You just hope to cultivate young North American talent in the minor leagues that can promote them to the major leagues once they've reached a good spot of learning how to play with the pros. That's kind of the idea.
Yeah.
But it hasn't super worked well. I'm being kind of nice here. It hasn't worked at all. There's not a lot of young, new NA talent. Most really good NA teams are good because they've imported players from other regions. That's just the reality of the situation. And so there has been a mandate that every major league team has to have a minor league team. The teams are saying, it's too expensive to have a major league team and a minor league team. Can we just have our major league team, please? And Riot Games said, yeah. You know what? We thought about it, and we will eliminate the mandate to have a minor league team, an NACL team, starting with summer 2023.
Okay.
This request came in literally May 6th and May 12th. A week later, they're like, let's do it. Bang, let's do it.
Okay.
Very, very quick turnaround, which is kind of fucked up. Because on the side, Riot Games was talking to the LCS Player Association, all the players that make up the major leagues, and they said that they won't do anything to the NACL until 2024. We'll have to discuss some changes, but we promise it's not going to be till 2024. Not only that, but we'll also make sure you're at the table when we have those discussions. That's not how it plays.
I'm going to just say nobody's at the table except for Riot. They own the game. They own the rights to the game. They own the broadcasting for the game. They own everything about it. So if people don't like it, they can get the fuck out and more people are going to come in. Yeah, they own the entire table. Like, it might make the players feel good that they can come
Welcome
and
to
talk
my
about
channel.
it. But the truth is that, well, Tencent owns Riot. You're right about that. But, I mean, the players never had a chance to begin with. That's just the way esports are.
Played out at all. Riot went ahead with acquiescing to the requests of the teams without actually contacting any of the player association. And the player association was pretty upset about that because they were supposed to be at least a part of the table when decisions like this were made.
I don't understand, like, maybe this is a bad take, but like, I just don't see why Riot is in the wrong for removing a mandate that they have to keep a second team on life support for no reason. Like, am I missing something? Like, if it's not profitable and they're not getting a benefit from it, lost jobs? So now we can't... Of course people are going to lose their jobs. That's what happens. Like, bro, like, you don't have a right to have a job in an esports team, man. Like, that's insane.
And so what did they do in response to that? Well, they decided to have a vote for a walkout.
Okay.
Something that has never been done, as far as I'm aware, in esports history, where all of the players would not appear for the start of the summer split, which is the most important split because the winners of the summer split get the chance to compete in Worlds, the most prestigious event, I would argue, in esports, maybe with the exception of the International, but definitely up there, a huge event that nobody wants to miss. So they decided to walk out, skip the start, which was supposed to be tomorrow, this Thursday. And that vote happened, and it overwhelmingly passed. This is not a decision LCS players have come to lightly. Countless discussions and debates were had between all LCS players in the week leading up to this historic vote. And so that was their call. We are not going to show up for our games. And not only that, they had a list of 5 asks for Riot Games, 5 things that they wanted to talk about before they would consider going back to play. And their asks of Riot was to institute a Valorant-style promotion relegation between the LCS and the NACL. So rather than the baseball-style Major League, Minor League, where you're using the minor league teams as farm teams to get Major League talent, you want basically relegation systems, like how soccer works in the UK, or how the current Valorant system, like they've spoken here, works. Where if a team performs really poorly, they get kicked out. They go to the minor leagues. And if a minor league team performs really well, they go to the major leagues. What else did they want? They wanted a commit of a revenue pool for player salaries of $300K per team. Basically remove the burden from the teams to pay for all these players and give the burden to Riot Games. They wanted to allow LCS orgs to partner with...
I do think that in this position, Riot probably should pay out the salaries for the NACL teams. Because they said and they told the players that they weren't going to make any decisions. And I think that it does fall on them to pay out the players because that is what they said. It was a fuck up on their end. Yeah, it was a fuck up on their end. I don't think it's a big deal. Riot's a multi-billion-dollar company. They can pay it out. Pay them for 6 months and fuck off? Yeah, exactly. Like, pay out the rest of their contracts that would have ended in 2024. And then just don't pay them after that. I think that's what's fair.
With affiliates for cost sharing, which I think just means like, hey, if the team can't afford it, maybe they partner with someone who can. Then they asked for Riot to guarantee LCS minimum contracts for the following year for the 5 players who won the LCS Summer Finals. Basically, you know, they won. Give them a little bone. They want give Dog a bone for winning. And then the final one was instituting a 3/5 roster continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slot in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together. Which I think is a long-winded way of saying, hey, can it be the players' decision to stick together and not the team's decisions to stick together? Please, if most of them want to stick together. And that was their big asks. And Riot, during all of this, initially didn't really respond to the asks. They responded to the walkout. They were really concerned that the summer split wasn't going to start.
Yeah, of course.
Although LCS in North American League is not growing and is not the biggest and is not the best, it is the flagship of all League of Legends esports. It's what kicked everything off. Before there was LEC, European or Chinese or Korean league teams in competitions, there was North American League competitions. That's all there was at a certain point. So I think it holds a level of prestige that some of the other regions don't because of that, although that prestige is quickly fading. And so what did they want?
I mean, if it held that prestige, then people would watch it. I mean, there it is.
To do, they wanted to ensure that tomorrow's date, Thursday, the summer split would actually start. So they allowed teams to sign players outside the window when they normally would, and this broke live on stream when Travis Gafford leaked some of the other decisions Riot was making.
For multiple sources.
Breaking news alert.
Within an hour of the show starting, that Riot is officially suspending the requirements to play in the LCS. So now you can be of any rank, and you can play from anywhere. You can play from home even on Thursday if you would like to be a pro player. So you,
we're all pro players
Mark,
now.
Phil, we're all eligible to compete in the LCS at this time.
That is a huge bomb that Travis just dropped.
Yep.
Basically, the players are saying, hey,
maybe I should
we
join.
are striking until you meet or talk to us about our list of asks.
Yeah.
And Riot Games in return said, hey, teams, you can sign literally anybody with a heartbeat. Just get 5 fuckers on that stage so we can start our goddamn summer split, which is crazy. This is
there you go. There you go. I mean, like, here's the reality, right? I mean, you've got a group of people that are doing a walkout for a game. Meanwhile, viewership is going down the fucking toilet. Nobody gives a shit about it. They're losing constantly. And they have the audacity to fucking do a walkout and write a list of demands? Bro, You're lucky Riot doesn't list you a list of demands. Like, you think anybody gives a fuck about this? Absolutely not. And if they did, they would have watched it in the first place. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You want to pick up your things and go home? Okay.
Equivalent of coal mine workers going on strike, and then the coal mine company going to their nearest high school and saying, hey kids, I've always heard you're yearning for what we do.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that League of
that'd be
Legends
middle school,
competition
not high
should be
school.
kept to the professionals, and that Riot Games should not be going around the professionals to try to get any heartbeat on stage just to ensure that their competition will start on their timeline.
Well, I think that's, I mean, but that's what they're going to do, right? Because it's like, again, how do you have all of these demands, but these demands are tied to an event which the event's broadcasting value is going down dramatically by like double-digit percentage numbers year over year? Like, why would you, like, why, like, look at it from Riot's perspective, like, why would they want to make those people happy? People are tired of the lack of diversity in NA teams. No girls, no dreads, no braids, no sombreros. It's the same lineup over and over again. I bet nobody'd be giving a fuck if it was 5 white guys or 5 Asian dudes or 5 black guys or anything, as long as they were winning. It's that they're not, it's good. The problem is that they're losing and that the teams are not competitive. That's why, that's the problem.
The Player Association not happy with that. The LCSPA has been aware for over a week of attempts to require teams to field scab players at the start of the season. We continue to actively reach out to players outside the LCS with a clear and simple message. Do not play for any LCS org as a replacement player.
Yeah.
This is a walkout to benefit all league players in America. Crossing the line puts all players' futures at risk. LCS, NACL, and Amateur. Crossing the line undermines player negotiating power. And if you have agreed to be a replacement contract, please contact us to navigate your situation. Basically, hey, don't cross our picket fence. We are trying hard to help everybody. And it seems like the Players Association call to not cross the picket fence worked, because yesterday, Riot Games announced that they were going to delay the start of the summer split for 2 more weeks. Nobody's going to be playing League of Legends this coming Thursday. The pro scene is not going to start.
Okay.
But they also responded to the 5 requests from the Player Association. Starting with the first one, which I thought had the most legs, which was instituting a Valorant-style promotion relegation between the majors and the minor leagues. And they said expanding the league in order to implement a Valorant-style visitor slot system would run counter to our existing partnership model with the 10 LCS teams who paid 10 mil per slot to compete in the league. It would dilute LCS teams' equity and put considerable downward pressure on the amount of revenue, our league rev pool, that we share with the teams. More teams in the pool would dilute the revenue that we share 50% with our teams under the partnership model. Given the challenging macroeconomic climate, expanding the league is not a good idea at this time. My take on this, the teams have too much power, and Riot fucked up when they first started LCS. They tried to correct their mistake when they made Valorant's league, which I think is a very healthy system. In fact, I think they should probably have more teams get relegated because their current rate makes it a little bit slow for a minor league team like our Moist Moguls to make it to the franchised major leagues. It's only 1 team from all of North and South America per year.
Wow.
It's not very fast, but it is better than League, where there's no chance to go to the major leagues. And for a long time, it feels like teams in League of Legends have used their spot in League of Legends as a speculative asset. It's like owning a house in esports. They hope that the esport grows, they hold their spot that they bought for 10 mil, and then they sell it for a lot more millions later on. This is exactly what Misfits did when they sold their League of Legends spot over in Europe for allegedly like over $25 million.
That's insane. Yeah, $25 million for that shit. Holy fuck.
Crazy. That's crazy how much value they're able to gain, and because of that, the teams, they just hold all the power. And I don't want to call anyone out, but it doesn't make any goddamn sense to me that you can have a team like Dignitas, who bought their team from Clutch Gaming in 2020, be this consistently dogshit with 0 repercussions. They have barely ever made playoffs. They're consistently the bottom of the leaderboard. And once in 2022, they made the playoffs with a 1-3 record, only to get eliminated by Team Liquid. And then in the summer season, what do?
Man.
They went 3-15.
Ooh.
All right? And what do they do in the most recent season, the spring 2023 season? Oh, a back-to-back 3-15. A rare double dogshit performance. and there is no punishment for that at all. There's no expectation that they need to get better.
Yeah, that's a good
because
point.
If they don't, then they'll get relegated and somebody else will take their spot. They're just able to be dog shit in perpetuity, and eventually, if the league scene grows, sell their spot for more than they bought it. That's just the current system, and I don't think they have the power to change it as a whole. Now, I do think, even though that exists, they should be adding new slots. I understand that it would dilute the pool because they do get between, I think it's been reported, $1.5 to $3 million from the league revenue pool, and they would have to share that with another spot. But I don't know. I think that's fine. I think they should be sharing it. I think
the important thing is that people watch the events. And if people don't watch the events, everything else dies. Eventually the money will dry up and people will lose interest. So everything should move towards like the end goal of getting people involved and invested into watching the events. So like whether it's and the thing is, like, this is why StarCraft 2 was always so popular. People would watch the events, same as fighting games. A lot of fighting games, the reason why watching them is so popular is because you don't know whenever it's going to turn into a fighting real life game. People get pissed off at each other through the controllers, Smash Brothers, like talking shit, storming off. Like back in the, back in the StarCraft 2 days, there was this guy, his name was Idra, and this guy was just like a massive dickhead, and like this is what people remember. Like I don't remember anybody else really from StarCraft competitive scene, like maybe a couple of other people, but I remember him because it was interesting. And I'm so sick of these fucking people that are trying to make esports.
Yeah.
Ništa, sad došao bio da stavljam zub, brate. Stavio sam ga više.
Da stavljaš?
Da.
Misliš, bio si kod zubara da ti
Da.
namesti zub?
Da mi
Tako kako si ti rekao, zvuči kao da si sam sebe operisao.
Stavi zub. Pa ne stavi on zub. A to da, dobro.
Nije da volim da te ispravljam, nego sam bio zbunjen. Mislim sam da si stvarno...
A nisi valjda mislio
Pa ne
kako da ja
znam,
stavim.
možda.
A čita između redova, majku mu jebem.
Pa ne želim.
Još sam da mi zubar stavlja zub koji je ono radio, imao sam šraf implant. Sad pa sam mi stavio zub. Sad nije ga zašrafovao do onog kraja, nego na pola, čisto da vidimo koji dan kako će to da mi legne. Znaš.
Yes.
Šta radiš ti, igraš V-Risinga? Jel ima nekog, šta je ovo, nikog nema je?
Ne, sve mrtvo.
Milan u Suboticu, a?
Ćeš vozi bicikl?
Časmo!
Mora da je Boris. Boris.
Znaš?
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Jeste vidjeli Milan kako je prošao na Tajlandu prva posta?
Roberto, vidio se. Isti ko onaj naš. Roberto?
Milan neiskusan.
Šta se radi? Roberto? Snake, instalirao sam preko Nexus Mods u Dark Tideu neke modove, pošto postoji isto kao za Deep Rock. Postoji za Dark Tide onaj info, znaš, svega info, ali... Ali crashuje mi.
Ti netko nekad rekao? Sjajno.
To je sjajno, a? Rečeno mi to milijardu puta. Alo, matori, gasi ta govna. Šta se tako slabo čuješ?
To nije onemoćio?
Moram da ga pojačam, ne mogu ja...
Sjajno.
Nemoj da budeš kao Vlado.
3-1.
Čas.
Desite momci šta se radi.
Čas da mi se čuješ ovako, čas onako.
Desite momci šta se radi.
Yes.
Alo bre matori.
Dobre matori, gasta govno.
Desite momci šta će reći.
Imaš
Relax.
Snake u Dark Tide-u 2 koda da pokupiš za kacigu i za...
Mislim da sam to već uzeo.
tetovaž.
Da te to važe?
Da.
To ti je uglavnom meni, prepostavljam, jel?
U onom učitavanju.
Uglavnom tebiju.
Uglavnom tebi, uglavnom meniju.
Pa ako hoćeš da igraš, to možemo probati, zašto nisam probao da update-a.
A sad ćemo sekunda.
Instalirao sam update i rekao da probam, ali ono kao, glupo mi je bilo sam da igram, to je sa, što kaže Boris, sa randomima da igram, glupo je. A Milan već...
Sekunda.
No problemo.
No problemo.
No problemo. To već ne mogu da skontam uopšte.
Roberto.
Bertoro.
Znaš kad je rekao, what's your name? What's your name? Roberto.
Ti kad kažeš Roberto, znaš šta meni pada na pamet? Tačno.
A onaj...
Ne.
With the Bayou's blessing, I can hunt the mist creation known as Rotjaw. How has this Rotjaw come here? There is a man who has traveled to another place, the land of the dead. He brought something back and used this monster to do it. I know now what has fouled this rain. I'm standing before her open mouth and I bow.
Pokušam da vidim šta je.
Ovo, brat.
Ja trebam za Resident Evil 7 da bi podešao iz trećeg lica, šta sve mora uraditi.
Pa to.
Brate mili, znači smučilo.
Ovo, Drakula. Mislim španski. Španski mislim da je. Ima više varijanti. Ima u 5-6 jezika.
Evo moguće ovo.
Ne, to je stvarno u igri.
Moguće tako...
Da, ima, kad se biješ protiv nekog bossa.
Robert, italijanski.
Valjda mu je to sin.
Japanski. Roberto, evo ga.
Misli, je li italijanski? Japanski. Roberto!
A znaš tako sam ja to izvukao.
Taj Roberto! Pa mim neki 100%.
Ok. Evo.
Šta se dešava?
Welcome. Hey, what's your name?
Nikki.
What's your name?
Nikki.
What's your name? Roberto! Goodbye for now.
Roberto.
Rose. Welcome to my channel.
Roberto, indeed.
Da vidimo nove mape. Roberto? What's your name? Crashala mi igra, naravno. Zbog nekog... Ujebote!
Moguće.
Zbog nekog moda, ne znam koliko sad ću njima.
Pa ti si imao da igru.
S kim pričaš, Borise? Roberto?
Berto Rourke.
Welcome.
Roberto.
Goodbye for now.
Al dopo su Roberto, prego. Šta si dapo?
Roberto.
Ludo čovjek.
Opet mi krešuje, znači...
Pa, ključi to smeće, evo, kao za promjenu.
Ne, zbog jednog... zbog jedne skripte to kreše, sad vidim samo koje. Sad ćemo nima šta je to. Forma, perspective, numero. Samo numero. Roberto? Sam bolestan, a? Ti nije s nekih problem da me sačekaš minut samo da ovim.
Šta god da si rekao?
Ti nije problem da me sačekaš, ili žurimo ili...
Ne, na minut smo sve. Sve mora odmah.
Odmah, sada, odmah. Roberto.
Kako nismo ga klipovali kada ono kaže svinja jedna, sram debil.
Jebi ga, to ćemo sad. Biće, unmutirao me on, biće prilika, veruj mi, samo...
Češ da ga betiš, no?
A kako neću, imam Coca-Cola Zero. Ima da mu zunem talas. Ima da se propira. Znaš? Evo ga, našao sam šta mi je problem. To je to. Evo Snake ulazim. To je to, znači, taj kurac. Numere koji to brišemo.
Kako idu ovi kodovi za ovo?
Samo ih štikliraš.
A da, ali ne vidim... Zato što sam...
Moraš sve da štikliraš i na Google.
Ne, zato što sam u igri, kapiraš. A moram da alt-tabujem, da nađem kod i da ga vratim nazad u igru.
Moraš da izađeš iz igre skroz. Jel dobro? Priznaj.
The code you provided is not valid. Kakvi je retati. Majko moja.
Roberto?
Roberto! A ne, mislim da je to isti meme, samo da znaš.
To je to. Sad ako radi, to je to. Roberto? Play. OBS. Strane.
Welcome.
Ima preko moda uništiš sam sebi skroz efekte sve, a ovo ne radi mi dve, dobro nema veze, to nije bitno.
Moment samo.
Roberto.
Šta uništiš?
Uništiš grafiku u igri skroz, bret. I naš koji FPS dobiješ. To jest meni nije toliko ja komp. Pa znaš sam koliko ova igra zahtevna.
Nije ti ja komp.
Jeste ja komp, ali... A nekako nije fluidno kad mi se na...
Nikom nije fluidno. Pita jednog retarda da instalira igru, pa nek ti kaže on. Columbus.
Options, video. Moram Borderlands full screen. Koliko? Tako. Ti pošaljem invite.
Džaba mi šalješ, stani, nemoj mi slat ništa, moram da se ulogujem ovo sranje zato što su napravili trt.
Roberto. Dark ti ide. Dobro, sviđa mi se s ovim updateom što su trailer pokazali i vidi se da su se potrudili oko igre.
Misliš na Crytek ili na Dark Tide?
Na Dark Tide. Na Fat Shark. Znaš, ubacili su onog bossa što nisu ubacili, a trebali su. Znaš, ono, kao izvinjavamo se za sva ona
stanja. To ti u suštini isti boss iz onoga, ako si primetio.
Znam, isti.
A, mislim, ima logike. Znaš zašto ima logike? Jer su to jebeni demoni. Znaš, koji postoje van vremena i isti su i u 40K i u originalnom Warhammeru. Demon je demon. Šta sad ti hoćeš? Abaddon Black.
To zove na monitor. Dual.
Goodbye for now.
To zove onaj program, bre, ja ne mogu da ga upalim.
Dual monitor. Tool.
Da, dual
DMT.
Aha, DMT. Skraćeno, pošto sam poskraćeno sam. A igrica mi je preko čitavog ekrana, pa ne mogu. Dark Tide. Pa. No. Tebe da stavimo vam. Pogledaj što mi izgleda igra. Efekta nema. Pojačaj ti to, bravo. Još.
Please no. Please no.
Why do I need to have always every time I get into an intense fight, my FPS needs to drop to 45. I'm going from 98 to 45. I'd love to have it.
Oh, brother. Isključi se sve svetlosni efekt.
Aha.
O, madre mi.
Viš na što liči koliko je svetla igra, be.
Isključi se sav lightning.
Ja ću ti pokrenuti štetu.
Nemoj moliti.
Dobro, samo da vidiš.
Ne, no, please.
Ali ja sam skroz išao na...
Please, no.
Ajde, probam
ovo jednom. Go away.
Nexus mod. Evo.
No, thank you.
A ja skinu onaj najgori.
Yes.
Onaj, potato full, bret. Umjesto ima isto potato light i potato shadows. Ja sam potato full.
Potato.
Ne znam ko je dobar u stvari. Aha, vanila. Eto full. Eto light je dobar. Eto shadows. Možda sam trebao potato light. Čekaj da stavim potato light. Ovo je stvarno previše. Tako?
Ne.
Potato light. App data. tu. Roaming, Fat Shark, Dark Tide. To tako. User setting, config, replace. To je to. Ali mikro. Mnogo je ono u pravu si. Ono je baš za... Znaš koliko bi... Znaš brate koliki je FPS onda brate? 500 brate.
Desi kad sve živo isključiš.
Ali na primjer ovo je nemoguće da se odradi ovako in-game nego preko ono user options na tekst onaj. Dobro, ovo je neka bolja priča, jest.
You still owe me a team up. Ready to serve.
Social. Što ćemo?
Samo da vidim... Ruži vral.
Vidiš kako sam stavio misije da mi budu ovako spojene.
A, fino. To imaš neko dugme šta?
Ne, mod, brate.
Wow. Je to toliki problem Fat Sharku bilo što radi?
Crashuje mi kad stisne na mod, nisi trebao da čačkam. Pa, jesti.
On jede! On jede!
On jede.
On jede!
On pije. On pije sok, on diše.
Purchase confirmed.
Ja sam da čačkam taj mod. Uglavnom, da, to sve preko moda staviš. Viš, ovdje mi piše isto svaki karakter, koliko ima golda, koliko ima ovih crafting poena i onih knjiga i onih bokseva. Najmanje sam igrao sa Richardom. I koliko imaš bonusa isto. Da start?
Sad start.
Čima, to je ovaj Arhim Sokarix, to je Psychorax. Level 1 ima ih.
Someone has the Emperor's favor.
Smo igrali ovaj Riser. I ovo ćemo to.
To je novo. To ja mislim no.
Opet mi stavilo full screen, čeki. Aj ja. Što sam vidio? Tako.
Koliko kockica vidim na tom ekranu.
Da, zato što mi je full screen bio, a nisi stavio na Borderlands. Evo ga, sad je okej. S kim pričao je, ja ga išta.
The Mobius 6 ain't working alone. We don't yet know the who, but we know there's a payoff happening. The score's worthless to you, unless you've a manufactorum that can stamp out unusual las weapons. We can put that payoff to better use, so I want you to go and get it for me. Understand?
Ne znam da li si namjerno, ali ovo ti je jedna od dve nove misije.
Da, namjerno sam stavio ovu, ne znam. Prešao nam igra. Ujebote modove, sad ću da ih pobrišem.
No, Dracula is gonna be reconnecting. Hold tight.
Pišemo se, pršu pičku, materinu se jebat. Modu ima. Ništa. Jebe modove ti jebe. Nemoj da stavljaš modove ako ideš te na Dark Tide, prešu.
Bot.
Jebi da ja stavljam treće lice. Pojačaj to, Mate.
You're doomed! Cease your wonders, hound!
Treba ogrim možda.
Vire kako gubiš. Probaj ogrim. Niko nema ogrina, imaš dva. Soldier da ti izbio treći.
Daš, nema vez, trojke.
To tiče nema vez. A možeš ti igrati onaj zadnji nivo težine samo soldier, ali...
Gdje sam ja? Eto. Ja sam stavio bez stank da bi bude igrati.
Šta su stanke bilo problem?
A?
Stanke su bilo problem, šta?
Ne, nego sam stavio uopšte bez stank.
Sniper.
You're bad.
Healing, heal.
See you on next mission. Medicate station.
Get him.
Medicate station. Shooting! Shooting!
Healing coming.
Eliminating alpha target. Feeling mixed guard. Need part something
vrati se. Eno.
speed of the earth for a middle time.
Ne, samo tu bacio da imaš. Nešto bacio. Jesus. Jebote, znaš koji ja ove? Znaš koji ja ove? Pokrenem, sam pokrenem. Ne. A ne može da to što nosi ti. Ide u voz. Bacio se. Hacking. Here, što? Mislim da idemo na voz. Njel kurac.
Ne idemo na voz, tamo sada put. Oh. No, motherfucker.
Looks. Važi, važi.
Njega.
Ozbiljno.
Amo kreti, čekaj stari. Mora neko da baci amo kreti, ja neku.
Oh, yes, that's a good find.
Take the amo kreti.
Ammo crate!
Uzme neka ga baci neko.
That boxwalker's rigged to blow! Fill your pouches, soldier!
Očito. Спасибо. Odi Emperor.
Engaging precision fire! Get around him! Sniper! Can't miss, won't miss!
Boys, iza nas, behind us. Čuješ ga? Eno ga, ispod. Moguće da ne mogu da ga pogodim, da ja kako nišem njega tako on skače. Nevjerojatno. All good. pošto ste se vi svi maksimalno uštedeli za verziju koja ne može da se igra ni s kim drugim bez na Xbox.
Imaju 30% popusta, neko kupi igru.
A što da je kupi kad ima za 2 evra na Xbox account? Pa, single player. Da. Može. Hoću se kretim. Marš. Iskreno mislim da će dovesti u igru u stanju u kojem je trenutno Vermintide 2. I to mi je okej.
Ovo je bolje nego Vermintide. Zato što ima objektivan, zato što ne može zbog jednog postera da se ugasi sve.
Pa dogod ima bar jedan živ igrač.
Nema veze. Uglavnom da Vermintide 2 ti ako postoji neki da ti meč ipusti, a ovdje se vodi polemika kao meč.
Ovo te stere, Dakle, svi nosite te kaci i te prsnike, znači nekada nisam udario ovoga, znaš, a je. Šta je stavio? Ako ja njega čujem.
Na nas lijepog se napravio maga, hoću da ga napravimo u Spellblade. Može neki boost ili tako nešto.
Može. Počekaj da završimo u mapu. Ako ćeš sada te boostim. Nemoj samo da budeš AFK pola. I inače ja izlazim. Da ti odeš da spavaš. Mislim, mogu i sam da igram, nije problem. Kako te ja onda boostim. Onda bolje reći, ćeš da igraš sam, a ja da budem AFK. No problem, neću. Ne znam. Ovo su grimoire, ovo nije čak ni onaj scripture.
A što Mario hoće da poslije ne idemo do grada, što kaže ovo?
Probaj ovaj novi shotgun, stvarno je dobar. Da, imaš na desni klik kao da fokusiraš paljbu, to ti spaljuješ slagove. A imaš na special action da ubaciš jedan onaj Dragon Breath.
U seriji?
Da, pa možeš stalno.
Svi jebate John Wick fazi.
Ne ti to John Wick. Ja sam prvi put vidio Dragon Breath u modernim igrama, u Call of Duty, Black Ops, to video. Tu sam vidio prvi put, u modernim igrama.
Modern Warfare Cats.
Modern Warfare Cats, možda u remake. Why are you running? Ima. Imaš dosta ovih čoškića tipa, razumeš, više ovih kontejnera i gluposti. To je mu.
Čini ovako kod mene igre, je li strašno ili ružno?
Svatlije. Ti znaš da imaš da uključiš opcijama onaj AMD, FSR. Yes. Here we are, guys. Come in. Come. Mislim da ima neka go među, znaš?
Obesti momci šta se radi.
All clear. Ne dobijam više onaj, znaš, onaj hit marker. Malo glupo, znači treba da ne gledaš u vrata, behind us. Bolje reći behind me. Nema knjige, bio on dole.
Šta je XE? Šta je XS jebate, nešto novo, bret?
Šta je XS? Options video, jel to video?
Da, XS, novi neki filter, bret.
Gdje ti je to pod? Graphic quality, ray tracing, sharpen, anti-aliasing. Aha, Intel.
Intel XS, super.
Pa mogu da probam. Ali ovo ti je za Intela. Intel super sampling, to ti je ako imaš Intel procesor, da. Ovo gore ti je AMD. Fidelity FX super resolution. To staviš na quality.
Ovo mi loše izgleda, brate.
A nemoj ultra quality.
Brate.
Ne ultra quality, ej.
Stvarno jesu.
Ima razlike. Stand your ground.
Bolje izgleda kad mi sve ovo. Ovo se ovako najbolje izgleda. Evo, idemo na gore i jeba.
Zato se zove Session Riser, znaš, Riser ti je kao već uspinjač Riser.
Znači napravili za Intel.
Zato što imaš onu novu Intelovu grafičku, znaš? Da, ima. Arc, mislim da se tako zove njihov grafički procesor, Intel Arc. Vidi ga! Vidi ga! Jesam zalagao majke ti. Si vidio ga? Si ga vidio majke ti kako šlajfuju u mestu krv ti jebe. Brate, lag. What the fuck is this lag? Lag. Vidio sam. Kjer šlajfuje, znaš. Malo ima performance, tiše. A i se teleportuje, znaš. A ubrat. Može biti da je to.
Dajte drugovi.
Dolazi vam. To ti je Dragon Breath. Nije izgleda Bog zna šta, ali mogu ti reći da ih fino zaštiti. O ne. O no. Nisam ga ne bacio. Jebate, i Vadeovo sam ovo bio, znaš. I Vadeovo sam. Znači, tačno znam da sam se pomerio s tom. I'm having leg spikes. Not in FPS way. Use your knife bullets. Imaš sekira, imaš. Še na par puta sam vidio Aida šlajfu u mjestu.
Zato što se okreće ovo.
Malo su zajebali ove waypointe po mapu. Got him. Nosi to. Kakva knjiga? Save yourself.
I won't last much
Zasad debeli.
Pomoć, debeli ide iza leđa, ne znam što da radi.
Spartans, welcome to my channel. GC Slobodan.
Ja trenutno moram da ručam.
Čekam. Hoćeš još igrati?
Ne, Milan me pita jesi li slobodan, znaš. Volim kad on raspolaže mojim slobodnim vremenom kako on hoće. Ne, dok mi ne kaže šta hoćeš, ne volim kriptična pitanja jesi li slobodan. Jesi li slobodan za XY.
To sutrai pitangija.
Moram izbacimo nešto. Ili da boostamo
Nisu
server.
to 3 pitanja, moraš da kažeš šta hoćeš.
Gel.
Tako je. Mislim, vreme je super oblačno da čovjek ne ide nigde iz kuće. Ono, totalna depresija, ja bi sad uzeo taj Xanax.
Znaš ti koliko kiše pada?
Majke. Kako je depresivno, zadnjih nedelje dana kiša. Ono u 12 sati 2 kad je na posao, ono znaš, malo sunca, onda kiša.
Pada ustaje jebem.
Ne staje, brate.
Juče, kad te se stavio sam na Facebook, ne znam jeste vidjeli.
Da, baš sam gledao, malo pa sam gledao na Facebooku.
Moguće ovo.
Ne trolujem ga ja, nego, znaš kako ja volim Facebook, obožavam. Ne zbog tebe, nego inače ja obožavam Facebook. Ako si dobio oružje koje ti ne treba, odeš kod ove ženske i daš joj ga. Mislim, daš joj oružje. Ma kod ove, brate, kako se zove, armora. Odeš na, selektuješ oružje i klikneš na arm blessing.
Pogledaj peđe ovo.
I dobiješ.
Ref 9. Sad idem, ref 9 item.
Ne, brate, klikneš na oružje, ideš na arm blessing, skoro zadnja opcija.
Ne mogu.
Zato što nema one boostove, vidiš ovo?
Aha, nema.
Vidiš ovo?
Dobro, ja sam dobio zeleni, da.
A to ne vredi.
Aha, rare vredi, znači. Šta da radim s ovim zelenim?
Prodaj. Isto kao normalno. Ovi što imaju taj boost, njih daješ da... Jer gledaj, ideš na Rebless, na primjer, klikneš i onda ti on ponudi listu ovih, viš, boostova. I onda imaš, nemam pojma, dead blow, ignore enemy, hit mass for 2.5 seconds on weak spot kill. To je jedan primjer, imaš dosta tih gluposti. A to ima svako oružje, ima i puške isto. Ovo, ako imaš da uzmeš ovaj Cantrail Combat Shotgun.
Da zove?
Milane Tilis. Cantrail Mark 9 Combat Shotgun. Na levi klik ti je standard.
Zeleni mi, da.
Imaš da ga upgradeš, samo ga kupi. Kupi ga i odnesi kod one ženske da ti ga upgrade. To ti je na concentrate. Pretpostavljam da je pare nisi trošio. Ili malo si trošio. Isto selektuješ oružje, koncentrišeš ga.
Na plavo je, idemo dalje. Na ljubičasto. Ne dovoljno za...
Jevi ga, zaradiš.
Malo mi fali.
Ćeš da ga...
malo fali. 150 ovih kutija.
Ćeš da ga probaš?
Hoću. Ali idi ti prvo jedi pa ćemo nastaviti.
A to će ti biti za pola sata.
Pa koliko jedeš ti je?
Ne, to će ti biti za pola sata će biti taj obrok. Jel kapiraš?
Znači možemo još.
Ajde, Rakule, napete. Oh my god!
Ja sam te čuo da si rekao moraš da krmljaš.
Oh my god.
Milane! Mislim da ga neće ti da nas nigde bojiš.
Što, je ti što neko da ga ubije ili...
Kiša sprema se.
Što Milana neće biti danas?
Mislim na tebe kapka po
Moguće
kap.
da nema ova druga mapa još.
Ma ima. Samo da vidim.
Kurac trenutno i nema.
Ima. Arhivum Siorex, tako se zove.
Ne znam slike kako izgleda.
Znaš kako izgleda slika? Ti to jebeš. Jer vi čitate nešto, deco. A šta ima samo lift?
A kažem ti. Moramo sačekati malo. I vidiš da je nema.
Da je neku koju nismo igrali. Davno za ugašenim svetlima.
Čekaj polako, ima jedna da se završava sad pa ćemo vidjeti. Za ugašenim svetlima, koji?
A piše ti tamo kao, vidiš, prekidač. Mislim da imaš 2-3. Imaš i drugih mapa. Vidim 3 mape na tvom ekranu.
Može ovako. Brojku cepu.
Gdje bi ti Milan išao po ovakvom pljusku?
Gdje on? On ti to na Twitchu piše?
Malo daka. Nema pametnija posla u životu.
Milana, stavio sam zub, mogu da se kezim.
A ti to bio prednji?
Da, dvojka gornja. Znači više, ovdje.
Od čega je to? Od Coca-Cola? Od kiša?
Cista, brate, pa od nezdravog života, da. Zašto se... Cista...
Cista ti je upala. Ja mislim da ti je ono upala i...
Cista... Nadula se kese sam imao iza tog zuba. I krv otišlo, brate, u zub i ubio nerve te.
Na sekundar imaš onaj, gledaj. Stani, gledaj. A po jedan ubacuje, to je ono kao... Pa mislim non stop bi ubacivo onaj... vatrnu municiju. To ti je kao special action, a na desni klik ti je slug da ispališ. Levi klik ti je standardan shotgun mod.
Jebote koja mrakčina. Da bi ja išta mogo da vidim to. Viš ti neki kurac? Dobro, ima range.
Napolje provalo oblak.
Jaka šotka, ima malo metaka, ali...
A nije spora, imaš onaj plazma gun, imaš onaj, kako se zove, bolter. Ali oni... plazma se prepunja i može da te sprži ako nemaš šta da upucaš. A bolter je... spor. Generalno mračina.
Ja baš ne vidim kurcu. Isti. Kada ja dođem.
Pa ću ja sići.
Ovo mi treba više od
Incoming. Oh. Guys. Thank you.
Nemamo...
Baterijske lampe. To ima assault rifle, a ne default. I to je jedina vajda tog oružja.
They say the God Emperor brings light to the lost.
You don't look so good, Mr. Fine.
Dobra šotka, sviđa mi se.
A nije baš, kažem ti, shotgun, može da služi kao musketa, razumeš, ono u fazonu.
Da, jače, ima i range. Ja čujem ovu kurvu, ali...
Buzz time. Sniper.
Pokušam da pinem kroz zid. Random pokušam da pinem.
Had your ears painted on, did you no hear the demon host?
Okej. Ovo ovdje jebot.
Reloading! Cover me! Receive the Emperor's blessing!
Healing here.
Umire, obori se. Šta ih je?
Izgore.
I'll need recharging before it's of use.
A ne znam kako da se popnemo gore. Ne može, bukvalno si ostao gore, ne mogu da verujem. Ne mogu da verujem.
Blessed bombs here, Templar.
Čuo sam, znaš? No! Vršu pičku materinu. not go that way. Cover. You. Bullets. Got him.
I won't last much longer. You ain't no good to us dead.
Well, isn't this convenient? Ker. Je, si uzo heal, alo? Alo? Action time. Sniper. Si ga ti ubio, majke? Oh no. Uzmi ovo. Uzmi kutiju. Ma moš, ma moš.
Some of that ammo, soldier.
Na 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 na.
Redemption claims ye!
Yeah, whatever. A ne, nemoj. Svi su u ljubičasto, to ne možeš vratiti. Znaš?
Do you seek to stop pain or life? I can grant mercy.
Gore da stavimo ovaj... Da haknem.
Dogs.
Bypass. Data intergot.
Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Fox. Snajper. Ho, 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 ho. Odakle dolazi? I hear him. Where? Nisam ni stigao da kažem snajper već vidio. Ništa sam zaboravio da ti imaš taj wallhack. Evo ti bomb. Oh!
Šta je ovo?
Wow.
To je scam.
Kao pas otvorio vrata njušku, majke.
Evo ti bomb.
A?
Goodbye for now.
Now access consignment yard facility.
Ha, ja sam ostao nazad da klipujemo, morao sam.
Treba bomba jedna. Čujemo, ne znam. Ovo su iznad mene, ispod mene. To nije na bombu, više bombi.
Please.
Da se pročiste glava. Njega druga nema.
Precision fire underway! Eyes on a demon host! Copy that!
Evo Demon Host u redu. Treći.
greater than the individual. In other words,
Nemoj to da radiš uopće. Kuti.
To the elevator! To the elevator. Samo pucaj. Nice! Get it!
Still don't see why we don't just drive the train out from under their noses.
Ovo je lik šturno, znaš šta mu.
Jebate, pa blokuje se na jednoga, ne na sve. Kakav boli.
Ja te to pust diže dok te ona onako. Jednu smo rešili.
Još 2-3.
Ne moramo ostaviti, dobro nije.
Ne mora.
I ovo je zadnje, ne?
infiltration phase complete. Consignment yard 657 can now be secured.
Tamo sam se charge'ovao melee, znaš da mu skoči na glavu. Nego je kokne. Au, brate, šta bi ovo? What the fuck? Snajper.
Ovo snajperova šuta.
Snajper, rekao sam, pa slagi.
Pogledaj!
Pa ima i jeveni slag, koliko možda vidiš, toliko možda opali.
Imamo heal.
Baš u pičku materiju. Uradio sam dodge nazad, da to meni otide.
Objectives complete. Now all you need to do is survive. I'm sure you'll manage that.
Okej. What the fuck? Jesi vidio? Brate, taman sam ga ono, znaš, loko. Znaš da će da skoči dole, da skladiš. To sam gledao Hermit je radio, tačno na ovom mjestu. Isti takav bug. Pre, ne znam, 2-3 mjeseca. Isti jebeni bug. Kjell otišao u Vasion. Gledam Nike. Evo, vratio se.
Ubio sam ga kroz zid s metkom, a nisam potrošio taj met.
Kao da ima care negdje, znaš? Snajper, vidiš ga gore? A, nemaš municiju.
Snajpera nema, jako ga već
Ova mapa je spooky bez nijednog izvora svjetla.
ovo smo odigrali to. Ovakav bonus.
Ne, ručak. Go, go, go. GG. Što je problem? Trebali da skačem kanopu da vam poziv. Kao što rekao.
Guarda, evo ja se vozim do... Ajde.
disconnected. Oh no. Oh no. Oh hell no. Slušaj, je tu Nenad? Alo? Da ne bude da ga nisam čuo. Hoćeš ti da te ja boostujem ili nećeš? Alo? Ne znam šta hoće da boostuje ovaj. Samo igraš igru normalno. Kakav tebi boostujem? Ne zaspao. Alo! Makedonci? Nema ovoga Nenad. Htio sam da ga pitam da ne bude, da ga nisam ponudio, da igra Last Epoch, ali ovo je njegova bolest.
Novu, brate, mapu.
Ovo je njegova bolest, znaš. Da je hronično AFK. Znaš kako bi to bilo igranje? On bi ušao u game i stao, znaš, onaj u grad i ja bi, talas za talas za talas.
Ja to znam. Ja se najao. Ja sam ja.
Ja i slanine sine. I sir domaći.
Ja ribu ja.
To dijet.
A?
To dijet.
Nije dijet, nisu. Da trebalo bi biti. Udabio sam se opet od kanera. Ali nisam mnogo se udaljao. Malo sam. Zato što sam pio lekove pa nisam jeo nekoliko dana.
Kukumak. Šta radiš ti?
Ništa ne radim ja, bio sam u brate šoku jebote, koji je kurac.
Bio si šokiran, a?
Mi film.
Boris, aj sad u auto i idi kod njega i šamaraj ga 2 put za mene. Ti si u depresiji. Čega si ti u depresiji? Nemaš ne 30 godina jebote.
Si jebi ga.
Sad šalj kad dođeš do 40 godina jebote.
Znaš čovjek kada samog sebe onako malo...
Psihički jebe u mozak, šta? Da.
Malo sam izgubio pojam između nerealnosti i realnosti. Znaš?
Must you be so distracting?
Ja ovo ništa, igrao malo Dark Tide, Vermentide. I?
Evo ga, ubica od Rahta.
tu trebao sa Snakeom da igra nešto, ali...
Već je to AFK, to smo znali.
A što nema nove mape Snake, šta se dešava?
Čekaj da nađem ja.
Ne.
Možda taj... A, izbacio si modu, ne? Da vidim.
Izbacio sam modove, bre, pa jesi vidio kreša mi in-game, bet. Da. Znači mi modove.
Mislim da ima... Čekaj,
Ti misliš? Nema šta da restartuješ, što ovo su real time serveri.
Sad ću ti reći zašto da restartujem. Pokazat ću ti meni, Ctrl F3. Sad ću ti pokazati ovaj...
Pokazat će mi tebi.
Moj ekran možda vidiš. Ako imaš opaljeno bilo što. Sad ću vidjeti.
Ima. Tamo stavi full igricu, majko mu je.
Ne. Da radi capture screen na čitav ekran. A već radi capture, samo što nije veliko.
Već radi, nego si izašao.
Nije ni bitno. Ovo, gledaj.
Dobro.
Vidiš? Piše ti successful mission 600.000. Sad, čega 600.000?
Skupili smo već to, to je...
Ne, nismo.
Skupili smo.
Imaš ovo, ovo imaš, gledaj.
Dobro, ali već si dobio za to. Aha, ovo treće, to valja kreće od 3. jula, nešto piše tamo.
Ovo je odrađeno.
To se vodi kao community, razumeš? Mi se vodimo kao community.
Community challenge, da.
Odradili su oni to, ti ja smo dobili to džabe.
Dobro, što smo se ulogovali, ja.
Zato što smo, imamo igricu, zato što smo njihovi...
Fanovi.
Njihovi kupci, fanovi. Publisheri.
Znaš kada bi ti kretek dao nešto free. Log into Hunt Showdown to get a free knife.
Sutra u 11, bravo, da. Tako da opalit ću neke sličke. Jesi vidio šta ću bre da brate, nosim belo ono baš za...
Roman the Russian. Welcome to my channel.
Jebi ga.
Hello.
Šteta što nisi brate mogo, ne možeš, ajde. Nema ves. Doćiš ovako, malo pušta. Ja sam to teo da ono budeš ti, ali nema veze, nije to ništa. Sutra dan ako se budem ženio, neće prilika što ono god. Inače Snake, Milan je trebao kum da mi bude sutra na krštenju.
Što?
Možda bi, kad bi mogao, da. Daj.
Ne znam uci. Zato mene pitaš.
Svaki ima svog kuma.
A tebi je kum, nije meni.
Dobro, ali ti kažem ovako.
Ne moram ja da ti držim steriku. Ako ćeš mene za kuma, onda...
Uzmi me za kuma.
Kuma ili starog svata ili... Ne, ja sam već kum. Nemam toliko noc.
Eno ga u kuhinji tamo.
On je već otišao.
Gleda tebe. Ne, to pita Milan za mog čerta. Vidimo šta kaže mape.
To znači da ćeš početi ga zoveš kume?
Neću, pošto ne može zbog brate majke, razumeš? Pratiš priču Snake majku?
Ne pratim, pa ne slušam ga šta priča.
Ne slušaš ga?
A što bi ga slušao?
Pa slušaš mene, pričao sam ja.
A što bi ja njega slušao što on priča? Ja sam već rekao da...
Ali i ja sam pričao.
Nema to veze. Da on priča nebuloze, znaš.
A znao Snake, ti sa mnom i kada pričaš mozak na pašu, pa ne pričaš.
Stranger.
Stranger.
Kako se zove ovaj event? Shadow Rise.
Šta god hoćeš pustiti, čekaj da odem challenge.
No, no.
With the Bayou's blessing, I can hunt the mist creation known as Rotjaw. How has this Rotjaw come here? There is a man who has traveled to another place. The land of the dead. He brought something back.
We got our first look at Hunt Showdown's newest wild target known as Rotjaw. Crytek released a short trailer which actually featured some voiceover for what I assume is one of the new legendary hunters. We also got a tease of the summer event, which we now know is called Tide of Shadows, with some new equipment, and we're going to break down both of those things in this video. As always, I will link to both videos discussed here in the pinned comment. The trailer opens with the silhouette of this new hunter we haven't seen before, but she might have been teased in the battle pass for the summer event. We'll discuss that in a second. And not to state the obvious, but it's raining throughout the trailer.
Sinoć je bila, znaš? Sačekaj ćemo još koji minut.
No, 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 no. Oh shit, here we go again. Magistrati oblite tem 8707.
We can almost guarantee that is a wild card like the Inferno, but that's not official yet. This could just be a new time of day. We will see. So these hunters are trudging through the mud and searching for something in Darksight that doesn't quite look like a clue. There is this stump with smoke or bubbles coming out of it. Maybe it's the corruption, but the trailer doesn't say. However, the hunters do seem to follow the direction it is flowing. Hard to tell what's going on there. Then we get Rotjaw's little feet and more glimpses of a rain. The surface reflections and water droplets landing on the wood look so good here. And then the chaos starts. I'll just show this part in its entirety first.
Mouth and I bow.
So, breaking down those quick cuts, it appears Rotjaw is visible in Darksight. It seems Rotjaw has some sort of rage mechanic, like the compound bosses do. Rotjaw does in fact lunge out of the water, but we don't see how far it can travel, if at all. But we can see that this hunter gets tackled in the water, which is definitely scary. And there's this weird AoE or something going on. This could be the death animation or something more. We're just not sure. And then we get these really great jump scares. We saw a bunch of weapons being used on Rotjaw, including the Labelle Marksman, which seems like an odd pick for the rain, but also the Lamat Carbine and the knuckle knife. The VO in this trailer says Rotjaw arrived because a man traveled to another place called the Land of the Dead. The man brought back something and used this monster to do it, which takes us to our next tease from the Blood Bonds video Crytek released. I'll have another video about those changes soon, but in that video we get a few glimpses of stuff coming in the Battle Pass. The first box is this Risen Relic, hard to tell if it's a knife or heavy knife, and then we get a lore entry, I assume, and then box 3, we have a toolbox or lunchbox, whatever you want to call them. You might remember that they were randomly made smaller back in update 112, I think, so maybe that was a precursor to a deployable version of this thing. And then we have a bolt that looks very much like Dragon Breath on the hand crossbow, solidifying its legacy as the best utility pick. Box 5 is another lore entry probably, and then we have box 6, which looks like a medkit you can find in the world, again probably, and then we have box as the best utility pick. Box 5 is another solidifying its legacy as the best, much like Dragon Breath on the hand crossbow, solidifying its legacy as the best utility pick. Box 5 is another lore entry probably, and then we have box 6, which looks like a medkit you can find in the world. Again, perhaps we will be able to deploy those soon. We have another look at those in a second. This could mean you can bring these to a compound and set them down for your team to share healing, or in the wake of Rotjaw being in the river, maybe you can set these down in more open areas that aren't as easily defendable to give your exposed team a better chance at surviving. Box 7 is a doll, I think. I'm not really sure. It could just be a weapon charm, but the lock on it makes me think it's part of the premium pass. Box 8 is probably lore again, and box 9 looks like some type of bomb lance bolt. I've seen a lot of speculation on what this could be, but it looks like a frag tip based on the ribs that match the tip of the frag arrows. Just speculation on my part though, we aren't sure. Okay, in the top right corner we have this new hunter who I believe we see in the Rotjaw trailer. She has the same profile, so she's probably the voice we hear. In the developer roadmap, we found out we would be getting the assistance of more First Nation legendary hunters, and she seems to fit the bill. We also got this hunter. If you freeze frame it and enhance it, those look like bandoliers to me, which is always very cool. And in the same still, we get more of that lore backdrop. New legendary hunters vie for the cursed cargo of the Delphine and the hide of Rotjaw, which, taken with the VO of the Rotjaw trailer, it seems the Delphine is the boat that Rotjaw arrived on. And if you look at the background of the battle pass, we see what appears to be a riverboat parked just at the edge of the fog. Okay, some final little tidbits from that economy video. In this frame, we see what we think is the deployable medkit as a consumable, as well as dual new army swifts. And in this image, we see a new stalker beetle of some kind and a better view of the new army swift. So that's a lot of news and teases for things to come. Let me know your thoughts on Rotjaw. Do you think it's roaming around? Do you track it down? Let me know. Subscribe for more news about 113 and the upcoming event. And until the next video, goodbye.
No. Ovo se promenilo da reklam. So only second map, not the first one. Halo? Brale, nema.
Šta god startuje, slobodno.
Ajde, startovat ću ja. Ima Lights Out, koliko Lights Out pametno igrati. Ima li negdje da...
Daj nešto svetlo, brate.
Ne. Knjige da nađemo. Ajmo knjige da uzemo. Ovo je drelo banje.
Možemo i 4. Ja mislim da bi mogao da je.
I jes ako ćemo na voice da igramo. No problem, sir.
Onda 3, ici.
Ne, konkretno mi trebaju knjige.
Znači, pošto smo 30 i jaki smo baš. 2.
Knjige. Neću da skupljamo na govna, one kako se zovu. One debuffuje. Imaš da skupljaš ili one debuff. Grimoire imaš da skupljaš ili imaš da skupljaš one scripture. Ali nije bitno šta skupljaš, poenta je skupiš, piše 4-5 komada, razumeš toga. A knjige možda nosiš, grimoire možda 2, a mi od 2 nađemo 1. Fuck!
Ajde, šitaj malo. Šta sam teo? Ima u brate shopu da kupiš kao backpack, 200.000 ovih golda košta. Zanimljiva stvar. Hoću da ono kupim kao našano kao dodat.
Kozmetika veli si. Imaš premium. Pa stavio su stvari da možda kupiš. Imaš premium kozmetiku za varijantu novčanik. Rock'n'Stone!
Kako je ovaj Milan dobar je.
If you don't Rock'n'Stone, you ain't coming home. Rock'n'Stone. Jel mi čuješ voice in-game ili se opet sjebalo? Čuješ? Thank you. To gledam okolo da ne mogu naći one, znaš, ima šestorce one za upgradeovanje oružja i čudo. Perfectly good tank.
Medication.
Au, brate. Kako se teleportova? Oh!
The tracks ain't powered, in case you were wondering.
A vidi se da je dvojka krtijeve, nema ništa. No dobro, no nismo. Pogledaj gore da nisu knjige, sve si sišao. Found any books? Oh lord.
Ovo je chillovanje.
Ma da, mozak na off. Mislim da je to ti pucaš, što je ono tup, tup. Mislim da je to shotgun.
Ali on ima.
You dozy lot should be taking lessons from me!
I've only one choose a soldier, and he sits on the golden throne of terror. For the grandfather!
Right, you need to be on the other side, which means moving the trains. You'll need power cores to trip the track lockout, then set a data interrogator to do the rest.
A, ja sam start ovo, uopšte nisam gledao koja je misija, znaš. Des? Šteta što su ti bombu bacili. Da rekao je ZFK, sorry. Bilo je tu par pokušaja da ti bace bombu.
Morat ću po svog vrša da afkan, to je da napravim pauzu.
Ma, meni nije to. Ovo nije pod ugovorom. Pa vidio sam, kad su bili, nisi ti gledao, ja sam gledao redovno taj njihov update log, znaš. I bilo je tu par nekih stvačice, onda sam vidio taj shotgun, bio je jedan, ali nije bio, znaš, toliko jak.
Shotgun, sniper.
Zato što nemaš samo default buckshot. Ovo, imamo jednu knjigu, vidiš?
Dobro, i da nemamo sve knjige.
Go, go, go.
You're doomed!
To ne može in-game da se radi mob.
Halo.
But for a corrupt adjudication, I'll be at home. Really?
Oj, kako se zove, Milane? Kako te časti? A, pošto si Čalec, znaš, no ono, vaši crnogorski. Znaš ko je... Milo, znaš, nije trebalo sad ono, evo da se... Ja to nemam pojma. Znam da ima veze sa...
Evo ga još jedan. Vidiš ga? Nice.
Jebi. Bitno je to da operiše svaki šta bude. Mora se to rešiti.
Gledam da skočim u lift. Ali...
Igrao bi Hunt Milane, ali poslije ćemo te... Ja posle ovog Dark Tide-a uviram.
Samo će mi srce para. Mamu mu jebem, što smo išli uda, mogli smo samo skočimo dole. Ja sam gledao baš ovaj djelo, mogli smo da rknemo dole. Bez da idemo tu da stavljati gluposti.
The God Emperor provides. I'll make soldiers of you lot yet. Assuming you live that long.
Znaš što još kida? Ova dvoručna testera. Sjećaš se onoga lika iz Vermintide, onoga... Kako se onaj Gruber, onaj što ima onu smešnu kapu, onaj visoki tip s dvoručnim mačem. Znaš kad udari mačem, ono kad zadržiš heavy, kad ih ono, razumeš, razvali. To imaš ovdje isto. Healing. Brate, šta dođe sljedeće? The fuck was that? Yes. Rocky and Stone. To onaj novi boss. To novi boss.
Ne znam ni ideje, verujem.
Boss time. Dođi vam, Drakovan. Uzmi ovo. Odi. Kam. Imaš tu full. Ovo je easy mode. Te ubio? You got him. Samo sve 3. Razvalju. Yeah, it's an ambush, but we are ambushing them. Kakav ambush strn.
A možeš početi s tim u sekundu.
Overslept.
You should be proud. The Ordo Hereticus be the pinnacle of righteousness.
Sweet swagger, here we go again.
We'll stop traitors to pay.
A lift niješ.
Jeste.
Ver. Ainda das.
Won't be a bother anymore.
Nice.
Good work. Just hold fast and you'll be out there in no time.
A ja ovdje imaju spawn, provalio sam. Dođi diš majke ti spawn, gledaj ovo. There is a fucking hole in the ground. Fuck. Pogledaj majke, vidi ruku. Još ja pitam kako izlazi iz još. Ima na obe strane imaju po ruku, znaš. Healing floor tilici.
Welcome to my channel.
This way.
Ye shall fall!
Got him. Šta je sad? Ja sam ponovno, ne, neko je s ulice došao i ukrao, ne mogu da uzmem svoju leću. Pa kod mene nije niko ukrao. Bože, sačuvaj. Nelogične stvari, razumiješ, nelogične. Nelogične. Neko je došao i specifično uzeo moju robu različnu. A naravno da sam ja. The music is going epic, but there is no enemies. Gde? Da, niđe ništa nema. Wow.
Nisam vidio, kasnije poslije.
Šta treba da drp? A ti si već uzeo, dobro.
Da, to je prema izlazu.
Baš. Brate, pobežu u sekundi nazad, znaš?
Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel.
Znam, rekao si da ideš. Slušaj ja ponekad šta ti pričaš. Ponekad.
23 minuta traje, znači...
Bilo je više chill ako nisi primetio, znači nije... Nijedno se nisam prozvao.
Kasnije malo, evo.
To je to. Hvala na igri.
Poslije ćemo igrati.
Jesi dobio šta? Ja sam dobio belo oružje, jesi dobio zeleno?
Ja sam dobio zeleno.
Mislim da beše plava i ljubičasta možeš da rasturiš. Prijatno.
Tu sam ubrzo, to je za neki sat i tako.
Polako.
Idemo malo da iskaliramo što bi se rekao, pa onda možemo da...
Tu će mi, Milan će mi pravi društvo.
To, ulimocire ga.
Kako da ne. Why you no Diablo 4? Okay, sure. Have fun.
From the forge cometh miracles. From miracles cometh deliverance. Interesting. The tools of war are the tools by which the Omnissiah will reshape the galaxy.
It's not that bad.
Hello, stranger.
Yellow. Yeah. Zealot. Sure. Alan هذا يك and it looks nice, but
Take your time. If you think you got that long.
I exist to serve.
I mean, pants are pants. Sure. Sure.
A little air, please. I have no wish to share your enviable aroma.
Pizdim što me glava boli, brate, milo, kad sam desio. Bio 2. Što ti činiš jebe, nego. Da, djeto, evo.
Treba veza. Javljajte, ja sam grdne pare davao tamo načelniku, baš načelniku. Imam njegov broj telefona i ubacit će. Kao što je možda... To ima neko kako da znam. To može za ozbiljno. Da? Ali mislim, moram ti reći da su ekstra stručnjaci moju majku su otpisali, doslovno rečeno pustili je kući na eksperimentalne lekove. Na kontroli sad pre nekih 20 dana smanjio je se kancer pluća, to što ima metastazu na žlezdama, sad će to da je zrače, tako da je potpuno na bolje ide. Tako ako vez bude trebala ne oklevaj zovi, imam glavnog čoveka i ja sam preko Crne Gore, preko brana došla do njega, znači ušla u kancelariju, ušetala, odmah je primili, bilo 70 kreveta za
Đasmo.
Ovo je ozbiljno, izvinite.
Šta je bilo?
71. ubacili da je ubacili moju majku.
A to za beku da bude onaj trener, ili? Ili opet ta priča?
Ne, da ti je ukamen.
Nego? A ne znam, što je nešto loše, šta? Sam, pa čale moje. Čale moje isto on iz Aliske nalodila odradio skoro. Ništa, momci, pošto sam popio, ne bi da nikom ništa loše reknem, tako da izvijavam se. Pozdrav.
Odmori,
Ćao, ćao.
Gde god da ja budem, ja zovem odmah čoveka. Ja ću ga nazvati, reći ti meni brato tetke i dobiš njegov broj i on će ti reći tako.
Izvijavam samo jednu stvar, Beka jedino, ako brate nešto mogu pomoći, brate kolo ili nešto, razumiješ? Do Kamenice.
Nema je presudu, samo da znam.
Pa, ja znam, ali ali da vidi ja nešto, brate. Ako mogu. Evo sad ću zvati Čaleta, brate, da vidim gdje on, što je, brate, nikakav problem, Čale se tamo završava. Evo, zovem te za 5 minuta, ajde. Ajde, čao.
Tu smo, za sve. mozak i to ide krvi na mozak onda, razumeš? Moguće da otpisali, a tamo, mislim i tamo se otpisali, ali evo, progres, napredak, fantastičan, Bogu dragom hvala. Što se više to bolje, verujem.
Kumara. Welcome to my channel. Hentaichan. Welcome to my channel.
Vikend optimista tamo ne rade. Naravno, podobruvam se.
Yes, sure.
What now?
And if you only call me back. Don't make me laugh. Đole, alo Nenad.
Šta je?
Češ ti da igraš taj? Zvao sam te Emily, zvao sam te pre sat vremena. Nenad. O, kako?
Išao sam u kafanu.
Pa ti nisi onda zigrao.
Što?
Ako si bio u kafanu da...
Bože moj. Ajde.
A šta hoćeš da te boostim, šta?
Da.
Oh, brother. nema problema, ali stao mi je zadnji monolid da uradim. To ću da igram, pa sad ti nemoj da pogineš i eto, to ti XP. Mislim da je pošteno s moje strane. Imaš, ako baš hoćeš dobrih DPS skillova, kažem ti, kod Mage, konkretno taj što ja igram, Spellblade, imaš DPS skillove, ali ja sam bi se bio fokusirao na... Bože se čuje, ne.
Neki tank te gledaš.
Ma da.
As like prim and proper as Major League.
Invite to party.
Take care.
Ignite, 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 ignite. Izvinjavam se, upgrade može.
I cannot do that.
Hello,
Dobro.
Do not dwell on regrets.
Čekaj, da startamo. On the 5th of June, 44, Prima Victoria, Spirits of Fire. Mogu da startam?
Ja, možda se teleportujem i tebi.
Ne. Pa... Ti si zaštitan. Čisto te ne ubio odmah.
Ne znam ni šta ide, tek. Tu sve početne što tako da... Dok ne dobijem nešto jače, moram tako.
Da, pošteno. Evo ti ovo, ali nemaš slotova, morat ćemo da radimo questove da bi mogu to da equipuješ. Moraš da prođeš kampanju da bi za početak dobio one slotove za... Ali možemo te levelovati za početak. Ako pritisneš C, piše ti koliko dobijaš XP-a, znaš?
Gdje to piše?
U gornjem levom ćošku, kad pritisneš C.
Mene je, 929 XP. 1000. Vidim.
Nemoj tamo da ih agruješ bez veze. To ti priča.
Navika.
Mislim da imaš 2 ili 3 ova travel spela kod Mage-a. Imaš teleport klasičan, imaš surge strike ovaj koji ja imam. I imaš neki cold strike gdje kao ledenicu napraviš tamo gdje odeš, ja mislim, ili gdje se pojaviš. Ali to je na specializaciju. Vamo slobodno. Vidio si. Bukvalno sam se teleportao na medveda. Nazad.
Agrio si na mene.
A vidio si. Zato što ne znam kako je došla ona grupa pozadi, znaš. Možda neki spawn ili nešto. A ovaj lightning field je pasiv inače, koji ni ne aktivira se kad udaram i sam od sebe također. Šta je ovo? Aha, evo, vidim. Pazi. Pazi, pazi. Pazi, stao si u otvoru neki nešto.
Ne, nemam teleport ovom jebi.
Znam da neš.
čim vidim.
Čekaj, ne idi.
Te ubili ili?
Otvorio sam portal, obično ti stoji tamo u ćošku, ono kao da klikneš na dugme. Obično kliknem na dugme da otvorim portal da mogu da mi ne bipće to govno. I sad sam kliknuo da uskočim u njega. Nisi to uskočio uopšte, barem. Bolest, odsede. Nerviram jednostavno i samo kliknem i nekad mi se desi da otvori ga direktno pored mene i samo uskočim u njega. Kao sad, nisam teo da izađem toliko rano, ovaj. Zdobio level?
Yes.
Level 14?
Pa da, bučio sam se više. Kaž, ne javlja se ovo što je profesorka.
Profesorka se ne javlja.
Ne javlja se isključivo žena telefon.
Evo ti ovi su za XP.
Se treba vidjeti njih dva. Dakle, ću zagledamo kako.
Ja sam zaboravio da ja imam ovdje ova dva idola koji daju ward per sekund. Samo na ta dva warda imam oko 40 po sekundi štita. Prošli put sam odsvario bossa skoro 5 minuta ili 7 i to me malo nervira, zato sam sad opet vratio na 2 mača. Nije mogao da me ubije, ali ja sam njega dugo stojim, naš, i ono bijem ga. Više ga prokuje poison i fire i gluposti, nego što ga direktno možeš šteti. Ne tamo. Ti znaš da će te rasturiti. Alo? Pa ne tamo. Brist. Pa gdje ćeš? Na objective, a? Ajde, idemo na objective. No problem. O da, ima da se linkuju sad itemi, znaš, to je novo.
Znam, bili su. Pa ide u put.
Ono govno,
Ti treba neki predmet?
Ne, htio sam da flexujem malo. Sentinel. Moraš da pritisneš Enter za chat da bi vidio koji item je linkovan. Si vidio? Pritisneš Enter da kucaš i samo hoveruješ preko toga. Znaš? Yep. Works. Čuvaj se tih Feniks. Tad ćemo razbiti to. Gdje je taj Spire? Pazi na ta govna što ispalju uvisi. Si vidio nož koji je linkovo. Kaže, Jacknor Blast Knife. Kaže, detonating arrow no longer requires a bow. Wow.
Imam to govno. Pa je komadi?
To ti je za roga. Bože se čujem. Gdje je taj drugi? A gore. Ajmo gore. Ti bi sada istražuješ mapu, ali nemoj istražuješ mapu bez mene.
Nisam lud.
Dobro, nekad se zaneseš.
Makar imam minione, ja ne želim.
Ne trebaju ti minioni. Look at me, I'm the minion.
Imam neki legendary.
Ozbiljno?
Nemoj. Ja. Moja mama Hilt. Kako beše?
Linkuj ga. Enter, CTRL desni klik. Da, CTRL desni. Ali to je global chat, a? Probaj local chat da mi baciš link. Zato što ima više instanciji global chata, znaš, nećeš me naći.
Znam.
Evo. A imam to. Taj ima jedan i ja imam isto sa jedan. To je relik. Mislim da neki curse nabacio. Mana gained when you use harvest. Ne znam je li ti ovo valja. Group, party. Ti ne možeš ga sad kako ti doćiš.
Treba 60 minuta. I tu je pao neki, tu je pao ovaj Despair.
Šta, Rune of Despair? To ti ono da napraviš Legendary, jel to? Jel tako? Čak mogu da ti giftujem, ne mogu. Zašto ne možeš da daš ljudima ove žute iteme, to mi nije jasno. Baš žute.
Može.
Ne možeš. Ne možeš. Ne mogu ako nisam našao kad sam igrao s tobom.
Pa to da.
Malo je to glupo, ali dobro. A ja razumijem za one legendary, one kao set item. Ma ni to ne razumijem. Budući da igraš online, da igrači ne prodaju item. Ne kapiram. O, 15 si level. Sad sam izašao namjerno. Pogledaj, jel imaš Tone of Experience? Pretpostavljam da ti nije dalo ništa, ne?
Ne.
Zašto si poginuo? Ajde, probamo još jedan. Ovo ti isto za XP. Ako. A, pa znam.
Jako stojim dalje, oni se nekako pavljaju na mene.
Evo imaš one što skaču bukvalno na igrače. Samo. Activision. Crap. Otišao sam gore.
Evo.
Šta radiš ti? Ja.
Ja ili...
Ma čujem da nešto grebe vrat.
A šta bi to grebo?
Pa ti vjerovatno. Okay. Ljudi sad spamuju protiv Blizzarda.
Ne ide me, tu ne širje koliko smo elementa u Blizzardu.
Znaš da je $140 kao full verzija ovoga Diablo 4. Šta je $140? Samo glupa kozmetika, ne znam.
Nešto, ima još malo ovoga uglopa.
Majko, ako hoćeš ostavi mi tu krpu, očistit ću ja te prozore.
Evo.
Ako hoćeš, samo reći šta hoćeš, da očistim prozore s polje.
Očistit ćeš paučim šut. Uzeti pajalicu i očistit paučim.
Dobro, ostavi mi paučim.
Iz svakog ćoška. Iz sobe, iz...
Još? Dosta. Još.
Ovaj kaže da u Kanadi košta $120 plus 15% na porez. Je li to moguće? A pričam sa ovim drugom.
A što je to skupo?
No kako nije skupo? Pred 2-3 godine to je koštalo oko $40-60. Sad se pravdaju kao korona, nezaposlenost, globalna kriza, drž ne daj, struje poskupela, rat, ovo ono, gluposti. Jednostavno samo lupe tarife na sve.
Ja to ukid, ja?
Ma, sve živo, sjećaš se kad je korona kao, jao, korone, naši ljudi ne mogu da rade, kao na terenu, moraju od kuće da rade. Da, važi.
Kad bude ideš sad na ovaj odmor. Frižider, majke.
Šta s frižiderom da radim? Pa šta hoćeš, led da izvučeš? Pa znaš da nije bilo 2 dana da sunce sija normalno.
Pa dobro, valjda će do kraja jula stati ovo sad.
Dovoljno je samo 1 dan da je onako toplo, da izbacimo ga napolje, da se otkravi, sam će led ispasti, a ne da ga udaram čekići.
Znači ti ideš ovaj Spellblade, tako?
Da. Ako ćeš mage, to ti je full DPS. Sorcerera imaš.
Sorcerer full DPS, a?
Da. Da, vidim po skillovima imaš... Ma ima i on Ward. Ono generaciju, samo ono malo sporije, ali on ti je baš... Znaš kako ti ide kod njega? Bukvalno sva 3 elementa imaš. Imaš i Cold, i Fire, i Lightning. I plus imaš onaj Penetration skill, gdje svaki tvoj spell radi bonus damage za to što kao bypassuješ ono... Znaš da neki neprijatelji recimo imaju resistance ili immunity. A sa tvojim skillom možeš bukvalno da negiraš to. Alo, Tabito?
Samo malo.
Ne, piše ti da si u zasilju.
Ja u zasilju.
Da.
Nisam. Ti si bio u zasilju.
Nisam primetio. Prvo. Ako ćeš da se defendeš, evo ti ovo. Ti ima 3 legendary potential, može 3 osobine staviš na to. Isto. Izvini.
Alo?
Gdje si?
Došao. Šta se radi, što sam bio?
Igram ovaj stepuh, ja ne na to. Mislim, nisam siguran da je. Tu je bio. Se vrati u grad? Pitan ga se vrati u grad.
Jesam.
Ima tu 2-3 šajna, hoćeš da vidimo za iteme. Ima šta, ovo je critical strike. To je previše kratak domet, možda ako se upgradeuje vredi. To ti je bukvalno melee range, to što si sad bacaš, taj surge. Imaš lightning, da im kako zove, lightning blast, to ti je bukvalno...
Da, to je neku.
Da, to ti je ovo. Inače ja sam zamenio lightning damage za gledao. Cold, vidiš? Imaš da zameniš specijalizaciju za skill. Da mu promeniš sa... I ne samo taj, ima dosta takvih skillova. Naprimjer, ovo što je oko mene nije lightning aura, ovo je fire aura. Ali sam uzeo nod da tradujem sav fire damage za lightning. Jebate neki bubošvabe, jebate, moguće to, dva neka crva su točali to.
Welcome to my channel.
Aks. To je to, ajmo. Ide mi se okolo okolo, čudno je mako. Jel ti dao XP? Ili si pasao?
Pokupio sam, mene nije dao XP, mene dao drvo naš.
Preživio si, zato si se vratio da uzmeš reward. Sad mi... Evo. Fina mapa. Taman kako treba.
Baseball? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is a video game. Let people act like clowns. Like, really? Like, it's a fucking entertainment show. Who cares how good they are at the game if they're fucking boring?
Should be some sort of sweat from the teams and culpability to perform at a high level. That's the whole point of a thriving competitive ecosystem.
Trash, hot mics, yeah.
Feel pressure to perform well. And this isn't like the NFL or the NBA, where the dog shit teams get to draft first to get the best.
Yeah, sure. And somebody said, but then sponsors get mad. You know what else sponsors get mad about? Showing their ads to people that aren't there. Is they get told, oh, it's going to be this many people watching, then it's not.
Cool.
That's what's going to make them even more mad.
Upcoming talent, because there is no real good upcoming talent in North America. Teams often get better by spending out their ass to get teams from Europe, China, or Korea. Okay, what about the other points? Well, Riot talked about the ask that you pay the 5 people who won the minor league summer finals, and they said, that's not really sustainable. And then what about the 3/5 continuity rule, where players get to play together if they want to without the teams having control over it? And they said, we want to give power to the teams. So in this conversation, it seems like Riot Games has decided in LCS to give all the power to the teams, which I think creates an imbalance of power between teams and players. I think there's too much power in teams, and I don't think they're doing good with their power, and I think they are the reason that LCS is crumbling as a whole. And Riot should reverse that by giving more power to players. And again, I think Riot knows this, because they fixed all the mistakes they made setting up their league competitive.
There is a good chance that Ludwig is right about this, that the players should have more input than the teams do, because the teams are primarily focused around making money.
Da, ova dvojica će te razbiti svaki put, nemaš problem.
Around winning games. Like, these teams are, you know, this is for sponsors, they're reselling their slots, etc. I do think that it should be players first. Now, obviously, it's not between the players and the teams. It's really like Riot decides. Riot is God here. They just decide what's going to happen. And even if everybody in the LCS right now quits, by next year they'll have an entirely new set of people playing, and they'll be playing for whatever Riot tells them they'll play for. Because the truth is, there's a lot of money to be made in it, and there's a lot of careers to be made in it too. That's just how it is. Until individual players have brand power themselves, they can't have a bargaining agreement, they're too replaceable. And that's the problem, is that whenever you have players that are boring, and you have people that are like, what do? I play League of Legends.
Ne možeš ti ovo izbeći.
Fuck about that.
Ja bukvalno face tankujem u kamenu, znaš?
You're messy, sure.
Bukvalno stojim dok me gađe kamenjem. Ne možete
There are
udržati.
way more interesting
Samo
people
se kreće.
that, like, let's see, who's that one guy that, the guy that pulled, the like, the NBA guy, I think it's like Ja Morant or whatever? Bro, I love him. Like, he's talking about beating the shit out of people on, like, yeah, bro, he is my favorite player right now. Because he's pulling out a gun while he's driving around. He's going and, like, trying to get in fights on, like, a court. Like, that's interesting to me. That's something that's worth watching. Because I don't care about the integrity of the game at all. I just want to be entertained. So whenever something stupid happens, that makes it more fun. Really, like that's how I don't care. Who gives a fuck about that?
They set up their Valorant competitive ecosystem. The players do have a lot of power because 5 people can straight up get into the minor leagues without a team at all. And from there, they have the ability to get to the major leagues. You've seen that with people like Turtle Troop, who are 1 game away from making it to the playoffs for a chance to compete to make it to the major leagues. That's great. They don't have a team that represents them. There's a lot of power that players hold that they cannot hold in League of Legends. Now you can read the rest of the article and see what I said about all the asks from the player
And it
association.
also is a problem, like, if you have people that just don't bring in, like, they don't have, like, their own following, like, how is somebody going to get a following and get popular playing League of Legends? Well, they have to do it on, like, Twitch, right? Who are the popular, like, whenever I think of the most popular League of Legends players, or at least, like,
Ne napred, desno, ne napred, ne, ti baš ne znaš kako kajtovanje, pa ne bežiš u njih, desno je prazno, ne ideš levo u njih, kajtuješ u njih, to je nemoguće, desno je sve prazno, neverovatno. Kad si igrao League of Legends ne pušaš kod njih u bazu, nego ako ćeš da se povlačiš se prema svom talasu. Doduše, ako sumnjaš da će te gankovati iza leđa, onda bolje da trčiš kroz njihovu bazu. Ima i ta taktika, stoji.
No across the board to every single thing they ask for. Not only no,
does
but
he play on that level?
Get your teams and your players to get on that stage.
Pa ja ga ni ne izbjegavam.
We're not going to delay it again. We will cancel the summer split as a whole. Not only will we cancel the summer split, we will cancel North America's...
Nije to 100. nivo, i ja bi umro, vjerujem. Da igram default mage-a, umro bi ja.
That's it. And that's what you can do
Bukvalno te
whenever
splash
you're
damage ubije,
God.
nevjerojatno.
And I hope all these
Stoji tu
people
pored
and
mene, ako vidiš da
everybody
kamen
else
pada na
that's
glavu,
lined up and
izmakni se.
investing in these esports teams
Vidiš ti
realize
iznad glave kad ti ga on kaspuje.
everything that you do, you are building a foundation on sand. And if the
I
company
opet to uvati
decides to
kao taj
change
tik
things,
damage.
or people's interests change, all of the money that you invested goes into the garbage.
That's it, plain and simple.
Ova govna su žilava.
Da ima taj skin za Ogren.
Mislim da se to stavlja na leđa, ali nisam siguran.
Jeste, a Q se...
Opet, mislim da ide na leđa. Ili armor, možda je armor.
But do something to help NA League because it is dog shit right now and it needs to get better so that esports as a whole can get better. Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching. See you later, guys. Subscribe. Have a good one.
Možda je kao go ono, pa je armor i ide na leđa baš. Glupo bilo da staviš tetovažu na leđa i onda kao staviš armor preko toga, okej. Super.
Boring players. Boring players, boring games. Do you remember that one time there was this one guy in the league tournament that did a front flip onto the stage? He did like a Dark Souls roll. Faker, was that Faker? Yeah, that was probably one of the coolest things that's ever happened in a league event. Isn't that just fucking, like, that's so sad. Like, I never see anything exciting about this. It's not just boring players, but they're importing players who are mediocre in their home regions. NA is just mediocre at its finest. Maybe. I don't even know what to say. Every sport today is boring like robots. No, I don't think so. I think basketball is entertaining. I think basketball is the only sport that I...
Brate, znaš ti da ja vidim na mom ekranu ovu trojicu što bacaju kamenje, znaš? Bar trojicu vidim.
UFC is actually another really good point, yeah. Like, yeah, UFC also is some dumbass shit that happens all the time.
Also,
Basketball's ass. I think basketball's great. I do
U
say that I
šoku.
probably would like UFC more. I just don't really watch a lot of it because I spend a lot of time watching stuff.
Sigurno.
Yeah. What's this here?
Da neće biti escape, ono, da pogledaš kao oružje i to imaš kozmetiku da ne misliš.
Evo ga, jeste, to je to.
I gdje je to?
Pa odeš kod onog skroz levo, kod onog što...
It's like people either loved him or they love to hate him.
Aha, i onda istetoviraš se šta?
People, everybody tunes in to watch Jake Paul fight because they either want to see him win or they want to see him lose. It's one or the other.
To ti je kao za karakter creator, kapiram. Koliko heltova govna imaju. Ovo je najnaporniji mob u skorije vreme koju sam gledao.
Ja ga stavio, ja nemam.
Academy players feel like they've made a lot of them stop playing solo queue. They've already played LCS and dropped to Academy. It's like a comfortable home, and they get an Academy and they're comfortable, and they're just paycheck thieves. They just get money for free, like $70K a year for free for doing the bare minimum of anything, right? There's no brand. They're not making the orgs they're in stronger. They're not popular.
Alien Gathering.
Nothing. They're not doing.
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, they're just playing League of Legends. Like the fuck.
Somebody said it's like 75 per player, is like 600,000 a year. Bro, that's just bleeding. There's no org is keeping that, like getting that, making that money back. I'd say out of that 600,000
hoćeš item za nekromansere.
Fuck your! I'm just gonna dodge. Anyway, what was I saying? Let's say an Academy team, they have to pay them like 600 salary, grand. I don't know if that includes housing or whatever. Bro, I would argue that out of that $600,000 that per year an LCS team is getting from that, probably what, less than $50,000 worth of revenue, if anything. So it's just a bleed. There's bleeding.
So nobody's spending money on the teams. People aren't buying. They're not buying the jerseys.
You could say, well, it's to develop talent, bro. Those Academy players are not leaving Academy. 90% of Academy, they will never, ever see LCS. Never. They know that. The pros know that. The coaches know that. Everybody knows that. They're not gonna ever touch the LCS. Everybody knows it. So it's like a comfortable place for them to like slowly eat paychecks. Like nothing. Sure, they maybe.
He's talking about the NACS teams, right?
Mada, Tirovan je rekao da neke će zvat da...
A, to ona čistačica. Ne?
Nas ima nas ima po smeni, 4 smene imaš 60 radnika, a mi sad nas će zvat. Već znam koji će biti.
A već su rekao?
Od 3.8. I ako me budu naknadno zvali.
Nemanja na spisku.
Ne, rekao bi mi će napisati. Ne, pita, ja sam Crnogoreć. Ne vjerujem. Ne, zašto? Šta ti skrivim?
A dobro, znaš šta je fora, sad idem u kažu, mora otići.
Ne, sve je to u redu. Ali ako, znači, koje si 7, 26 negodišnji? Da. Ali bude da me zovnu 27, 28 u telefonu, nije treba dođi zdrać. To neka koleginica. Boga mi nije, bilo je njima. Ne znam ko je njih bio na godišnji, pa su ga kao zvali na telefon, kao treba im kao naš radnik, ono da dođe. Šta će? Nema šanse. Ja. Ne. Mi skuzi. Signore. Oh.
To bio Ilija.
A sestra mi je došla.
Po pauzu ili?
Sekundu sam.
Kakva bre pauza? Izvinjavam se ljudi. Luk sam ja.
Look, I'm your father.
Yes.
Tamo nekakvo agresivno cveće. Evo para. Pazi. Si vidio cvet?
U njemu caruje drugarstvo.
Jesam, vidio sam. Je radiš danas ili?
Radim. Radim na odmaranje, hvala.
To je sjajno. Ćemo pauzu poslije ili molim da završi nešto.
Ajde onda sad čekaj da završimo u mapu. Može tako.
Njemu je sve dobro, njemu je sve lepo.
Ako ja znam tebi treba isto oni idoli. Ti bi trebao kampanju da prođeš. Ne znam koliko ti levela treba do duše, nego što budeš početi igraš kampanju.
Završili ili?
Ko će koga da završi?
Šta ovo? Još ti Slay Covenant of Dominion. Pazi cveće. Au brate, kako ti jurija.
Sweet dreams.
No nije loše, sve si ih agro na gomilu. Ne znam kako si uspio pokupiš sav agro. Si to dobio level, majke ti.
Se čuo sa profesorom?
Nisam javljala.
Dobro.
Nisi javio.
Dobro, ti kad ono, ti kad mi obavestiš o toga. Oho, sad tako. Čako se ti
Dobro ga.
su lepe.
Pazi.
Da pazi gdje da pazi.
Bukvalno si skočio kroz taj snop. Evo, staći ovako, valjda te neće biti. Znači, potrčao si ispred mene i njega. Znaš šta može da me ubije? Ono govno od onoga vodenog, onoga boga.
Onaj boss.
Ono može da me ubije. Nemoj da umreš. Ovo je lag. Ovo nije trebalo da me ubije. Zapravo mislim da znam šta me ubilo. Zato što je bacio ona dva snopa po zemlji i preko toga je opalio onaj. I to ko nisam mogao da out-healam. Ajde sad. Normandy, state of anarchy, overlord. Da bi da odigram još 5 meča, da uzmem onaj bonus, ali... Ja reci mi samo da li ima ta nova mapa. Ako ima ta nova mapa, to je ona prva mapa od te dve.
Sad ću ti reći.
Ako ima, igram. Ako nema, začekat ću radije. Već 2 puta igramo taj Benelift. Mogli bi da stave sve mape da idu u rotaciju, pa u kurac.
Da imaš šta kažeš. Nema.
Kad bacimo pa igrat ćemo. Znači
Ima.
Jel ima?
Ima.
Nisi ušao u lobby za to?
Jesam, ali sam napravio Ogrina novog, ali ne mogu da igram ovu trojku, morat ćeš ti da je statiš. Izmenila se sad, nema je više, ček, nimo ko ima. Bila je bre do sad, bre. Urac, nema je više.
Nice.
Moguće ovo. Ništa, čekaj, ćemo poslije šta da radim.
Ta ništa.
A šta se čini? I see who you are. You're my...
Hunt Showdown ti li si?
Hunt Showdown. Antić.
Vidi vetrle. Vetrle.
offensive, one faction tries to break through enemy defenses sector by sector, while the other has to stand ground. The attackers must capture each sector by taking its objectives before their tickets run out. They win if they capture the objectives in each sector of the map. Objectives can be capture points or demolition targets. Capture points are won by having and keeping a majority of soldiers in the zone. On demolition targets, the attackers must plant a bomb that the defenders must defuse before it detonates. The defender's goal is to hold the sector until the attacker's tickets are depleted, which ends the match. After a sector is taken, the defenders must retreat or be shot. During the phase between sectors, the defenders have the opportunity to build defenses such as barbed wire. Both factions can also build and destroy forward posts that give them a foothold in the area. Guard yours well to tip the scales in your favor. Mortars, machine guns, and formidable mountain guns can be built at designated spots by engineers. Officers can call in gas, artillery, or smoke to push forward or tighten their defenses. Most offensives consist of multiple consecutive battles. Winning the first battles of the offensive gives the attackers more troops for the final attack. The attackers win the offensive if they succeed in this final climactic battle.
Kameraden, haltet die Schädeln unten!
Ne znam odakle se ovaj sponuo. Ide gas.
Ide gas.
Gledaj reloade. Handshot u fullu, evo. Ne, reload je baš kako treba, znaš? Gledaj. Ovo ti pravilan djelo. Uzme čak Aaaaaaaa! Atakate! Ao, matere. O, sole mio. Charge! Idu u pičku, materinu. Da me znaš odakle. Oh, brother. Ovo je naučna fantastika što ja pokušavam da uradim. Nema šans. Ne zajebavaj, ja ga gaćam na 100 metara. S revolverom, to je neizgledljivo. Ma da. Municije nemam. Daj mi pušku, krti jebem. Pet minuta kasnije. Brš! Brš! Ej, ćeš meni da se kriješ. Ne! Ne reload, mamuti jebem.
Dobro se sjetio. Šta na Hansne?
Ne želim da prekardujem Milan. Hvala.
A što se čini? Ovo je igra za hardcore momke, kaže, ne?
Za hardcore momke, hardcore camping.
Hardcore... narkove. Mnogo. Mnogo.
Mrš! Čovjek je skočio na mene, sašao, u vazduhu sam ga skinuo revolverom. Još 11.
Spartans. Welcome to my channel. Kad radis kakofis iza vikend.
Šta te to briga? Ako ćeš da ideš u Beograd, idi.
Ha brigiamis elim dazinam kad radis.
A što ti želiš da znaš? Šta imam od toga? Kaže, do not advance further.
Imam nesto zat bodisiga moses de imas dep poristi akosi pamitan. Ali niko se name kad.
Ne želim poslove da radim za tebe. Primam samo novčanu podršku. Konkretno. Usluge tipa želim da ti napravi posao da to radiš. Nego šta, nego je posao u pitanju. Opet mi sređuje nešto da nekome džabe. Teško mi da poverujem. Neka hvala. Dođi kod mene kad doćeš na kafu, ja stvarno... I'm good. Možeš doći na kafu ako ćeš... Ne želim da imam korist. Ti si postao kao nešto dolaze. Ne, sve u redu, nemoj, 2 put mi to spominješ. Znači nešto želiš. Znači već ne želim da znam. Znači isto kao oni što mi dolaze na kanal. We have an offer for you, the channel art for your channel. You might wish to... Ne treba mi. Od tebe mi ne treba ništa. Hvala. Insistiram.
A što se radi?
Nećemo se mi probiti kroz ovaj zid, nema šanse.
Jasmo!
Mogada ti iosinem zivat lepsim loksim iodobnom.
Ne želim da mi čini život lakšim i udobnim. Moj život je postao lagan i udoban. Hvala vama.
I nama.
Hvala vam. Neko ko želi da mi čini usluge.
Znači ima i toga jebat.
AKO volleys crease many AKO volleys los net AKO villas vasta NAI vikozivika volje. Onda OK uzaba.
Ne želim ništa. Novac mi ne treba, usluge mi ne trebaju. Možemo otići na kafu ili ne znam, do Novog Sada. I tako, negdje da nije daleko.
Nemam vremena za kafu.
A onda u redu. Vreme novac, ako nemaš vremena za kafu, u redu.
Šta je bilo?
Ne znam šta želi od mene, kao po običaju.
A ovaj Hunt je retardirani, brate, opisat ću ga, jebote. Upališ igru, ne možeš da minimiziraš, pošto ona ima to njeno učitavanje retardirano, frizuje svaki sekund.
Odakle pucaš, mamu ti jebem. Mi ne vidi se odakle.
Eto igra slik. I Sonzu, šta je to?
I Sonzu, da? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Momci, ne znam gdje, negdje su po bokovima, bukvalno kako idemo između dva reda zida, znači ne vidim koliko je daleko. Gledaj ovaj reload, Boris, gledaj kako su dobro radili. Ovo ti je onaj stariji pištolj, onaj što su koristili oni crnogorski gaučusi, gasar, austrijski. Ovo je tako fina animacija.
Što me jebe grafički, ne znam šta. Bude mi onako, da sam ventilator. Sad nisam. Jasno šta je to.
Nije mi sunce iće desno.
Znaš mi, ne?
Stani, druže. Wait.
Šta imam, Makiću?
Au, brat.
Isto. Napravim dan na poslu. Došao kuću uzeti jevu ko lekara. Vratio sam. Zasad. Nisam dugo ispeo. Onda sam masno dojutro.
Čuti, dobro ti ovako što te Milan vodio. Vjerovatno gusto večeras u ponoć.
Brš.
Šta ti meni imaš? Zašto me imaš?
Seci! Seci žicu.
Bashchalik. Welcome to my channel.
Pa da, zato što mi je igrica bila kršena. Ovo je sjajno, ovo je do jaja. Resetovalo mi sve u igrici. Jebe mi ti. Rekao.
To se meni desilo juče prekjuče.
Znate, nervira me, ovo sve mi je resetovano.
I sensitivity i sve. Ja ti traži da igraš tutorial.
Da, sve živo. Milane, šta ti uradiš? Ovo su ono kretenski. Majke mi. Baš kretenski. Ovo će mi da kurac. Znaš, Snake?
Hanč odam ti ide na kurac.
Da. Da li si igra ima cloud save?
Stvarno?
nervira me ovo je... Kako ide ono auto move, auto down. Aha. Grafika sve na low, tako.
Odi, odi. Kam.
Efekt quality off, šta još posto. Ovo mi ide na kurac, mnogo se nerviram.
Scout Report. Welcome to my channel. Just dropping by to follow.
Thanks. Welcome.
Vidiš što mi je Volt sačuvalo?
Oh my.
Što mi je onda grafiku izjebalo skroz?
Ne znam.
Stotika.
You're welcome.
Ja mislim da je
Have I seen you in this game?
Scout Report. Thanks for following.
To nije ono.
Sensitivity, ne namisli.
Stavi se. $5,000 maybe, right?
No!
Već sam iznerviran. Ajde, stavlji red.
Oh no. Not the gas. Oh, fuck.
Bля.
No, I was just playing yesterday.
No. Nice. So do you like this game? Avanti! Oh.
Yes, it's great. I love BF as well.
It's kind of a slower than Battlefield, you know? Still good.
Yes, more methodical.
Ooh. Get him!
Šta mi radi igra? Ujebem ti porodicu.
Da, tu si imao za tebe.
To je ono da mene jebe igra.
Avanti! GG. Dobro su se branili start. Stigli smo na pola mape.
Jas. Daj ga na bura ovam. umrećemo od burati. O, dobro, nismo. Daj ga ovom, Makić.
GG, unfortunately I have to leave for the day. Hope you have a nice day.
Yeah. Thanks for dropping by.
Da.
Take care.
Samo bora.
Ne može.
You as well.
Šta sam teo?
Peace.
Evo ti pare ovdje, Milane.
Sad ćemo pare kad će poginut 7.
Turning extra stretch. Vibration, to da isključim turning extra.
Nada, to je za joystick, ali ja to sve ne isključim.
Da, jesam. Kaže mi za grafiku anti-aliasing da stavim off ili sama 1x? Šta je bolje?
Za grafiku?
Šta 16 puta, šta pričaš ti? Anti-aliasing, čoveče!
Idiot.
Ima ono SMA 1.2.
Prvi sam.
Nije, to je texture filtering, brate. Milane, pričaš o texture filtering, to mi je jedan. I to mi je jedan.
A to ti nema razlike, znaš, Pedraža?
Nema.
Nema razlike. 1 i 16 isti izjavu. Pitanje je samo kao jačine, znaš.
Da stavim off.
Ako vidiš razliku, javi.
Šta je bolje meni, bre, da bi vidio bolje. Vjerovatno.
Pogledaj kako ti izgleda svet i odluči se.
A rekao zbog streama da li će imati tačkice više.
Ima i ovo. Ok.
Luftaufklärung angefordert, Männer!
Su izlazi pičke materije.
Namerno, zato i nema niko.
Moramo čekati. Ja sam da moram stavio sam sve na ovo. Šta bi ja tu mogao da čačkam još rezolucija na max. Gdje stavljam custom. Već. Da mi vuče na grafičku malo. Video memory, VRAM, user, target 90, grafičku vuče.
Pa ako hoćeš da imaš glitchove sa grafikom, najbolje ti 80%. Vidjet ćeš ljude kako, recimo, dolari do vazduhu bez tekstura. To ti na 80%. Ja ti preporučujem.
A šta je 90?
Sve će biti u redu.
Šta je 70?
Pa ne, je biti sad.
Može da se stavi 100%.
Ne možeš. Onda imaš 0 čin, ali tabuješ pućet igra.
Da, 90.
Pućet igra, čovječ. Kompijuter će se zapucati. Ne možeš 100%. Možeš dati 100% GPU.
Da stavljam.
90, meni je ovaj lightning mi je low. To jede frame-ove, brate, ne možeš.
Rezolucija ti je makić isto.
Da. Jedino...
Anti-aliasing?
Jedino rekao borderless da se stavi da bude. Anti-aliasing. Meni isto.
To je to isto sve.
To je najjače.
Ti dođeš ta vlada, a?
Trojica ispred nas.
Jel? Pa drugi, kako to znam, pa vidi se, obojica Tarzana.
On je buret.
Mršu pičku materinu.
Kad sam se dao čuo sam Milan Milić.
Mrš, ti ćeš meni da lomiš to, mamu ti jebe.
Utiša cepi.
Došao je još ovo mi izlomio spawn.
Ću 70% da bi mi glitchovali što više ljudi.
No mene samo završi meč. Može?
Dobro. Ta trojica pored Milana.
Sad ne dođu s leđa, onda neće. Se njima doći još ekipa pa.
Neće.
Ne moraju ili pušati ili...
Sjebali nam žicu, a nisu. Prejdo sam se. Diži me, ja sam pao na ovu stranu, diži me sam. Diži me, pao sam skroz po ugao.
Waldbeschuss! Alle bereit!
Ikej.
Luftaufklärung angefordert, Männer!
Da, je treći.
Halo, Strugaru. Mogu bi da pomogliš vam.
SHVEK. Welcome to my channel.
Da lovimo mrski Italijani.
Bacio je bombu i otišao od.
Čovjek je u žbunu jedva se...
Pogledaj toku ovdje.
Odlično. Čekaj, jel mi je veći FPS stavim da mi gura grafička 90, ono, ili manje?
A nije u pitanju veći FPS, nego ono što kaže Boris, ne bi trebalo da ti varira toliko FPS.
Čekaj, ti imaš 8 giga videorama, jel?
A da, to je sasvim dovoljno za glupo.
Dovoljno da stavimo slobodno 90.
O, majku
Nego ja to
ti...
da bi lakše vidio ljude.
A ako ćeš da vidiš glitcheve, rekao sam ti na onda 80%. Ma da vidiš bugova, pa je kurac.
Tamo čekaj gdje.
Da ćemo.
A to je pitanje sad.
Ajmo prema portu, vidite. Na portu. Sad je.
Luftaufklärung ist unterwegs! Artilleriebeschuss auf diese Korn! Trag sofort den Feindbeschuss!
Udri po njima. Okej.
Ja sam mislio da mi nije očitalo ovo sve. Otvoreno sve.
Jetzt kassieren wir sie!
A kad bi stavio manju rezoluciju, uopšte nije u 1920x1080, dobio bi na 150.
Ajde, ovi pičurina, brate.
Sabavampur. Welcome to my channel.
This is hell. Vidim ih tamo u žvunju. Fino. Fino.
Pa zar nije bolje ja da stavim na 70 ono da bi ja vidio ljude kroz teksture?
Da.
Tako?
Da.
Čekaj, ja razmišljam. Bagerski.
Kako je ovaj iza nas, nije mi jasno.
Ne poenta FPS, nego visibility da vidim. Nije to poenta.
Ima li koga?
Ja ću skeniram ispred, nikom iza nas. Fura.
Bromit.
Pa će headshot da mi padne. Gdje su ljudi, još dve ekipe.
Ovo znam.
Čovjek me gađa bazukom, je moguće.
Ova igra nebalansirana, brate, u nekim segmentima 80 FPS-a, u nekim 100...
A negdje 120.
Da.
A da, isto tako i kod mene.
Tuga.
Evo taj kraj.
Tako random delo.
Kad su pravili igru da ne... Sad... Jedva opalim ja V-Sync.
Probaj.
V-Sync onda to ti je na 60, ti možda kupi.
A, mogu i ja to da radim, nije problem.
Isključno. A znam, brate, vertikalno se koji znači.
Šta ih je, uj.
Dobra, lobby, šta lobby, imaš, nemaš ništa. Lobby je pre... Kad je ova šuma bila baš iza, brate, novca, bilo haosa, sad je samo slika i jedan žbun. Pre, kad je meni bio ona šuma, ono je bilo... Znate, onaj stari meni, uopšte nema...
Yes.
Nervira me, brate, zato što mi zbog Dark Tide zabu komp nešto i sad, pošto sam upalio Hunt, on sad briše sve settings, kurac. Zato gotivim sve ostale igre. Svaka igra kad je obrišeš i kad je vratiš, on ima taj cloud save team. Znači, sve što ti je bilo ostaje. Hunt nema, jedini Hunt je retardira.
Krajte.
Krajte kao posle.
Sve su spucali stvari i uvrate grafici. Šaj mi da napravim.
Koja ima ona, kako se beše zove, ona dolazi poznata, ona igrica njihova. Kako da, evo to, kraj su, to po tome su mi.
To je pa poznati zbog grafike, napravo.
A da.
Stavim 120.
Halo, motherfucker?
ubiju ga, hoće od...
Došli tu.
Ali Assassin je teška njihova priča. Nema ni vremena ni da mu...
Ako imaju bomblens, da.
Evo, ne će još da priča. Mogu lik na krov. Vidi vas.
Pogodio sam. Milan je već uletao u minutu.
O, i treći. Svi gole. Si vidio šotkom i su kako su naravili? Imam ni ja snajper.
Bio je.
Gas! Znači bombe.
Jebem, udarim ga, kako mi pogodi jebem.
Crveno. Ćemo nekako primiti. Kuba.
Šta bi? Evo gdje čovjek po levom flanku.
Bravo.
Šta se radi?
Barakuda! Jeste mi to? Ne, više.
Ponovo sam se u srednji.
Ušao, jel?
Ispod jest. Pa kroz zid, verovatno. Čime pucao sam šotkom na to?
Jest.
Bomba. Mi trag. Automat, nema. To nije bre čovjek ti puti sa automatom. Mora tebe lik sa automatom, šta je s tobom? Što im daješ bounty? Hoda, pazi, gore su imali, vrati se Makiću, gore su imali da čujemo gornji sprat. Jebote, sve pogašeno. Šta si napravio? A nemoj da zatvaraš, bre. Čuvamo gore. Ko retar si otišao, bre. Ovo su sad sjebati. Svi smo svak.
Luftaufklärung angefordert, Männer! Fallbeschuss! Alle bereit!
Šta je uradio čovjek?
Artilleriebeschuss auf diese Koordinaten!
Među dva tima dole u vrtu. Bolje isto.
Na bol.
Kako su nas izbombardovali?
Bombe.
Nemoj spomenaš. Baš tako.
Jebo.
Dobro.
Aj jebem ti mamu pičku ja!
Što se radi?
Da se tragam što ima.
Alo, neka. Znači, jel ti Čale objasnio šta i kako? Ili si skonta šta je? Pa oli tako. Probaj, vrati, pošto ono, njemu je to upalilo sad, jebi ga, znaš. I vidi kako je šta je, znaš. Hvala, Duka. Jebi ga, bek, ko šta može, razumiješ, ja sam ono znao, samo šta je bilo, šta tam tati i vidi, jebi ga. Ništa. Ćao, keš.
Šta ima, kumara?
Ništa.
Brate, ovaj gađa polud.
Pozdravaški, čao svima. Čao. Pozdravljam vas, čao, idem sad tamo nešto pričam, ne?
Ovo je teški narkoman ovaj, bro.
Nije, nego, svi su tu, bre.
Što si tu kao nekada?
A ovaj si išao dole Da ih pozdravi sve, brat moj.
A, dole 9 ljudi. Dole 9 ljudi.
To 6. I to je malo, a? Ej, ne trebaš. Treba si samo da si ostao gore. Jedan drveč.
Ne ume to, ne ume.
Odlično to si.
Izlazilo šta novo od iga, ne? Već si palio.
O,
imali šta u nejaj.
I Sonzo ti nije loš ovo što je igra.
A?
I Sonzo.
Čega?
I Sonzo. To ti italijanski front.
Šta je to, free ili šta?
Neće vidjeti free, ali nije bilo skupo, bilo je sad na akciji.
A to je neki classic game, koliko vidim.
Čak kao bojišta u Prvom svjetskom ratu, mi bude tako.
A vuče na Battlefield, ono, baš.
Da, Battlefield 1. Jako su fine animacije i ono... Puške su jake dosta. Jedan pogodak puškom padaš ko zec. Ajde, dim.
Baš super, dim, baš si dobro.
Dim, dim.
Dim, dim.
3, 2, 1. Edo pičku materinu. Jedan metak iz revolvera u 10 metara Kesiću balite, padneš po zec. Samo jedan metak. E sad, na 100 metara ne, ali na 10 metara tu u blizini automatski smrti.
A bježi kad razmislim i bolje što ne čokoladice, ovako se jeba majku sam se. Samo bi jeo to non stop, ja to da mi tu stoji, pa ja bi to pojeo za dan, brat.
Mrš.
Kessie, welcome to my channel.
Svaki minut imaš da zomneš. Očajno.
A ej, to je istina.
Hoću ja sad uskoro.
Čuo sam se... Danas sam se čuo se. Danas. Ja ništa radi tamo, kaže, mlati streamerom, kaže, potroši 20 litara goriva streamerom.
Streamuje?
Možeš misli koliko je onda mlati streamerom. Ma da, no je to i bila džungla, pa dok je sad malo sredio, sad će biti lakše.
Voda napis.
Ali idemo na manje onda.
Tu je srednje.
Ko to zna? Ovo je bronit.
Aj, dobro. A mi se sviđa.
Se menjalo išta u Hunt, nije ništa.
Imaš trailer, izlazi novi boss.
Sad to planiraju.
Ne treba, ja sam završio. Nema više stvarno. Taman sam završio 100. prestiž i otišao u brate Pamatića.
Penziju.
A otiš kurac svi evo. Ko je od nas ostao normalan uopće?
Što je najjače i na to mi je rekao kao ja tu ne vidim nikakav problem. Neko voli to što radi. Igra, to je hobi. Ali ako staviš igrice na prvo mjesto, to je onda problem.
Ali iz nekog
Pam 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 pam. Iz Metal Geara, znaš?
Čekaj, evo, meli sine.
Pam 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 pam
Sine,
pam.
sine, Milane. Ovi...
Smiri, drži ga, sine mi dam.
Kad smo mi malo podobili.
Ajde imaju ulaz.
Gdje? Šta? Čekaj da završimo bitku, čovječ. Imamo još 19 tiketa. Gledat ćemo da izgubimo, ali... Bože moj. Avanti, avanti! Bloody hell. Ajde to last.
Ima Kesiću. U Dark Tide-u dve nove, brate,
Jel? To je već... live ili šta?
I nova štotka, novo oružje, nešto.
To je live sve šta?
A? Jeste live.
Ajde to.
Ovaj ne misli dolazit gore, jebemo majku.
A fokusiranje na mene ovdje, da.
Sad ćemo na mene.
Fokusira mene i opet gađa mene, brate.
Pa gdje si ti Nenade, nemate već 10-15 dana.
Ne, po tebe nema. Pametno si to radio po cupi. Baš tebe ge.
Gdje je pametno, bre? Izgubio si život napolje.
Izgubio si život.
Da, pošto je ovo život.
Vaginator, on.
Ajde dođi napadni još. Opa, jel ja to vidim? To što vidim? To blueprint? Jest.
Za?
Daje mi za automat, Ne, ovo je lebel, ja imam lebel. Imaš mosinku?
Lebel automat. Šta je to?
Da mi je da ubijem nekoga pa da uzem.
Pa ti ubi nekog.
Znači, Pizza Ramosa. Ja sam znao da nosim mosinku, moram bre da počnem s mosinkom. Ali dobro, nemam ja dovoljno para za automate još da se kurčem.
Ima li ko?
Blueprint, imaš.
Što ti kamera džepe tako renderuje nešto, kao da muti, šta je to?
Znaš šta je to? Zato što je mračno u sobi, čekaj sekund. Sad ću ja to da ti rašim. Sad ovo, same vidiš, da same ne vidiš, same vidiš. Kaži mi sad.
Čekaj dok mi bude live. Da, sad kad si upalio, sad je...
Zato što napolje je skoro, pa nije mrak, ali u ono sobi ne može da se vidi da sam upalio lampu.
This 5 smoke, screen Collins. Dobro.
Kako si navika ti, smeta li ti svetlost dok igraš onako dok...
Meni pomaže svetlost, znaš što? Zato što kad mi mračno u brate sobi katastrofa, meni fokus onda bude samo na brate monitoru i onda loše to za ono, naš kapilare i za... Da, to je za oči do jaja, ono, urnisanje, demonizovanje na maksu.
Jeste, ugasiš sve u sobi, Milane, i oslepiš. Tako.
Ne, ja sam počeo bre da palim
svetlo. Ali dobro, bitno je da je svetlo iza glave, ako ti je svetlo ispred glave, onda ti smeta svetlosti udara, da.
Ovo je, brate, lampa koja ne ide u mene svetlo, nego ide gore, znači... Znaš ona, brate, lampa što ide bukvalno svetlo gore, što je krug, kao.
Da.
To sam stavio kao... Tako mi ona ne smeta sve. Nemam stavio da bi nemam. Pa sam napravio dimčinu. Ne znam da li da pojačam Kesiću još field of view ili ne. Na 100.
Daj meni na 100 stoji tako.
Ali na full rezoluciju tako.
Po meni to je najbolje, tu 100 je okej.
Ja sad ovo vidim periš ogradu, a sad kad bi ja uradio ovo 70% za video memory RAM, a i dalje vidim isto. Na point.
Wow.
Zbog drveća, Imamo izlaz, imamo. Je čisto? Ajmo napolje. Imamo bounty, džabi. Milan stavio žicu.
Iz tije bit ne može.
Lomi.
Šta je ovo? Majku ti je.
Čisto onako.
Da ima kod tebe Makiću, radiš.
Radim, brate. Radim, brate, od 1. maja su nam bacili ovaj novi program, znači sve je izmenjeno, znači sistem rada drugačiji, nove procedure, znači pakao.
Treba kao učenik u školu da se adaptiraš.
A nije zbog toga, nego mnogo je komplikovanije nego što je bilo pre. Ono što nije trebalo da se zakomplikuje, se zakomplikovali tako.
Kako njima deluje najlepše.
Da.
Zašto mi koliko stream, dropet frame 1000, šta je ovo, alo?
A da, sad to nije uopšte skupo. To je smehoteka koliko je to sad povoljno. Ha, realno i koji ti to kurac, jedino ako nešto ovako negde posluješ, jel? Šta će ti drugo? Ha, to ti kažem, šta će ti?
Sistem, brate, 40 GB. Dovoljno ti 8. 8 ti je dovoljno da napraviš onaj virtualni disk. Pa zato što ako napraviš od njega virtualni disk, on ti više ni za šta ne može služiti, samo za Windows.
Da li da uzem spice ramo, uzet ću.
Pa može skladište nekih podataka.
Da li da uzem eksploziv vamo ili običan da furam?
Ne znam.
Ne znaš sve.
Nein. Dobra igra. Ovo je bilo dobro da si igra u društvu, čini mi se.
Ovo je Hunt?
Ne, i Sonzo, verujem.
Stave skladove u Hunt.
I šta ćeš onda?
Pa se dižete 50.000 puta.
I šta ćeš onda?
Čekaj, izvinjavam se, nisam uzeo staminu.
Ništa, sljedeći put nemoj da
Ajmo.
se ponovi.
Ajmo.
Ajmo jako.
Or NACL or whatever the fuck? Yeah, he is. Okay, the minor league. I mean, this is a very, very good point. Why are they being paid to do nothing?
The LCS team, sure they may do this, do that, but whatever. Okay? And it's been like this way for years, by the way. Years. You see these guys in solo queue, then you stop seeing them. As soon as so-and-so gets signed to Academy, boom, you stop seeing them ever. The biggest one was like Johnson was
Psycho Ghost igra
a solo queue grinder,
te server.
got him Academy,
Jeli? Pa dobro, njemu je to posao mora.
Dobro, mislim da ni on ne voli, znaš, zato što kaže to što sad se igra na te serveru se ne igra normalno, znaš. Ljudi kupuju Nitro Express, onaj Dolg, sve i svašta, zato što nema posljedice, znaš. Kupuješ šta hoćeš.
Ja uzmem Nitro Express i Double Dog.
Now I can calm down, now I can stop grinding.
Može, ljudi ne igraju normalno, znaš. To nije normalna ekonomija, to je problem.
Ome posjeća na mene.
Nije validan gameplay.
Nobody is brought up from Academy. I'm sorry, bro. It's so fucking rare. They're just imported or the same.
Evo, pogledat ću ti ja stream, ajde. Mutan nije. Okej. Okej.
Da li stavljam anti-aliasing?
Pa nema to veze s anti-aliasing.
Ljudi! Headshot.
Desno, jele?
Jaaaa.
O, brate, kako se odbalio. Jedna je mrtva kod ograde, 5 GB.
Jedan je iza ovog. Na sred. Aha, vidim ga. Ovdje negdje. Ste prišli jebote. Milan rešeta ovog. Levering 50.000 puta čujem.
Jel mu rekao?
Obojicu. Bravo, doktore.
Ovoga su htjeli da dignu, ubio sam ja ovoga. Ovdje je jedan, brate, evo ga leži, ođe, brate.
Sad će doći drugi.
Evo ti automat ovdje, Drakula.
Šta ima još od... Daj da vidimo, ili ima pištolj neki, ili ispust?
A ima automat, jebo.
Jesi primetio da su počeli da furaju taj automat od onoga testa, od onoga developer streama? Zato što neće vrediti 5 para poslije peča.
Thank you. A vidi ovo, aligator, a kad ćemo da ga lovimo?
Aj, uzmi ti, Milane, ovaj automat da vidimo. Pokaži nam kako se to radi.
Da kažeš, Milan igra s automatom.
Pa igra je. Igra je. Umre bez metka.
Umro je bez metka.
Umro je sa sabljom u ruci dok se krpi jer ga je zombi udario. Čovjek je ubio sa 2 metka iz onoga naganta, onoga od $30, znaš. Double tap ovoga, on nije znao gdje ide. Bez metka.
Zapalio bi te, bra. Da ti voliš da gasiraš. Mama, ne brini za sina. Samo malo fleksa i gasira. Si me stotiranki, jes.
Pa šta bi teo sad još? Spomenicu.
To ću da buđim ako mogu huntere, ali teško.
Smjelano da buđeš. I jel to vic?
Ali gle, hoću da buđim svaki hunter da mi bude Revenant, znači 50. level, max svaki Revenant. To bi bila fara. I to će vrati biti tako, ali... Zajebano, moram da spojim, znaš koliko mečeva da budem... Što mi glavu ošteće, hoćeš da umreš danas?
Gdje sad mi čika Nenad?
Ja ne vidim ništa, obiše me ljudi.
Vamo sam ja kod Drakula.
Ne znam, ja sam te
zvao.
Ja sam te zvao. Tu li si? Pazio ga ovaj debil što bije s kamerom. Level up, jel?
Viš kako sam teleportio na mene?
Da. Vidim.
Ja ubijem, ja ne mogu da ga ubijem.
Pa šta ću ja imat tvrd defense? Za mene tvrd. Možda ima elemental resist. Meni je većina damage-a elementalna. S toga tiče probijam kroz to, ali procentualno manje. Mrtvo. Two-handed axe. Ali imaš ovo? Kod nekromansera.
Imam.
Baš? Ne moraš. Šta je ovo? Sad ću oduzmeš nagradu, šta?
Jesi rekao da igraš Phase? Umijan.
Šta igram?
Jesi rekao da fokusiraš ovaj Phase damage ili...
Koji damage?
Koji elemente fokusiraš najviše?
Sva tri. Sva tri. Sva oružja koje imaš kao Mage ima bonuse na sva tri elementa, i na cold, i na fire, i na light.
Ako uspio da prebaciš...
Na šta da prebacim?
Pogledaj.
A ovo ti je double hand. A imao sam takvih.
A pogledaj koliko ima...
Vidim. Da, vidim, ima freeze rate. Ostavit ću ga. Ovo smo radili. Komplet. Ćemo dalje. Oj, ne rade.
Kaži.
Ćemo dalje.
Spreman si.
Lamnatl. Welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome. Pazi, te ubio.
Prilično.
Šta ti to, štit?
Da.
Onaj što ima 3 slota, jel?
Nemam pojma šta ima. Ima 3 ova legendary potential, da.
Da, znači može 3, od 4 osobine sa štita može da preuzme 3. Znaš kako je to jako? Ali sa štita, ne može da skine osobine sa mača ili sa prstena. Mora biti isti tip. Možeš sam da iskraftaš ljubičasti štit i da ga upgradeuješ maksimalno koliko možeš i od te 4 osobine 3 ćeš garantovano dobiti. To je dosta dobro. I možda staviš na levi klik, imaš par ability-a da bukvalno na levi klik ispaljuješ. Ne moraš na jedinicu, dvojku, trojku. Možeš na levi klik.
A da, ne ide mi ono na levi klik mi je ovo da hodam i to.
Ne, na desni sam mislio. Možda dosta ability da binduješ na desni klik. Evo, vidio. Čuvaj.
Nenade, treba mi jedan savjet ovamo za prskanje njiva, brate.
Kaži.
Lik si pao 2 litra na 10 ara.
Kako?
Lik si pao na...
Ko si po...
Dođi ovamo.
Ja moram kanal, evo sad.
Da.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
S.W.Frost. Interesting. Oh. 200 corruption, that's a lot. Why am I even hitting these guys? There we go again.
Old players recycled. It's so hard to get brand new.
The Blood Bond economy is about to change a whole lot. Crytek released a video and outlined some changes in the 1.13 patch notes about tweaks coming to Blood Bonds, and although I'm grateful that you clicked this video, I also recommend you check those sources too, just in case I miss some context or say something wrong. You can go to that video or the patch notes as the source of this information. But let's get into those changes from the video and the notes, and not to get you too excited, but I even made a spreadsheet. So Crytek wants to stress that Blood Bonds are a vital revenue source for the development and operation of Hunt Showdown. It is the only premium currency, so Crytek relies on game sales, DLC sales, and Blood Bonds, but this rework is targeted at fixing some issues with Blood Bond distribution and use. The first section is about the Blood Bond packs, which you can buy in the store tab. Crytek is ending the current discount on the 3 largest packs, but those packs will still have the bonus Blood Bonds. They are also adjusting the pricing across regions and currencies for the base game of Hunt Showdown and Blood Bond packs based on Steam's recommendations. I'm not sure if that means cheaper or more expensive, but that also might vary by your region, so maybe check that out in your own currency. So back to the packs then. Currently these are the listed prices, and on those last 3 packs, Crytek is removing that discount but keeping the bonus Blood Bonds. So it's probably just easiest to look at this in a spreadsheet. Quick, Blood Bond packs, current price,
oh my
current
lord.
Blood Bond per dollar, the new price, and then the new Blood Bond per dollar. And as you can see, once they take away those discounts, you don't get quite as many Blood Bonds per dollar, but it's still a better value to buy them in bulk and to buy them with 300 Blood Bonds at a time. So the bigger packs are still a better value per dollar, but not as much as they were before. Again, feel free to do that math in your own currencies. The next section is the Blood Bond spend, and you may remember in previous streams, and I think in the developer roadmap as well, that Crytek wanted to rework the way Blood Bonds are spent and earned in-game, and as part of that, that means removing the Blood Bond requirement for removing traits, respecking health bars, and cleaning weapons. Well, apparently the work on those systems is done, and Crytek is removing the Blood Bonds there. You can respec your hunter's health bars at any time in the menu before or after a match for free. It still costs a point to restore a spent health chunk if you get down during a match, but you can respec your health bars as you see fit or for whatever might benefit your loadout. Another change, now when you remove a trait, you can do it for free, but you get back 1 less trait point than the value of the trait that you remove. So if you remove a trait that's worth 5 points like Physician, you get 4 trait points back. If you remove a trait worth 1 point like Adrenaline, you get no trait points back, but you get that spot for better traits, which is especially nice if you have a hunter that you've leveled up a bunch. It's a pretty simple system, and then you used to be able to clean dirty weapons with Blood Bonds, but now your weapons will be automatically cleaned in the lobby for no charge. Scopes on contraband weapons are still cracked, but the mud you gain when you are down in a fight is automatically cleaned as well when you return to the lobby. The next section is on earning Blood Bonds in-game, and it's probably the most controversial. Crytek is removing the post-match accolade rewards of 1 to 3 Blood Bonds, as well as the 25 Blood Bond reward for consecutive bounty extractions for 5 days in a row. But the first bounty extraction for each hunter for experience and hunt dollars is staying, just not the Blood Bond reward. However, you can still earn Blood Bonds by playing because Crytek is doubling the challenge's completion reward from 25 Blood Bonds to
Problem je to što ne mogu da opišem zašto imaju veliku health. Ma kakav DPS. Pogledaj ti koliko health. Pa ajde. Pa izvoli pa ih ubi s DPS-om.
Ne, mislim ću napraviti DPS.
Pa napravi. To se mene tiče napravi.
And instead offer a free AoE reroll. That's the system that always bothered me the most. And
ko što rekao, ja njih mogu da ubijem, samo što dugo traje.
You could reroll your hunters with blood bonds, but that too.
A malo ih mnogo ima,
So
znaš.
now you can reshuffle for hunters using hunt dollars. The first one is still free, and then consecutive rerolls increase the price.
Znaš kako, dok dođem do 50 ili 60 mi ovo to... Dok ne mogu da ih pipujem većinu opet.
100, 200, 300,
Većina ljubiša s toprame ili unique.
and then the ceiling at 500 until you enter a match and the system is reset like it currently does. And then one last random system, the Dark Tribute will still reward blood bonds as part of its reward pool. On to the last section, which is the Battle Pass, and it's actually seeing a price decrease.
Znaš da ima lakše dobijem grupu nego jednog. To što većina skilla koji imam su ove, znaš.
Which is less than the historic 1500
Znači kako je damage njima damage po 6 po...
Okay, that covers all the changes, and I think the whole conversation has brought up a lot of trauma.
Vidiš ti moj DPS
So
uopšte.
let's just unpack that. I want to explain how I view this in my personal opinion, and you can decide for yourself how you feel. And I think that's totally fair. So let me go ahead and discredit myself. I'm a Crytek partner. I make content about Hunt Showdown, which means I rely partially on its existence, and I also just really enjoy playing the game. I really like playing Hunt Showdown. The downside to these changes is that we won't be earning as many free blood bonds from playing the game, which since it's been this way for so long, I understand will make a lot of people upset. I've seen quite a few people say that without the blood bond rewards for accolades, there's no incentive to play the game. And if that's true for you, that's okay.
Ja bih očekivao da ima možda jedan.
But I think these changes better position blood bonds as an optional premium currency that players can use to purchase optional premium content.
Ne vidi, naučemo se u gomilu.
So do I, naturally. But Crytek isn't a non-profit. It's a company with employees on payroll. They have bills, they have development costs, they have taxes. I'm not saying poor little Crytek, but I am saying we want Hunt to exist, which means we want Crytek to exist, which means we want Crytek to be profitable, to continue justifying the development of Hunt Showdown. And Crytek can profit from Hunt in 3 ways: game sales, DLC sales, and blood bond sales. And as much as we hold up game sales as this sacred threshold, that means Crytek has to keep selling the game. But to keep attention coming to the game, they need to develop it, make new content, improve their servers, get better hit registration, fix the bugs, make a new map, create more onboarding features. The list goes on and on. But because game sales aren't that reliable if you're not churning out new content every week, Crytek will naturally have to rely on DLC sales, and now more so on blood bond sales. But it's become a meme that Crytek just keeps releasing DLC. And so taken together, the anti-blood bond changes crowd are saying, improve your game, make new content, but stop selling me DLC, and don't take away my free premium currency that I use to purchase your optional premium skins. So look, I agree 100% that consumers should be conscious of their spending habits and decide how they spend their paychecks. And there have been some DLC decisions in the past that Crytek has taken that I disagree with and wouldn't personally spend my money on. But as a fan of the game, I see a lot of new things on the horizon, like the new wild target, meaningful updates with new features like shooting range, which doubles as a PvP arena, and a new map, Distant. There were some periods in time where I openly wondered what Crytek was doing, like after But in my view, removing blood bonds from the gameplay stuff, like respecking and removing traits, was an act of good faith that Crytek doesn't want to make a pay-to-win game. They don't want a slot machine in the black market. What they do want, I think, as a consumer and a fan, is clearer boundaries for players. You can buy the game if you want to, you can buy the DLC if you like it, and you can buy blood bonds if you agree on their value. We can look at the Battle Pass and see that the gameplay related content is on the free track, and the optional legendary charm is on the premium track, which to me is a fair cadence. If you enjoy the systems of the game, meaning you enjoy the gameplay, you will continue to have access to those. If you want new skins for your hunters, you can choose to purchase those, but with these changes, blood bonds are more clearly an optional revenue stream. You can support further development of the game by buying stuff, or you can decide Crytek is too greedy and doesn't deserve more of your money and don't buy stuff.
Onaj kako se zove Beastmaster, on ima shapeshifter kao da se pretvori u drugu formu. Mislim da je to zanimljivo.
And that's the hard part to reckon with these changes. So,
Ovo
hopefully
će
that was
biti
thorough
interesantno
enough.
za
I always
kući.
get knocked when my answer was too short, but this one was kind of long. The TLDL is, it seems Crytek is on a new chapter of development for Hunt Showdown. They have cleaned up one of their weaker revenue streams to fund that development, and now players can choose if they want to help fund that development or not. And that concludes my thoughts on it. Let me know yours down below, whether you agree or disagree with these Bloodborne changes.
Preću bit, nije tu pitanje DPS, jebote, preću bit zmaja nego ova govna. Udaram bossa i udaram, usput udaram kao sa splashom ove mobove, preću bit bossa nego mobove. Objasni ti to meni. Previše su tvrdi čovječe, vidiš koliki defense ima. Evo boss je mrtav, ovi su još živi. A bio je boss i 4-5 takvi. Izlazi rat. Izlazi, skupit ću taj progression na drugom mjestu. Gluposti. Mečku da poradim.
Alright, here we go. It's time to review Diablo 4. So I want to get a couple of key things out of the way before we jump into things. Number one, what I played was a full review build, which means it included the entire game, everything content-wise that you can expect to see at release, minus any likely day one patches, and minus the cash shop, which I will get to, don't worry. Number two, I leveled up as a sorcerer, playing through the entire campaign.
Very
I
smart.
progressed into endgame and spent about half of my total playtime checking out those systems, which include the Nightmare Dungeons, Hell Tides, Whispers, Fields of Hatred, World Bosses, and the Capstone Dungeons. And number three, we only had 9 days to play, after which they shut down the servers and deleted everything.
So you're telling me that dude hit level 100 in less than 9 days? Holy shit.
So for that reason, no, I didn't max out my character because that will take hundreds of hours. But I did go through all of the paces. I was grinding for gear, bouncing between every activity, and progressing the Paragon board while continuously taking on harder challenges. So I saw what the end game consists of and got a good feel for the gameplay loop, or basically what it is we'll be doing on a regular basis. So between this review build, the various beta tests, and previews from last year, I've played over 100 hours of Diablo 4 at this point. And 100 hours is a good chunk of time, but also for any ARPG, loot game, or MMO, it's closer to 0 hours than the total number of hours people tend to spend with these kind of games. The point of which is to say, just like any other live service game, just like with an MMO.
Yeah, every review is a screenshot, right? Like, reviews never really apply to anything that happens after the day the review comes out, because the game changes every day, and also even whenever the game doesn't change, that is a change in itself.
I can't really with full confidence tell you exactly how Diablo 4 is going to feel 3, 6, or 12 months down the road, because we're not there yet, and a lot of that is going to hinge on the quality of their regular quarterly updates. Or
what did I say that was confusing? You said no update is an update? Sure, so let me give you an example of what I mean by that. Like, a good example of this is Shadowlands in Season 1. Shadowlands in Season 1 received no updates, whereas Shadowlands Season 1 was good, but over time the quality of the game deteriorated because there was a lack of updates. Does that make sense? So that's what I meant to say, and that's an example of what I'm talking about.
seasons. But I do have an idea of how much time I am likely to spend with the base game, judging off of the amount of content that's here at release, the level of difficulty, and the progression systems currently in place. And how much time is that? Well, let's talk a bit about the game first. So I'm not going to bore you with all the basics. This is an ARPG. It's a Diablo game. You likely know what to expect and how it starts. We pick from one of 5 classes, the Necro, Barb, Sorc, Druid, and Rogue. And there's a bit of character customization. Then you select your mode.
I still think they could make the character customizer better.
Normal or hardcore, and finally you pick the difficulty, which in most cases my advice will be to start with World Tier 1, unless you begin 2-shotting packs of elites, or if you just want to bump up the difficulty.
Yeah, I'm doing World Tier 2 whenever it comes out.
Lastly, you name your character and off you go. Now, I'm assuming most of you watching this probably played at least some of the open beta, in which case you have a pretty clear grasp on how the campaign is structured and how things work in the open world. But if not though, I'll give you a little rundown. So you got the main story quest. This is going to take you on a guided path through the entire game. We start out in the snowy region known as Fractured Peaks, and then after a short prologue, you will arrive at the main town of Kyovashad. Here you're going to find the game's major vendors, quest givers, various crafting and upgrade systems. Once you arrive to Kyovashad, the main story quest actually branches out, giving you 3 different choices. And this is what Blizzard was referring to when they said that Diablo 4 had a non-linear campaign. Although do keep in mind, you have to eventually do all of the main story quest in every zone. So even if
it's kind of like how BFA questing was, it sounds, where like you could do Drusvar first or last, but you still had to do Drusvar.
Choose to skip past Fractured Peaks to start, you will eventually have to come back anyway. Fact is, in most cases, it's probably just best to stay in Fractured Peaks, then run by foot all the way to the other zones. That's really the only reason I would see to leave Fractured Peaks after the prologue, if A, you have class mechanic quests that are over there, and you want to go get those because yes, they provide a pretty big boost to power, or B, if there's some like dungeon legendary aspects that you really want for your build early on and you can't wait. Otherwise, yes, it's probably best to just stick to Fractured Peaks, play through those campaign missions, and then move on once you finish them. So as you're doing the main story quest, which will have you following through the narrative of the game from one beat to the next, you're also just moving through the open world. And this, hands down, is one of my favorite aspects of Diablo 4. It's got a massive...
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the open world also. I think open world is fucking great. I love the idea of it, and I'm glad they're doing it.
Open world map with 0 loading screens as you move between zones. And you'll explore
huge.
various biomes, checking out different points of interest with a bunch of different things to do. There are 5 distinct regions in the game, each of which have their own theming based off of some real world locations with unique monsters and activities. And this is actually something that I don't want to spoil to you. Like, I'm not going to give you a lot of the specifics of the interesting stuff I see in the open world, mainly because the exploration and discovery of everything while playing here is a big chunk of what I enjoyed. The game world, first of all, is huge, and I mean, it's absolutely massive. I didn't even clear every...
Mogu da probam da ti upgradem taj štit ako hoćeš.
Ma jo. I tek hoće da bude zamenjen.
Ali 3 osobine na njega idu.
Ne znači mi ništa na ovome.
Toga mi znači dosta na svakom.
Ma, mislim, bit ću DPS i to.
Dobro, onda... Mene je zanimalo šta može se stavi na taj štit, kažem, budući da ima 3 slota.
Hoćeš, možemo probati.
Ali, ako završimo dungeon, ajde. Imam ključ, ako hoćeš možemo probati taj dungeon da odradimo.
Imam ja test.
Imam ja, ali konkretno hoću samo jednom da probam, da vidim da li vredi. Neću da se natežem previše, ako može, ako ne.
Znaš kako možemo? Možeš uđi sam?
Ne, možeš i ti sa mnom, koliko sam ja vidio.
Da, ali...
Da se ne mrdaš sa spawnom, bukvalno.
Da se ne mrdaš sa spawna.
A ja da idem...
Da, kad dođeš do vrata, teleportujem se. Etc.
Jer koliko sam ja vidio, čak i kad si ti onda poginuo, opet nije bio game over.
Ali, ako bi poginuo van boss arene, bio bi.
Kako ako bi poginuo van boss arene?
Van one arene, to je game
over. A da, jeste, jer nisi ni stigao do bossa. Da, to sam vidio. Opet level up. You know? Moguće da ste ubili na kraju. Ova buba što ispalja lightning, jel?
Neko kura sam ubio.
Jesi, buba.
Ne, iz nekog razloga su te igrali na mene.
On nije samo na tebe, on ispalje lightning u snopu, vidio ovaj spam. Odvratno. Viš koliko ovo govno ima DPS-a, opet ne... Razumeš, nema toliko healtha, a oni kameni govnari, ono... Kažem ti, bio je boss prošli put zmaj i bilo je 5 njih. Bossa sam ubio i ostale 2 ona živa još kamena, 3 sam ubio s pločom. I ti vidi koliko on ima health. Znači to je normalno. Kažeš da nemam DPS. Nemam DPS, ali... Nemam, možda imaju resistance neki, jeben, nemam pojma. Evo je sirena, sad će da pobegne. A neće, nije stiglo. Ovo smo maksovali. Ja mogu da prodam. Šta mi toga ne treba? Gdje mi je? Evo ga. Krenuo sam teleport samo da vidimo.
Ali mora imam neki štit da stavim na njega, imaš neki dobar štit?
Imam ja štita. Imam 9 steševa ljubičastih itema. Da, ako se nađe jedan, ima jedan pun štitova. Stavit ćemo neki generalno koji je dobar za defense, tipa imaš ono block chance, block effectiveness ili dodge ili resistance. Štit treba da radi to što štit treba da radi, znam. Evo sad ću ti pokazati. Samo da učita ovo. Evo imaš ovaj. Gledaj ovaj. Ovo ti je štit. Ovaj. 100% increase physical damage. I to je ljubičasto. To ti je znači maksimalan stat na ovom štitu. Ne samo. To je jedan štit, a imam ih. Armor možda se stavi. Damage taken on block. Imam ovaj štit. Increase armor procentualno. Block chance. 20 na sav resist. I ovo isto dobro. Imaš health gain on block. Svaki put kad izblokiraš dobiješ health nazad. A to ti se povećava, taj health ako imaš boostovan onaj health effectiveness. Healing effectiveness, to je ovo. Ujevot. Ovo je dobar. Hajde probamo da završimo. Ajde, teleportuj se.
Teleportuo sam se.
Možeš da uzmeš svoj point. Ti da to. Ovo ovdje.
Mogu.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Ima sve te waypointe već.
Imaš?
Samo karakter, da, pa samo karakter.
Kako god.
Kaži kje mogu da se ono...
Aha, hoćeš se teleportiš na mene, ali to?
Da.
Dobro, dobro. Inače, ovi su ti manje level od onih što smo tukli, ovi su ti level 50, znaš? Ako si zaboravio. Imaš veći level da pokreneš ovoga dungeona, ali bez potrebe, taj štit. Jedino ako je taj item veći level, onda moraš da igraš veći dungeon, ne moraš apsolutno. Da ne bi rizikao, da. Ti imaš jedan život ovdje. Wow. Imam ja čitav taj set, to ti je mage set. Mislim da idu 2 prstena i ogrlice. Mislim da daje na cold, lightning i fire damage. Sva 3 itema. Dosta je dobar, ali mislim da tamo tu imam bolje prstenje od toga. Baš. Ma važi ću za to onda trčim. Ko ti jebe, mate. Ti pokrenut teleport?
Kaži mi, znači mogu se teleportirati?
Može. Ne znam u kojoj si eri, ali možeš.
U šta?
Pa ne znam da ćete teleportovati na vrata ili na podrum. Ja sam si išao podrum. To se ne zapuca. Gdje si dole?
Ne vidim te. Negdje jesam.
Pa, jesi si išao dole? Onda mene pročita. Da. Daleko od mene postoji, nek život nam sudi što smo ljubav ubili. Tu si. Sišao sam dole. Mislim da ovdje moraš sići, nisam siguran. Niz stepenice. Ono što mi se sviđa na ovim dungeonima je to što je povećano chance da ti, da, za ove bolje iteme. Igraš ove monolite, znači kurcu ne valje nekad itemi. Nekad ti baci 2-3 ljubičasta. I to je to. Ali... A više ovo ti je dungeon, još je ovo mali dungeon. Za level 50. Za mene mali. Save me, goddess. Šalim da nađem kraj mape, ali ne ide.
Даже ga mogu se da potem.
Hoću čim nađem. Čim nađem hoću.
Aha.
Idem trenutno po ćoškovima, kažem. Ali ovaj je dosta neobičan layout. Još nisam gledao. Kao da je naopačke mapa. Mislim to, teo sam. To. Nisi dobio level za sve ovo. Sad motaj na drugu stranu. Znaš?
Može li ja?
Ne. Evo našao sam sad, samo se čekaj da pokrenem. Teleport sad. No, looks solid. Ne znam, moraš i da uopšte prolaziš. Moraš i...
Šta ćuš?
Oj, Nenad.
Holy fuck, like keep in mind...
Da si sumnjao men. Kad su sredili one vlak spajkove na gumna.
Ili ti pokrenješ štit?
Daj. Šta ćeš da skinem odavde?
Ma šta skineš? Evo ti kažem baš... I ne znam.
Jebite, ovaj physical damage, ovo je bullshit. Evo je dobro. Health gain on block. To... Ovo forging potential. Ajde vidimo. Evo ti upgrade, ja mislim da možeš. A ja ću nešto drugo. Možemo biti se upgradeamo, sjećaš se.
Ovo se prebacimo ono.
Siguran sam da će biti bolji item nego što je trenutno.
Nisu najbolje ove, ali šta može?
Bojim se ništa. It is what it is. Two-handed mace, samo da vidim šta ja mogu da upgradim. Sve. Ja sam forđao to.
Lepo.
Pa nema levela, to je level 1 item, znaš?
Jebi. To mi malo ide na kur.
Ovo ti je level 1 item. Ima plus 74 melee cold damage. Ti skillovi koji traže da stojiš u mjestu, bolje bi bilo ti daju neki defense, a ne DPS. Ali, to je moje mišljenje. To nije loša, ovo je široko dosta. Ajmo. Ovo smo završili. Gdje je onaj end of time? Pa znaš što nemam, ovo je bilo čisto, sam upgradeovo da, znaš, napravim nešto, ali iskreno nemam ni jedan taj unique item da ono kaže, evo je okej, znaš, uzeo bi ga da ga probam upgradeovati, ali stvarno nemam. Možeš samo da fleksuješ. Recimo, da fleksujem u global chat. Ovako recimo. Teleportao sam se gore. Znači, pa nema ovoga još puno da se igra. Kakav ti taj štit ispao? Ne, imaš da ga linkuješ, to znaš u party chatu. Tamo stvarati sam party chat i linkuješ, vidit ću sam. %, blok, znači da je 4% blok, 20% all resist, pa imaš 20% na sve resist, ili? Na sve elemente.
Na sve.
Ne znam šta ti kažem. Šta misliš o ome? A ti nisi sa mnom, ne mogu ti dati ovo, moguće. Mislim da možeš se teleportiš na mene. Mislim. Zapravo, znaš kako je čovjek napisao, čitao sam u chatu, kad ti uđeš, monsteri imaju health na 170%, kad sam ja sam, oni imaju 100%, kad si ti sam, oni imaju 170%, znaš, a ti ne outputuješ ni 70% od mog damage. E to je problem, zbog levela. I zato meni treba dugo da ih ubijem. Ja moram da DPS-ujem i za sebe i za tebe. Ja ih savršeno normalno, malo pre sam gledao kako im se health skida. Savršeno normalno ih ubijem. Ali... Ovo je već...
Strpi se još panila.
Možda nije to strpi se, nego razumeš. Radi se o tome što meni bi bilo jasno kako to radi. 170% health plus su imali oni. Ne zajebali. Obično im mogu. Hoćeš po sterinu to preslušajem.
Čekaj, ja ću naslušati da vidim.
Šta je prljavo?
Idi me.
Pa nisam ga nosio 2 puta na... Ja ga ne nosim u pogonu, ja ga nosim do posta. To što radiš neće ti uspeti. Znači gađate ovi mali. To od ćebe ne treba. Ono od ćebe crno. To možeš slobodno spakovati. Grebe me svejedno, znaš. Ozbiljno ti kažem. Kao da spavam na staklenoj vuni svaki put. Tako bez jastučnice. Gde je ovo? Dole. Šta da? Šta da uzmem? Pa, ako imaš neki predlog, ja ću te rado saslušati. Ja sam ga, koliko se ne sjeća, spao na tome 10-15 godina. Tako, 10-15, nisam siguran. To je inače namenjeno da bude, koliko ja znam, prosjek. To nije pravi kretan, ovaj. I ako ga sklopiš imaš, mogu zameniti za ovaj dvosed ovdje. To je dosta široko. Samo da vidim. Jes, kako nije. Dugačak je taj. Čuo sam te. Čašom da si pokrio? Aha, ispod. Falim te, Bože, da se ne može svući dolje. Da.
A mislim i kad uzmeš krevet, drugi isto ti treba čaša. Vidjela sam ima akcija. Pa sam mislila da uzmem.
Za šta?
A?
Za šta?
Da uzem čašav, ovako sa gumom.
Da, okolo, može, uzmi.
To ti pričam. Jer kad uzmeš nešto drugo, isto će ti valjati, razumiješ?
Da.
Jer ovo nije dobro, zato ćemo se radi, ali dobro je.
Misliš nije dobra veličina, šta?
Ovo ćeš ti malo dodatno nauči. Znači ja džogiram ti
Ne vredi da si sam ako će šut opet kiša. Čim neko uđe, obuven prvi ja, unese blato. Evo te bu. Pre 2-3 dana sam ovo bio 10 metara.
Tu sam.
Pre 2-3 dana sam bio u siso prostoriju, izo džoger i sve fino očistio. I ono počela kiša, jedan dan, drugi dan, treći dan. Kako izađeš napolje, zgaziš i nogom na mokar beton i uđeš opet unutra, znači sve blato. I lok. Nema, to je to. Sam ja poginuo bio. A nisam, ovo je bilo samo da otvori ove nodove. To je nagrada bilo. Amo ti spamuj. Koji si nivo? 19. Dobro. Taj medved nije mrtav, šta? Namjerno sam ga stavio s malo health, ja rekao umreći od bleed.
Malo da pustim ove...
Šta si spelove?
Pa da.
Imaš da bacaš i meteorija na čuda, to sam gledao. To ne znam koja je to specijalizacija tačno.
Jeste li čuli, izvini?
Imaš da bacaš meteore.
Da.
Nisi me čuo jer mi je mikrofon predaleko ili nisi me čuo od nečega drugog?
Nije bilo mi, ne šutim. Čuo sam ti specijalizacija, ali ti nisam čuo meteori i to.
Kao što rekao, ne znam da li je mikrofon predaleko sad. Evo, približio sam ga, trebalo da je bolje. Šta je ovo? Enemies deal 50% increased elemental damage. Bravo. Enemy have a chance to apply mark for that. Ili si dobio health ili taj štit stvarno radi. Ponekad.
Dosta vadova imam. Samo što kasujem spamove, tako reći.
Pazi.
Vidio sam kasno, ja ovo ime pojel.
Ovaj bacao ovo kamenj. Baci sve pod noge i samo eksplodiraš. Što je najjača fora, ja ni nemam njegov health bar, ajmo dalje.
Ima. Padamo.
Pobjegao si ovog puta. Što tebe ni šani, nije mi jasno. Ja stojim direktno ispred njega i udaram. To je skript Tarkov, šta? Jer što je KI u Tarkovu ide na tebe ako ono... aimbotujete da imaš pištolj, ne daj Bože, ili nož.
Da.
Ako imaš neko slabo oružje, s kilometra idu na tebe.
Da. Ja sam bio ulazio samo sa onaj nož i nađem pištolj i pobijem botu i dađem full gear. Full!
A sad moraš da poneseš pušku.
Ja nisam pravio po 10 miliona na noć, sad to više ne može.
Ovi kjerovi skaču na tebe. Pazi. Pazi. Bombe. Mogu da ga ignorišem ako hoćeš. Ajmo dalje, nek nas prati.
Mora ga ubiješ ili je misija?
Njega?
Patrona. Moraš ili ubiješ.
A on je objektiv. Evo ga i drugi. Ajde, dobro. Ne tako blizu. I sad znaš šta me ubilo, platio bi ti.
Misliš bio, a?
Ne znaš šta me ubilo. To pokušavam ti kažem.
Mnogo damage.
Evo, swapovao sam jedan mač za ove relike. Zato što s ovim relikom mogu da doguram do 3000 warda, znaš. I onda ne mogu kao da me one-shotuju, znaš. Ne mogu da me one-shotuju, a mogu da me double tapuju, nije problem.
Nema veze, bacit će njih dvoje, jednom na tebi ubišti. Kao što sada mene.
Sad ćemo da vratimo drugi mač. Tap. Imaš pasiv, košta 1 poen. Možda nosiš mač u drugu ruku, ali baš specifično mač. A i kad nosiš mač, imaš statistike od drugog mača. I primaš 9% veći damage, ali ako radiš veći damage. Vjerujem mi, ovo je mnogo više DPS nego što inače radim s onim relikom. S onim relikom samo radim one, znaš, tipa fire, cold, lightning, taj prop. I umro si. Šta to bi? Critical, da. Imaš jedan poen da se skupi, no. Gdje su? Ovo je bio boss. 3 bossa. Bude nekad sva 3 na gomili. To ne možeš ubiti onda, znaš. To ti je kao onda boss minion. Jer ovi neprijatelji su ti obično kao minioni, nisu kao boss varijanta. Ali gledao sam po 3-4 na gomilu. To je sve već ne može izdržati. Moraš izaći. Ajmo dalje. Koliko treba za ovo? 376 polja treba. Možemo poslije tući. O, po fine si ih razvali. Pazi,
Ovo je isto poison, to nam treba, a mi nije žrtvo samo ga se modu kači.
Šta je to, var gdje?
Poison damage, resist to poison damage. To nam mora treba jako.
Ovim ima pauku. Jako čudno, neprijatelj za ovu mapu.
Kako miriš tu tako prebaci na mene?
Prebaci se jednom drugi igrač, šta?
A prebaci se na mene, be.
Rogue RL. Welcome to my channel.
Howdy ho. Go Power Rangers. Moment samo.
Ilija, umećeš.
Možeš nekako da ih nagruješ na mene sa par sekundi.
Jesi vidio gdje sam ja bio?
Pa ne znam kako su se svi odjednom dovukli do mene. Hvala. Slušam ovaj Bloodborne kad igram neki RPG. Obično. Bloodborne soundtrack. Fali još 6 stability. Marš. Ne znam kako je preskočio mene i otišao na tebe. Хорошо. Evo ovdje neki šrajn. Vidimo samo šta je. A. I sad na kraju ga dam, da? Sreća pa smo to dobili na kraju.
Da.
Mislim nije kao da mi sad to treba, ono. Ajde.
Šta smo dobili i mi?
Boost na movement speed, cast speed, attack speed.
Ha.
Kažu da je ovo dosta jako, ja nemam neki build za to, ali... Da možda prizivaš pčelo.
Ovo je zaprimali ste, a?
Prizivaš os. Znači ovo je stvarno 650 durability, jes? Stability. Fali nam još 200 nešto pojena. Jel tebi napunio ovu skalu ipak?
Da, malo.
To je. Pararam, 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 pararam. Pararam, pam, 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 pam. Pararam, 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 pararam. Pararam, pararam.
Killer Elite. Welcome to my channel.
Pararam, 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 pararam. Hello, Mr. Killer.
Morgan K. Welcome to my channel.
Evo linkovi ću ga i u generalno.
No, linkuj.
Ne znam će li ga vidiš, ali...
Evo
Evo ti tebi na private.
Gambit of Erased Rogue. Evo će, dobar je. Što to dobije sad?
Pre.
Šta te pa ne igraš sa Rogom, ili da?
Probat ćemo to.
Pa do sad svaka klasa koju sam igrao sam koliko? 3 klase, ok. Ima i dobar DPS, ima i dobre pasive i drugačije se malo igra i fokusira se na nešto drugo i tako.
Ovo je valjda za sokolade.
Koji? Taj item?
Ovaj, sad ću link.
Ta klasa još ne postoji igra. Ali možda si upravo. Šetajte.
Da, jebeno još je.
Što vidim?
Još ima
Taj.
15 ovih. Mogu da dam 15 vajda ovih.
Golden Ages. 15% block chance per stack of Golden Ages.
Ne znam ko ima te Golden Ages.
Pa viš šta ti piše na početku, prva osobina.
A vidim gain se Golden, aha.
Sviđa mi se što čitaš. Jel to imaš trenutno?
Da.
Pa stavi taj, nek se leveluje. Šta te briga? Ako to imaš, uzmi njega. Svake sekunde boostuje sam sebi defense. Uzmi njega. Još se nije levelao, šta?
Nije, nisam ga ni nosio.
Pa nosi ga. Sad tam.
Može. I stavio sam ovo sad kod mene.
What the fuck am I? Ima je boljih, ali nisu loši. Kasnije ima bolji.
Imam ti neke item koje mogu da nosim na tim malim nivoima.
Znam.
Ja.
Vidim. To konkretno boostuje Fireball spell. Ajde, čekam se.
Čekaj da imam te neke koje mogu da nosim sad da ne bi umirio ovako.
Bedno.
Ovo nije loš. Vara ga izlevamo jedno. Zimom.
Vidim. Šta kaže? 17% of mana gains as ward. Plus 1 ward on hit for 10 mana. If you can ward. Pa okej.
Da stavim.
Gdje nađe toliko tih itema?
Gledao sam na 500 onih kao.
Corruptiona?
Da.
Šta se Johnu kod neko?
Ja jedan smo igrao, ja sam pomagao nešto njemu. Davio sam višak. Ali ono, ubio sam minion i to. Padao okolo. Pali mi bio i...
Imaš i bolje iteme nego ja. Zašto se želiš?
Pali mi još neki itemi bili, ali sam dao njemu.
Nisi teo baš sve da ponesiš.
Kad ovo bude mogu da uvučem. Pazi ovo.
To sam gledao. Meni je direkt kasli elemental no 6 times. 146% increase the elemental damage. Jedan na lightning fire. To je free point na svaki skill.
Da.
Malo bi. Ti radiš još manje damage njemu nego ja. Što neče bore. Onome velikom džindasu. Ako imaš neki range skill, ne znaš što prolaziš tako blizu. Ja otprilike moram, to što je ovo melee hit. Evo te živ si. Si živ? Kako to staje tako malo? Imaš, piše podatke o statistikama u igri na lestepochtools.com. Gdje je taj... Piči gore. Naravno, dok se mi bijemo s ovim govnarom, gađe nas ono govno non stop. Dobro. We learn gradient X of stillness. Ta kruna ti daje 12 osobine, ako sam dobro vidio. Mada mogu se to i da boostimo.
Hvala.
Nešto. Ovo ti je 14% fire. Mislim, znam da nemaš trenutno vjerojatno ni jedan slot. Tako da je malo bez veze. Imaš ove dole za mage-a, recimo, koji ti daju, recimo, flat regeneraciju ovoga štita. I vjerujem mi da sam pre-eklipovao te, nego nešto daju resistance na x, y, na nešto.
Malo prije sam imao manu, popočuju se nešto. Ja mi to neki pen me dao još.
Da se taj štitnić samo manu. Uvijek level 19. Nisam baš siguran kako radi ovdje XP, ali dobro. Čovjek bi očekivao ako počistim čitavu mapu da ćeš se bar skočiti sa jednog levela na drugi, ono.
Da, još malo, samo još liječiti.
Haste, ajmo. Ako ću haste da trošim na tebe, mrš. Imaš nekad vand koji se ekvipuje u levu ruku, on ti smanjuje recimo mana kost po kastu. Ako si na to mislio. Neka fail, motherfucker! Pazi health.
To je to.
Dobio sam dasku. Isuse, šta je ovo?
Šta si dobio?
Dasku.
O, pa zvada neće ko nas. Znači da me placam ga ne znam. Pa ti ne priča se seljati, a?
Ovo je zloupotreba moći. Gazi po malim ljudima, viš ti Vlado.
Ti ne pričaš...
Ne do Bog da mu daš vlast. Šta bi on radio?
Bio bi ja dobar pesem. Vešće.
Za sebe misliš?
Za sve. Svi bi me volili.
Misliš morali bi? Jel to?
Ovoj zemlji ne treba ovakav narod.
Da ti bi napravio bolji narod. Dobio sam dasku. Komad deske.
Čekaj da se ne upalim s tim da vidim šta sam.
Nalinkovao sam ti go črtu. Pritisni samo enter pa švidi.
Aha.
Jebena letva. Za ono primali stave. Stvarno ne mogu da nosim više ove arene ključeve, ovo je nebuloza. Se bar prodaje za neke pare. Boga mi prodaje. Znaš koliko je jedan? 6.500. Ma prodaj to sve.
Što ideja bolje idole dobijem sad za Acolyte nego kad sam igrao na Acolyte-u.
Znam, da to ne želiš uvijek da igraš s istom klasom. Ne znam da li ti je to nekorektno.
Znači ovo je...
Imamo 500 stability, a tebe nam još 150, to je još, ja mislim, 2 ili 3 mape.
650.
Ja znam.
4 mape.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Zato što maksimalno dobijamo po 48.
Meni Boga mi piše 65. Ne znam kako je tebi pisalo, meni je pisalo 65. Imaš koliko ti svaka mapa daje garantovano, to ti tipa 20 pojena. ako uradiš ova prva dva objektiva, ovo slay enemies i charge the beacon, a imaš bonus stability ako pobiš monstere sve. And... Koga će? Oho.
Ovo je new guy.
Pamet. Sto level up dobio. Dajte baš u real time u tvoj level, malo pre sam proverio, ali... Ti si 32. level? Ajme se.
Da.
Da li sam ga boostao? Mogu bi još jednu kafu popiti, ali s mlekom. Mislim da ću napraviti kafu kad završimo ova 3, kad dobijemo boss ovog monolita. Hola. Ja, kako me ovi nerviraju. Prestani da udaraš ove mamuti. Jebem bezobrazno.
A gdje je ovo? Znaš koliko mi puta ubio na onome? I nemam gdje da se pomeni. Evo, sad
Ne postoji tačka na ekranu, razumeš, da te ne šiba s ovim govnim. To je problem. Marš! Tebi još nije dao da biraš drugu klasu.
Možda pređi neku misiju, a?
Da pređeš čita prvi akt. Aj kad pobedimo bossa i idemo da igramo aktove. Nemaš ni idol slotove.
Jebaći dobim još ovih skill poena.
Da, imaš 15 skill poena koje možda pokupiš samo iz kampanje, znaš. Za sad, dok ne naprave dužu kampanju. Ovo je gotovo.
That was nuts. Yeah. Oh, and then one more song kind of reminded me of was Animals as Leaders.
Moment. Go na stability. Imam 565. Rekao sam dobro, još 2 ili 3 mape, da. Kako se zaobiš ovo, moguće? Done and done. And next one. Super. Ajde sad ispunimo do kraja, čisto da ne moramo da igramo još 15 mapa. Još malo. Tako je to, a? Ti ne vidiš global chat, ja se vidim.
Pitali ga ono...
Pite, welcome, welcome, looking for group. Welcome.
Piti ga hoće na Discord.
Kako ćeš mu poslati poruku na Discord, objasni mi.
Već idemo u ovo, napišemo.
Gdje ćeš da mu napišem?
Pa neka da Discord onaj number i će ga damo.
Pa piši mu u party chat. Samo prebaci na party. Ajde.
Ja ću da izađem pa da me pozoveš ponovo.
Ma nema. Šta si u Bogu? Siguran da želiš čovjeka da pozoveš ovaj Discord. Znaš što će da dođe kum moj, da ga svara i čovjek će onda da pobegne glavom bez obzira. Moj kum obožava kad vidi nekog novog, znaš, u Discordu, da upadne i da onda i masira, da ga jebe u mozak, znaš. Što mene tiče u redu, ali onda se ja isključujem iz razgovora. Ne želim da slušam iz prednje mozga. On je ušao u Discord sobu kad je bio tu onaj Haze i počeo da priča s njim na engleskom i nešto ga prosipao, nije mogao da veruješ šta čovjek priča s njim.
Si znaš iz ovoga ili je?
Šta je, server pukao? Šta, iz čega? Iz partije?
Iz dungeona si znaš?
Ma jesam, ali ne, obojica ste mrtvi. Ne znam šta je problem.
Da, mora se ponovo nađujnu.
Treba da restartujem sesiju, nemam pojma.
Ne, mi moramo da izađemo ponovo.
Jeste vas dvicu stali sami u partiju? Trenutno ne vidim ni tebe ni njega.
Vladiv. Welcome to my channel.
Daj poziv.
Jesi ti s njim u partiju?
Ne.
I on
izašao sam totalno.
I on isto.
Totalno sam izašao.
Čekaj, koga sam sad pozvao, tebe ili njega? A? On radi kampanju, možemo i s njim da se ono... Sve ćeš dobiti te quest nagrade. A možda se joinuješ ili?
Nešto ne znaš. Da smo završili neki ovaj, kako se zove.
Šta, quest? Ne znam. Ja ne vidim jer sam uradio te quest. Vas lice vidite, znaš.
Phoenix, šta radiš potku ti tako rano? Ma iPhone je čudo je.
Pa dobro to. Znači, a to nemam pravo da kažem ništa. Nemam pravo da izrazim mišljenje.
Imaš.
Pa dobro, što onda sam i tu da stavim.
Zato što sam ja za otvoreni software.
A neću da se raspravljam. Ja sa tom mislim, idem manje otpora. Ne samo s tom mislim, ne sa svim. Ja se uopšte ne raspravljam više. A tu Bamber.
Ne čini da sam ja opet sučito u neku zonu gdje niste vi. Ovo mi se redano dešava da me loaduju u neku zonu gdje vas dvojica niste uopšte, znaš. To mi se malo pristo resilo, kliknuo sam na teleport i ubacio mi u instancu gdje... Da te učitalo u istu mapu gdje smo nas dvojice ili moraš ti teleport?
Ja mogu da se specijalizujem.
Šta sad?
Znači...
Što kad si pričao s onim čičom, ne? Kao što rekoh, Sorcerer ti je DPS. Ima i on generaciju Varda što se toga tiče, ako misliš da će da brzo pogine. Vidio sam kasnije na pasivni. Naravno, ne znam da mi veruješ da sam prvo birao te defanzivne, mislim vidi se po mom karakteru da sam prvo birao defanzivne skill, a ne DPS. Jesi ti to došao? Ne može da ste upokali. Ona je iz kamena. Samo ovaj teleport ih restore. Slušaj sad, otvoriš portal i teleportuješ se na njega. To ti je moj savjet. Ako klikneš na taj prekidač da te teleportuje, teleportovat ćete bez njega tamo, napred, znaš. Kad on učita u zonu, teleportuješ se na njega, ne na dugme. Ne. Just watch.
Ja ne vidim, ja sam stane.
Rekao sam ti teleportuj se na nas.
Rekao sam i ujadio.
Mi smo otišli gore. Mi smo kod A, došao si. Ovo koliko su mu stekao otrova nabacili blide. Šta je, spao si?
Nisam, tu sam.
A, dobro. Čekaj da se on teleportuje, pa ćemo mi za njim. Možda ćeš brže oko dobiti lom. A mislim nije da i onako niš XP, vjerojatno je stalo. Ovi ne bi trebalo tu bio, no? Koji je ovo, 44. level zona? Da, ovo je easy. Ne. U ovaj Discord ne valja zvat ljudi. Nije bitno da li on hoće ili neće, nego ja kažem, vi niste da vas čovjek prezentuje, generalno. Ne, ja iskreno kažem, pošto vas poznajem sve, ne poznajem vas lično, ali koliko sam pričao s vama, svi ste neurotični, uključujući mene. I vi niste za društvo. Ja kažem da niste.
Ja ba nisam imao problema, nisam...
Ne, ja ti kažem. Vi niste da vas čovjek prezentuje. Vi ste kao oni rođaci koje ne želiš da tvoja devojka upozna kad je vodiš da upozna tvoju familiju. Znači ono kao baba i deda iz Ludare pobegli, razumeš? Znači svi mi imamo mane, ja ih imam najviše. Ali kad dođe moj pijani kum i krene da masira nekoga mentalno, kad Gardi počne da pušta lupove, idu ljudi, razumiješ? Da dođe Milan isto pokuša da priča s nekim na engleskom. Ti si još, da kažemo, da si neotmeni od čitave grupe. A ovo nije bila pohvala, pošto i ti imaš tačke pucanje po šavovima. Kao što rekao, ja imam najviše mana, ali ja se trudim da ne znam, da će u tim ako išta, znaš, ako nema šta pametno da kažem. Ako nema. Evo, brate, šta je ovo? Gdje se mi to spuštamo? Iz vulkana? Da, spuštamo se niz šumu. Ovo je Divine Era, aha. Posle ovog ide ona cut scena u šumi s onim kopljem, znaš. Ako se dobro sjećam. Čekaj da ga pitam, AFK? AFK. Okay. Vidim da umiru ispod tebe svi.
Evo će mi jedan valent. Pitanje da će mi padne.
Misliš onaj idol?
Ne. Štap. Ima onako kao... Kako se zove?
Pasiv neki, šta je u pitanju?
Ne, weapon.
Pa šta će uzu sorcerer specijalizacije?
Da. Kuluvaj plane.
Dobro. Kako si rekao? Sa C?
Da.
Kulvar.
Kuluvaj, da.
Ne vidim nigde.
Kulnival. Ja, može se desiti da napao neke gdje smo zajedno gledali.
A ne, verujem. Go. Čisto sumnjam. Da je baš tako random ispao mi item koji mogu da ti šarem, ali mogu da pogledam. I gde sam ja sad?
Najgore, ja mislim da sam ga imao. Ali sam se bio iznevjerili, pravda se.
Što me to ne čudio to? Ono što je dobro kad igraš ove, iako si veći level, kad igraš ove manje, da kažem, oblasti, dobijaš crafting materijale koje možeš svejedno da upotrebiš, tako da nije ono waste uopšte. Meni nikad nije. Evo i tebe, a?
Ljudi.
Da.
Sad je na popust ovaj Fire Team.
Samo naprijed.
Može da linkuješ pa da...
Alien Fire Team, jel tako?
Aha, jes. Može biti...
Iskreno, ako hoćeš baš nešto da uzmeš, imaš li account na Epic Store-u? Imaš na Epic Store-u trenutno free igru gdje to je kao co-op igra da idemo po nekom ukletom zamku i lovimo duhove. Ja sam je uzeo. Sad ako Nenad doći negdje da igra, neka kaže.
Ona je naše drugice.
Po onome što sam video, izgleda ok. Jer šta sam i na tebe da se teleportujem? Teško će ovo ići.
Ja sam teleportuo na njega.
No i ti.
My night.
Ne pita on mene koji sam level. Ja mu kažem 90.
Znaš ja sam učinu što će mu pomognem. I ovako... Vada su igre i zamišljene da se pomogne ljudima, a ne da završavaš sam.
Ma ne, nego ono, znaš, pita on kao... za to kao sve umire tako brzo, znaš. Pa šta ja znam, ja sam navikao da ih bijem na 90 level, malo duže.
Ovi ovdje nudjali, nismo činili ništa.
Pa znam, to ti je ono brutalno kod Mage-a generalno, zato što imaš taj energetski štit i sve se preko njega lomi. Evo ovaj cinematik.
Ne mogu priđem dalje do vas.
Pa ne možeš, zato što je mene zaledi ovdje.
Teleportu se.
Ha i ja sam teleportu. Dead costs. Ali ovo nas on teleportao. Mislim 10.
Ne.
You fight like a true warrior. That battle.
Uradio sam da nemaš onaj band.
Šta je to, unik?
Nije unik.
Nek šta je?
Šta je? Nađi.
Je li set item?
Yes. I see.
Nije set item.
A ne. Ne pomažeš mi nikako. Jes, nije jes.
Jaj.
I cannot do that.
Nećemo da ga baci.
Je li to set item, čoveče? Moraš mi reći koji tip itema tražiš?
Unik.
Pa unik je. Ode čovjek, ispad iz partije.
Na koga je?
A, dobro.
Da se puno veliko ljudi, da mu pomognemo neće.
Pa ne mora što se mene tiče. Nije moj problem. Ja sve noći razvršim onaj monolit za početak. Pa onda možemo kampanju tvoju da odradimo. Mislim, on je kucao na chatu, znaš. Kucao je looking for group. Ja rekao, ajde. Šta da mu ja radim? Možda mu je dosadno da se ja teleportujem i samo, znaš, da ja se teleportujem i prokujem onaj Frost wave, znaš, zaledi ih sve, udarim ih jednom si pomirem. Možda mu je dosadno to, nemam pojma. Ali, na primjer, on se generalno brže kreće nego ja. Ja gledam kako se on kreće, njegov movement speed je veći nego moj. I isto tako sa lipom, može brže da skakuće od mene, nego što se ja teleportujem. Može on brže da ih, pobije isto. Ali, nemam pojma. Mogu da razumijem.
So, this is depressing, but do you all remember this project? This was a project that was being developed by a studio called Antimatter Games. If you don't know what Antimatter Games is, it's the studio behind popular projects like Rising Storm 2, and the upcoming first-person shooter 83, as well as an
Možeš
offshoot
teleportiš
project
kod mene, nisi, bukvalno nismo u istoj instanci.
And now, unfortunately, they have just been announced that EG7, the global cooperative that they were under, is making the decision to close Antimatter Games' studio. Now, the paper that I found this on declares that the reason this is happening is for EG7 to achieve, quote, higher predictability and profitability, which means this is a 100% money-making decision. But, in my opinion, this is a continuation of a disturbing trend of large corporations cutting costs and preparing for what I believe is going to be a massive bubble coming. And what that bubble is the games industry. As you all know, things have been tumultuous lately, and that's putting it lightly. The economy has been unpredictable, and the gaming industry is being hit particularly hard because, unlike industries like oil or food, the art industry, particularly games, is very and for those of you who have been watching me for a while, you'll know that I have talked about this day coming for many, many years. We're reaching a level of not only peak saturation, where there are just so many games out there, but in addition to that, the economy itself is in a really strange situation, which is probably one of the main reasons that all of your favorite games have been selling out to some of the biggest investors in the world, and the ones that aren't are closing down. And in my opinion, here in the near future, some of the only projects that are going to still be chugging along, or at least still receiving updates, are going to be community non-profit projects like modifications, or even projects like ours, which are built by community developers. But any project that is owned by an investor, where the only people who are even allowed to work on it are employees that need to have guarantees and salaries and healthcare and stability, here soon all of that stability is going to be gone. And I think with it, some of your favorite intellectual property and franchises are likely gonna go with it. Now, for investors and big money firms, I think they're gonna see this as an opportunity. And I think, just like this has always happened in history, there's going to be a lot of big names coming through and buying up IP and franchises on the cheap. Because keep in mind, in a recession, the rich don't get poorer, they get richer. And you can absolutely see that trend happening right now. A lot of these big money entities are coming in and scooping up IP on the cheap. And while that's good for them, is that going to be a good thing for the player? Because you're going to have a lot of studios either closing down or they're going to get bought out, and ultimately their entire soul is going to be wrenched out from them. But I want to know your thoughts. What do you think of this situation? Were you excited for the Project 83? Were you excited for IGI Origins? It's still possible that maybe this project will still be developed and continued by someone other than Antimatter Games. But as of right now, the situation is looking bleak. And it's definitely been getting more bleak for the military simulation crowd in recent years. Even Off-World Industries have recently abandoned the military simulation genre, stepping away from games like Beyond the Wire and Postscriptum, where they laid off all of the developers for those projects and instead focusing on big money IP like Starship Troopers, which, don't get me wrong, that is a dope title, and so far it has been getting really great reviews, but is the success of an IP like that going to push studios like OWI, which are now owned by major investors, further away from the military simulation genre? And now, with the unfortunate demise of the 83 project, is that mean that the military simulation genre here in the near future is going to go back to being carried by community-led projects? Let me know your thoughts down below, and besides that, make sure you subscribe so I can see you in the next video. Cheers.
Wait, this is real. It's actually here. Hot diggity, we finally got the System Shock remake, and it's not a dumpster fire. In fact, it's pretty good. Great even. Some folks even say it's Typhon levels of good, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've been waiting for this game since shortly after the Kickstarter was funded way back in 2016, and I was also lucky enough to get a bit of advanced access to play the game over the weekend, although I did buy the game on my own because I like to make a point of doing that. Like, man, I have some old gameplay footage. Like, this is the original Unity demo from back in the day, and this right here is the pre-alpha from, how many years ago was this?
Šta moraš da respekuješ? Šta misliš da si bez veze stavi? Stalo je samo bosac da zatučemo, aj sad čekat ćete da respekuješ, reci kad si spreman. Znači kad si spreman, a ja ću da pristavim kafu. Tačno tako. I možda da uzmem 2-3 kiflice od sinoć. Opa! Ništi ga valjda pušću bolje, ne? Ne, mora da je pobjega opet. Pa dobro, tu je bio ispred. Ona te čuje i opet utekne.
Namirio, on stane i izbači glavu ovako i gleda katelja, zamisli. On stane. Pa to ne bi vjerovao. Da, krivo si.
June 1944, I has been the war. Normandy state of monarchy, overlord. Jesi li završio ili da ti dam još vremena? Mogu ja čekam, je pa.
Neke pestanje gledam. Šaroleli. Izvinjavam se.
A ne, samo ti gledaj. Kao što rekao, imam kafu, uzeo sam neke kiflice sa pekmezom. Bilo je sinoć, ali nisam ni provalio.
Man, I just can't remember. It has been long. Speaking of which, let's just go over the background for the people clicking on this video that somehow don't know the lore around the System Shock remake. The System Shock remake was first proposed as a Kickstarter with an attached demo of the first segment of Medical Deck. The Kickstarter was posted by the studio known as Night Dive, who have a reputation for remastering classic games to work on modern systems using the Kex engine, including the original System Shock. The Kickstarter did very, very well. But then things got a little wiggly. Development was repeatedly delayed, so much to the point that the System Shock remake is the reason why I have my 3 strikes rules for delays, aka 1 is fine, 2 is troubling, and at the 3rd delay or more, drop all your expectations and just be happy if the game ever comes out. I don't know how many delays System Shock remake accumulated over the years, but you know what? It's here now. These delays were brought on by all sorts of woes and hiccups in development, including most likely underestimating just how much time and effort it takes to completely build a game from the ground up while staying true to a revered source material, and also along the way, I guess they probably had to redo a lot of what they had already worked on thanks to realizing that the Unity engine just wasn't up to the task of what they wanted to do and switching engines. Fun little fact, System Shock 3, while it was still openly in development, said that it was going to be on the Unity engine right at around the time Night Dive made the announcement that they were switching away from it. We haven't heard anything good, or frankly anything for that matter, from System Shock 3 in a long time. But System Reshock, as it is sometimes called according to the directory, is finally here, and it's a hell of a good time. I'll admit that I was kinda about it at first, which was in part from a bit of ennui I had after playing the original game so recently, but as I just let myself play the game instead of constantly comparing it to the original, I was having a ball. Let's go back to something I said earlier. This is Night Dive's first full-on game. Not rebuilding something in the Kex engine and prettying up the sprite work, but their first built-from-the-ground-up game. Yes, they were recreating a much older game, but there's a big difference between remastering something and completely remaking it. And on top of that, if anything, doing a faithful remake of something that has been around for so long that, you know, like, okay, we pretty much have to start from zero, might have even ended up making things harder in the end. Night Dive did very well here for their first outing, all bumps in the road considered. And you know, now that I think of it, in modern day game design, geez, what even is average for going from zero to finished product for a full-blown game these days? Because somebody tell me in the comments, what's the average? Is it 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? I honest to God don't know. Games have gotten so bloated lately that I can't tell. Screw it, let's actually talk about the game before I get too depressed about this. Let's just look at the gameplay for a second, and then we'll get into the fancy stuff like changes and additions from the original game. I checked the older maps and my own footage from when I played through System Shock Enhanced Edition. System Reshock is almost a perfect recreation of the original game's maps and locations. It is uncanny. There were many points where I accidentally skipped certain steps of objectives because I already knew where to go or what to do, despite this technically being my first time playing this game. Speaking of which, if you're curious, according to my footage, it took me 17 hours to get through all of System Reshock, which oddly enough is about 4 more than the original game took for me. which is especially surprising considering, like I just mentioned, I didn't need to figure things out. I already knew what to do in a lot of situations. So if I had to guess why, despite there being very few quote-unquote new things added to the game, it's because the fully 3D environment makes things a lot more fun to explore and move around in. It's definitely not a difficulty thing, and we'll get into that in a sec. 17 hours is pretty good for a linear first-person shooter, or linear quote-unquote, not that MMO crap we just had to deal with. System Reshock captures the original MMO game well. Ammo is scarce, an entity that has complete control over every aspect of the space station you're on is just tearing the place up, and she does not like you, and she has the power to literally just drop enemies on top of you. You get most of the old guns and a few new ones, the stims, the splodies, and your wits. Oh yeah, and a cool set of cybernetic implants. Don't forget about those. Those are actually much easier to use now than compared to the first game. Even on easier settings, it's gonna be a hard crawl to get through all 10 levels of Citadel Station. There's kind of one thing I should mention that I'd feel dishonest if I didn't include, which is that if you played the original game, particularly if you played it recently like I did, for at least a third of the game, you're gonna get this weird uncanny valley feeling as you play, which I'm gonna write off as a result in part the similarity and also in part with the musical direction. The original System Shock had tunes, very video gamey tracks that were loud, present everywhere, and generally pretty nice to groove to as you ran like hell from the giant cyborg things. System Reshock goes for more ambient music that's on the level where I'm pretty sure a lot of the tracks do that thing where they're mostly silent or nearly silent, except for certain swells every like 30 seconds or so to remind you that they're there. It gave me that vibe like going back to an old school years later and nobody's around, or going to an empty store in the dead of night. At least for me, it went away at around the executive level. Honestly, I think this is less the game's problem and more of my own problem. Like, my brain's getting confused as to how the hell I know the layout of this area that I've never been to before. That's sort of, again, uncanny valley feeling. I think this could be a me problem though. Right off the bat, the game feels much shootier than the original, which I think is less advantageous to the core game, and more because it's just easier to shoot the guns now. As far as I can tell, you can't crouch and prone. You still crouch and lean, or just lean, and that's all we need. Thanks to monetizations that we'll talk about in the next segment, it's a lot easier to load and switch between your weapons. The only exception being that if you run out of one type of ammo, you gotta menu through switching to the other type manually, but this might be different if you're playing with auto reload enabled, because I didn't. Every fight in System Reshock is tense. There's a lot of looking for corners to hide behind, scrambling to apply a health patch in the 5 seconds you get before the cyborgs catch up to you, and you will burn through ammo. You will try every trick in the book to win a fight, and there will be very few encounters where you will not be worried about if these guys are gonna kill you or not. There's gonna be a lot of backtracking to where you know you can get more health pickups, or to a safe place with a surgery bed to heal you to full HP, and there will be a non-zero amount of just having to run away from encounters because you are not in the right position to deal with the enemy being thrown at you. I also really enjoy that just about every weapon is viable to take down just about any enemy. Sure, some weapons are going to be better than others, and using something like the railgun on something like a mutant is a bit of a waste, but there's no, you must switch to this specific weapon to take out this specific enemy, or else your suboptimal playstyle will get you killed in a second. Nope, none of that. Anything is fair game if you keep your head on straight, and there's only like one straight up upgrade between weapons, which is the starting pistol and the Scorpion, which use the same caliber of ammo. I really enjoy how System Shock strikes a great balance between any weapon being viable and every fight is going to be tough. I'm playing on just default difficulties. There are harder difficulties, which I'm not sure I'm gonna go back and do because I just blitzed through this game in a weekend. But maybe I'll come back again and do like the over hard run sometime later, because I know for a fact there are certain things I did not find. Also, having a hotbar is a welcome change from just having this many weapons from your inventory, and pro tip, go into your settings and change it from the sorted to standard mode, because that was a big annoyance for me until I realized I was just being silly and forgot to check if I can fix that, which you can. I think it's just a bit silly that the game's default is like a segmented hotbar, like saying like, oh, you can only have 4 weapons equipped and then have this many spaces for explosives, where I personally play with weapon heavy playstyles. I only really use detox and health packs patches. I rarely use grenades unless I'm like intentionally trying to AoE, so that playstyle fits for me. The more you know, this game has a lot of accessibility options, by the way. Just take a poke through. Like you might notice compared to other people's videos, I chose this color for the UI because I like purple. Now, since we just talked about the gunplay, I should address something that I saw in a lot of early reviews for the game. Sure, while the game might be hard if you're used to movement shooters or battle royale type shooters, the System Shock remake is actually much easier than the original game. They've added new things that allow you to get your hands on some ammo much easier, instantly game overing if you die in an area where you don't have the cybernetic conversion chamber fixed doesn't happen anymore. In fact, if you die at a floor where you don't have the resurrection machine working, you just get rezzed on the nearest floor that you did have it fixed, with some exceptions in certain scenarios. The instant game over in these circumstances now only happens during like boss fights or on certain levels unless you are intentionally playing on the hardest difficulty, or now that is like part of the challenge. In the original System Shock, that was just normal. That's another thing that Night Dive stayed true to in the remake, which is that the difficulty settings are entirely customizable for each aspect of the game, with some minor differences, such as now turning the mission difficulty all the way down gives you modern-day Elder Scrolls style waypoints, according to the description. I didn't need those, because I kind of already had it all in my head, and I'm a big boy. I'll give you all another concrete example about how it's easier now that's a little spoilery, so go to here if you don't want this. You know that maze? You know, that maze? Well, Night Dive has made the conscious choice to not have the exploding Roombas of Torment start spawning until after you complete the puzzle to deactivate Shodan's shield. Before, in the original game, they would spawn in non-stop, and you had to try and complete the puzzle with all the death Roombas coming at you constantly. I intentionally saved a logic probe for the entire game to make sure that I had one for this particular moment, so I would not have to try to solve the puzzle while fending off death Roombas, only to be relieved that I wasn't immediately assaulted as soon as I entered the Hell Maze. Then there's how there are far fewer instances of cameras being put in absurdly hard to reach places, like that one that was on the executive level's elevator lobby. That's not there anymore. You know, the one where you had to find a random switch on the other side of the level that's in a very hard spot, like blink and you'll miss it hard to find. Also, the initial Diego encounter, which there's 2 of those now by the way, is much easier, but we'll get to boss fights later. The core story and mission of the game is pretty much exactly the same, save for a few minor tweaks and a bit of extra world building. Turns out my error in the previous video was a little prophetic, as now Diego is overtly being investigated for dabbling in mutagenics instead of just white-collar crime. Shodan herself is a little more fleshed out, but your goals remain the same. Stop the laser, stop the wacky hijinks in the grove, stop Shodan from torrenting herself onto Earth, stop Shodan. Again, I kid you not, I was able to use my footage from the System Shock Enhanced Edition in forum posts from over 20 years ago to double check things when I was feeling stuck playing this game over the weekend before the official release. There are some changes, and actually let's get into those right now. That sounds like a cool idea. Let's do that. Okay, for what's new, for starters, Night Dive has done their best to fix cyberspace. Sure, these might hurt your eyes a little with all the bright colors, but at least you can tell what the heck is going on now. Kind of. The hotbar helps you figure out exactly what everything does, so now I actually know how to use the drill missile thing, and also you're able to find your way around thanks to there being, you know, like walls and stuff. I remember a lot of the original game had me spending time in hacking segments because I had simply no idea where I was supposed to be going thanks to the wireframe design, which I'm not really going to show because I'm pretty sure that's like an epilepsy hazard. By the way, I'm going to try and be careful about stuff in this game because there's a hazard for that in this current iteration with lots of sparkly lights and stuff, but I'll give you a warning on the screen. By the way, this is everything we need to say about hacking segments. Let's never talk about them again except for something in spoilers. Now, let's talk about the obvious thing. This is now a full 3D game with modern day graphics, and they look pretty good, particularly the animations and the monsters. They did a really good job bringing the mutants and cyborgs in System Shock to life. I forgot to write this down, but one of the things I personally like are the Audrey 2s from the Groves. They're not just giant tentacle monsters anymore. They're like plantoid things that hide in the grove like they camouflage. You can't immediately see them. They kind of jump out at you. It's not like super duper AAA DLSS ray tracing hell, and I'm totally fine with that because I'd rather have an aesthetically pleasing game that opts for little nods, like when you zoom in you can see the pixelation, which is very much intentional and a nod to the original game, instead of say having a nearly 100 gigabyte mess that only looks good when you're holding still. And if you're curious, the download is a little over 8 gigs after it's decompressed on your hard drive, which I am 100% here for, because even after I fixed my internet and got everything working again, I don't need every AAA game hogging up like all my SSD space I have allocated for games. The game looks nice for the most part, but sometimes in certain areas with certain lighting, certain objects can look a little too shiny in bright lights. The way I can describe this is like, you know those video posts people used to put out like every month or so where some moron decided to try and port Mario assets into the latest iteration of the Unreal Engine and everything looks way too glossy because they didn't bother to fiddle with lighting at all? Like that kind of feeling. Like I remember people doing that a lot with the original BioShock back in the day, and it always looked like they had covered everything in a thin layer of oil based on like how it was shiny and reflective. Like they had just blasted the Big Daddy suit with a bunch of like spray-on sunscreen. This only seems to happen in certain areas with a lot of direct lighting though, and I'm not even sure it's going to be too obvious for all of you, especially after like my own compression with OBS and then YouTube's compression on the final product. And hell, this might be in my own head, I just remember a lot of this. Like, you know, for my own sanity, I remember this being really, really bad in the pre-alpha demo, and let's just directly compare. Like, okay, this is how shiny everything was in the pre-alpha. Here is the shiny it is now. They've worked on the lighting a lot and it's better, but there's still a little bit of it there. I'll still take whatever this is, especially considering how minor it is, over the over 80 gigabyte downloads with all the baked-in lighting and 4K textures. And after the graphics, the weapons have been reworked too. Most of the original staples are there, and some stuff is changed in name only, such as the dart gun now being the mini pistol, which you get at roughly the same time you would have got the dart gun. The key difference is now it takes light caliber bullets instead of darts, which is most likely because the late game Scorpion has now been rolled into the Flechette, which is just outright gone, and it's a replacement for the mini pistol because it takes the same ammo, but now with the Scorpion, you can have a max capacity of 30 and you are full auto, which is great for just dumping into enemies that sneak up on you. I was bummed at first when I heard about the Flechette going away, but now with the grid-based inventory, it makes total sense to get rid of one weapon entirely and then have two already existing weapons use the same type of ammo. Now, instead of needing at least 3 different slots for all your types of ammo, you just need that one. Speaking of ammo, multiple types of ammo are still a thing, but thankfully, I'm fairly certain there's no meaningful limit on the stack size for ammunition. You also get the shotgun much earlier in the game in place of the Flechette. And the shotgun was in the original game, but you got it like way, like you were in executive level by the time you were able to get the shotgun, which now, instead of getting the shotgun in executive, you get the railgun. I like this change.
I to obojice igramo sa Mageom, znaš,
by the time
zanimljivo.
you originally got the shotgun, you had much better stuff and just didn't bother with it. That being said, my thoughts
Tako
on
ti inače rade dropovi.
why am I still keeping
Kad god promeniš na drugu klasu da igraš, uvijek dobiješ nešto od klase s kojom trenutno nisi aktivan, ako imaš to karakter. To se meni redno dešavalo u drugim RPG-ima. Nemam ja problem s tim. Loot je random, pa sad ovdje imaš još veliki stash, tako da možeš da kao harčak skladištiš.
Which you can expend your personal energy to speed up. Also, the mag pulse feels
it
kind of feels now like a mid-game weapon instead of a cool surprise you found in the early game, which, you know, like back then you had to ditch it because you wouldn't find ammo for the next third of the game, but while you had ammo for it, it was pretty much an I win button. Now the mag pulse is the, oh crap, I'm out of ammo for everything else weapon. Like, even after the shotgun. I don't know why I kept the mag pulse for as long as I did. In fact, I think I ditched it at one point, only to begrudgingly pick up another one because, like, oh, there's a bunch of ammo for this now.
Ti da budeš caster, jel?
The weapons is now there are modifications for them. They cost quite a bit of money and are a one-time
Konjska
thing,
glava.
though, so choose wisely. Most of these are either straight up damage or ammo efficiency upgrades, and for the
Nisam siguran zašto ima necrotic damage roll, a čini mi se da je za sorcerera. Nisam siguran zašto je tako rolovalo. Da li uopšte imaš necrotic damage vidiš kao mage. Da vidim samo. Ne bi rekao, ali ajde. Samo da vidim. N-E-K-R-O. Ne verujem da igdje imaš not za to. Lightning, critical, spark nova, lightning, spell damage, cold ice fire, elemental, ward, cooldown,
there are now some modern
spell
touches added
damage,
to system reshock, such as vending machines, an item scrapping system, and then taking all that scrap to a recycling station to get coins, which you put into the vending machines. There was always just junk laying around in system shock, and there was nothing really stopping you from picking up everything from beakers to heads that were removed from their shoulders, which you can still do the latter, but only in one specific scenario that was part of the original game. Part of me is kind of bummed about this, because this falls right into that ideology of like every last object in a world must have some use to it, which we see a lot of in modern games, which when I did need to start scrounging for stuff, I kept thinking,
to mi deluje kao da je više za nekromancer nego da je za mage, ali prilično sam siguran da je za mage taj. Prilično sam siguran.
Also, I just don't like how the game doesn't let me scrap functioning weapons or stim patches I'm not going to use. While you can scrap the broken weapons you get off defeated enemies, there's a bunch of extra duplicate guns you'll find as you're going along Citadel, and all I can think of, like, wow, these look like they could make a lot of scrap, that's totally lame. Please, let me be dangerous enough to scrap my own weapons. I will win all the stupid prizes for the stupid game I play, just let me do this. Now, as for the vendors, they're just about everywhere in-game. But no, they are not a bottomless source of health and ammo to be exploited so long as you're willing to scrap every last doodad you find. Most weaponry-related vendors will only have 2 things of ammo available in them, if even 2. Usually there's sometimes
Ovo stvarno izgleda dobro. Ako ti sviđa ova igra, mogu ti dati link da pogledaš.
There's also the vendors that sell the weapon modifications, which are usually in either very hard to get to or very hard to find places, and there will only be one specific weapon that is nowhere else in the game,
link, nikakav malware, ništa.
Finally, with the stim vendors, I don't think I was ever able to get more than 4 med patches out of a single one, with most
Onaj s mačkom, to ti je kao review.
No one's coming to restock that, so you also...
A dole ti je link na tome frigog.
Welcome.
This video is just going to be about third-party programs in general, and it's going to be about Crytek's response to my videos. They didn't really directly respond to my videos, but I have talked to Discord mods and I've talked to Reddit mods just about why the links to my videos are getting taken off the platform and won't be allowed on the platform, and I just find it very interesting. They essentially told me that the videos give players an advantage, or I'm like demonstrating how players can gain advantage over other players, which I just find interesting because I'm just using Reshade, which is a whitelisted program by Crytek themselves, by their anti-cheat. So I just find it interesting that their choice of words where you are enabling people to gain an advantage when I'm not the one doing it. I mean, you guys are. You guys allowed Reshade to be in the game. You've allowed it to be in the game for years. And yeah, you might not specifically agree with those shader packs, but those shader packs are always going to exist. Those files are always going to exist in some way or another. There are going to be people abusing this. So you just kind of have to suck it up and deal with it. And that's essentially what they're saying. It's just suck it up and deal with the people who are essentially cheating. And they haven't really provided a good reason. As you can see, my game looks quite a bit different, and it's because there's another third-party program that allows you to exploit the game and gain advantages over other people. I know, what a surprise, what a shocker. I don't know if this is specifically whitelisted by the anti-cheat, but I know for sure that it is it's not detected, or at least it's not known about. I'm sure they're just ignorant and they don't really know about this at all, and how it can be used to gain an advantage over other people. This program is called NVIDIA Profile Inspector. I'm not going to show you how to use it to get the graphics like I have it now, but as you can see, it just de-renders all the foliage on the map, basically. All the grass is gone. All the tall grass is gone. Most of the bushes are gone. And at a distance, pretty much everything's gone. All the foliage, all the major foliage, everything. It makes hunters stick out like sore thumbs. It makes them very blocky and easy to spot from across the map. The game's had de-rendering issues for a very long time. It's just engine limitations. Maybe with the engine upgrade, those limitations will no longer be there and the de-rendering issues will go away. But this is something completely different. This is enabled by a third-party program. I just don't think this should be a thing. I think most people would agree with me on that this provides a huge advantage.
To ne vidim objective, samo mi piše koliko neprijatelji imaju health više.
How do you know people are using this? Okay, who do you think I got it from? I got it from communities of people who are using this. They're relatively small communities for sure, but they're using this to gain an advantage because it's not detectable or it's whitelisted. Like I said, I don't know specifically. But basically Crytek is allowing this, or they're essentially ignorant of it. They don't know about it. So maybe this will bring it to light. Just kind of show that it's another exploit that shouldn't be in the game, and it's an exploit that is probably getting people killed quite often, especially in high elo lobbies where use of any kind of program or anything in general that would give anyone an advantage is used very commonly.
Imaš drugi monitor, imaš, jel?
As you can see here, just imagine if
Aj pusti taj zadnji klip koji sam bacio za Handshoda.
I could literally see across the entire map.
Aj sada ćeš ga slušaš, možeš da...
Play-Doh, potato, bullcrap.
Grafika izgleda kao Tetris. A di renderuje travu i detalje, bukvalno. Što kaže, lovci se vide kao... Kako on kaže, like a sore thumb.
With this, you can actually shoot through church windows that have the papers on them, so if you find yourself constantly being wall banged through those, it's most likely because the player who is doing it is using this. So think of Blanchett Graves, think of Healing Waters, those windows, the church windows, the stained glass with paper. This is just the NVIDIA Profile Inspector menu. There's a lot of settings here. So, these aren't the settings that would allow you to make the game like I had. This is another thing that's been in the game for quite a long time. As you can see, this is a completely normal game, just with reshade, just with a Technicolor filter, so nothing crazy. Like, it just has Technicolor and Luma Sharpen. As you can see, it's just a normal game. But what I'm going to show you is essentially a system config file that has been spread around quite a bit, and it's actually very simple to program yourself. I wouldn't even call it coding. I mean, you can literally just copy paste it from other people. So if anyone else has this file, they can essentially spread it to everyone they know. And as you know with that, it can just spread very quickly. And it eventually got to me, and now I have it, and now I'm going to expose it. Basically what it does is any shadows at a distance just won't render. So like as you can see there in the foliage and around the hills, there's lots of shadows and stuff. But with this system config file in your game files, it's just something that you put right in your game directory. So you go to Steam, Properties, Local Files, Browse Local Files, right? It's just something that you put right in those files, and it'll override the game config somehow. I'm not sure how Crytek, I guess, didn't see this or something. I don't know, but like as you can see now, under all the foliage, inside the building, everywhere around, all the shadows just de-rendered.
Wow.
And this is just because of a server config file that you can type up on Notepad++. Like it is extremely easy.
Wow.
Extremely easy to do. I'm not going to show you how, of course, because I don't show people how, despite what Crytek said themselves. They said I'm essentially enabling people to get an advantage, which I'm not at all. As you can see here in the files, it's just a system.config file. It is extremely easy to type up. not going to show you how, of course, but it's extremely easy. And it de-renders all the shadows. This is just base game right here. This is a screenshot of the potato textures that allow you to essentially de-render bushes, de-render lots of things. Going back to another base game, and then I'm going to show you the before and after of the shadows. As you can see, this one just provides a massive advantage of CMD.
Ovi govnari su tu. Ja. Ovo je nova varijacija, ovaj Infernal Flash, po glavu glupost koju baca. Ej. Ako imaš neki meteor da mu baciš ili nešto tako, samo izvoli. To.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Video Nord make happen. Welcome to Dr. Acula Resurrection. By the way, I'm joined by the Queen.
Yes, that's me, dear.
When are you dying, by the way? Is it soon?
I'm too busy doing story mode to die.
The story begins in Borgo in 1897. There is a man and he is pulling a sleigh through the snow. Meanwhile, a group of villagers is hiding behind a bush in the snow and they are waiting for the sleigh to pass. They are going to ambush it. So he holds up his gun and he goes,
"Goodbye for now." Welcome.
Welcome to Dates and Dead Guys. The conflict between the Apache and Comanche is among the most long-lasting and brutal in all of Native American history. Sworn enemies, they fought each other in what the Spanish in Mexico called a war of extermination. By the late 1500s, the Eastern Apache established a dominant presence in the southern region of the Great Plains. The area secured for them good buffalo hunting grounds, while also giving them space to practice.
Znaš kako, po onome što sam ja video, Blizzard je uzeo komade igre i namerno ih nisu publishovali, nego ih čuvaju za kao one season update, naš season 1, season 2, season 3 i tipa napravili su kontenta tipa za narednih godinu dana, znaš, ali to neće odmah da igra košta $70 inače, uzgled bude rečeno, osnovna verzija, to je samo najosnovna verzija. Update-ove i sisteme koje tek treba da stave, to čuvaju za kao season passove. Moja pretpostavka je za godinu dana i onda će već opet neki novi bullshit da smisla. Umjesto da ljudima daju komplet igru koju imaju napravljenu. Ući tako da ti fino iseku sav content da izgleda kao da wow, oni aktivno rade na igri. Ne znam. Onome što sam video nimalo, nisam fan toga. Isto kao što nikad nisam kupio, igrao sam Diablo 3 oko 5 do 10 godina, nisam siguran. Tako, 5 do 10, nisam siguran. sa prekidima, ono, plus minus. I vidio sam da je ono kraj kad su počeli da prodaju klasu, bukvalno klasu su prodali za 15 evra. Znači kao kad bi, ne znam kako sad to da opišem, zamisli da ti nude za Hunt Showdown
Medike
ne mora medika, aj nek bude peta. Zamisli da možeš u Hunt Showdownu da uzmeš peta koji te recimo prati okolo. Može biti Gavra, može biti Ker, razumeš? I to imaš ti koji si platio 15 evra. I to je na opcijani sadržaj. Možeš da uzmeš, ne moraš. Recimo taj pet može da recimo te upozori na druge igrače. Može recimo da ubije AI koji recimo ono, ako ima recimo jedan AI u blizini može recimo da ga kokne. Ako recimo padneš može da te recimo iskljuca da te vrati u život, recimo ako ono, i tako neki, ne, razumiješ, gluposti neke. Nisam siguran da li sam dao dobro poriziju. Jednu jebenu klasu su prodali za 15 evra. Character expansion pack. Moguće. Da li to moguće? I još mi onaj Rumun, onaj Cage, pričao mi je kao, to ti je na popustu, kao nije $15 ni evra, nego kao 7. Jer ako nije bitno koliko je, bitno je to, razumeš, bitan je princip, ne želim da podržavam takvo ponašanje. I sam ovcu za šišanje. Šta je bolji primjer? AVP. Recimo da u Counter Strike-u ako nemaš novca, ako hoćeš samo osnovnu verziju Counter Strike-a, možeš da igraš sa onim Scout, onaj Stajer, kako se zove, onaj snajper. Onaj što ti treba i 2 hitsa da obališ čovjeka. A ako ćeš da otvoriš novčanik za $15, kupiš AVP. Koji one shotuje. Ne znam.
Ja, misliš ono prilačajte.
Pa, ali to ti je osnovna verzija snajpera. I zato kritikujem ovoga Rumuna. Slao sam mu dosta puta poruke, rekao sam mu da ne podržava developere koji rade tako skami stvari. Znaš kada će staviti Tarkov na Steam? Kad mu padne popularnost ovako regularno. To mogu pare da skladim s tobom. Kad počne da opada broj streamera koji streamuju igru, kad populacija igre spadne sa recimo, ne znam koliko trenutno igra ljudi na serveru. Kad padne malo broj igrača i kad se malo spusti hype sa igre, kad ne bude prodaja išla kao što oni zamišljaju, onda će probati da uzmu još malo pare. Iako si ti rekao da neće. I ako tam se više isplati da igru prodaju sami, što kažeš ti si rekao da nema refunda, jel tako, ako uzmeš oko?
Kako nema refunda, ako misliš?
Ako ti se ne sviđa, nikom ništa. Ne sviđa ti se.
To je razlog zbog čega oni ne ulaze na Steam.
Pa lako se to reši, znaš. A ne znam da li si čuo, ne znam koja beše igra nova. Moći ćeš da igraš sat, 2 igru.
Baš ona igra se zove Deep Space, Dead Space, tako nešto.
Ne znam ko je.
Dead Space, ovaj novi, Dead Space novi.
Neka AAA igra, ono kao najnovija. Znači nije ono indie igra, ne, ozbiljan developer čini mi se da je. Moćeš da igraš free sat, 2 i poslije toga, ako ćeš da je kupiš, možeš, ako nećeš, ne moraš. Ko te je? A to da ti uzmeš igru preko Steama, pa da je igraš sat i po vremena, pa kažeš neću i onda pišeš njima tiket, a ja neću igru, pa da ti oni vrću pare.
Ne pišeš tiket, kako ti se samo napišeš da ti sam sviđa i s tim to je fanda odmah.
Da, ali ne vrati ti pare na račun, nego ti vrati pare u wallet, ima razlika.
To je kupio nešto drugo.
Ne. Kad ti neko refunda novac, on bi trebao da ti vrati novac, da ti možeš ti da radiš što hoćeš. Kapiraš? A ne da kupiš ti nešto drugo kod njega u prodavnici. Kakva je vaša politika u prodavnici po tom pitanju?
Naš zakon obavezuje da vratimo keš.
A kako Steam ne obavezuje zakon da vrate keš, nego ti vrate Steam, to ti je taj...
Možda ti da biraš. Ako si kupio karticom,
dobro,
onda ti vrate na karticu. To je da ti opciju da biraš. Ali tada čekaš 20 dana.
dok oni saberu se. Dok urade...
Da.
Ovo je gotovo. Ajmo da je. Sad je boss. Ajmo. Ja mislim da ja idem u krevet posle ovoga, da vidimo kako je sati. 12:05. Mogu li?
Sati u pizdu, mate.
Ajde, ja se kasno ustao u 2.
Ja ću da padam još malo.
Hoćeš ti, ne boj se. Gdje su ovi druidi jebeni? Ovo ti je najdosadniji fight koji sam imao u bilo kojoj igri, znaš?
Nemamo mi dovoljno DPS-a da ih pojevemo na brzinu.
Šta ti hoćeš? Ti se ubiješ brzo to. Udaraj ovoga srednjeg. Ovoga što ga ja bijem. Vidi ja. Kakvi si to retard. Ako stojiš predugo na jedno mjesto, onda oni bace sve spelove koji mogu, razumeš, koji radi kao taj dot. Bace na pod i onda, znači, bukvalno te razvali. Evo kao sad. Znaš malo da se pomeriš, makar. Ide to dobro. Kad sam igrao s onim Beastmasterom, isto je ovakav fight bio, naporan.
Ja sam zginuo.
To nije ni važno.
Da.
Pa nije ni važno. Da se toga tiče, ti pomažeš sa DPS-om, ali da sam računat ćeš da preživiš sav taj AOE koji bacaju po podu nisam.
Sad ne mogu.
Mnogo ima ovih gluposti. Sa druidom su me, s druidom, sa ovim, kako zove, Beastmasterom kad sam igrao, vidi ti sad ovo. Aj bježi vam, da se pomeri taj idiot. Izađi odakle, mamu ti jebem. Viš da su napravili trajno polje, za ove, vidiš tamo. Ovaj majke ti. Ne možeš da priđeš sredini arene.
Evo ti flame. Još još?
Ja nudim sva 3 elementa što se toga tiče. Health je na 0, pazi.
Isebe.
DPS me ne
Welcome to my channel.
Mrtvi su. Svi su loši.
7% šanse. Trčadne kreatik.
Ovo svi su loši, nema veze. Baš redko loši buffovi.
Reality on the hit. Uzmem to.
Evo, whatever. To je to. Šta je još ostao? Centralni, jel tako? Ajde vidimo taj sam. To samo ima boss ili moraš komplet ovo uradiš? Ja mislim moraš da ga opet komplet uradiš. Da vidim. Dobro.
Tebi je ostao vjerojatno ovaj.
Da.
Ja sam to završio.
S tim karakterom.
Sorry, nisam.
A, to je to, jel? Sve sam aktivirao. Kad uradiš ova 3, klikneš na taj i sve si uzeo. I samo možda igraš empowered. A dobro. Super. Ali idem partij. Koji sam level? 89. Onaj Beastmaster mi je 90. Nije samo jedan level veći. Malo sam duže s njim igrao. A što se tiče XP-a, slično. Pena. Sam bi mogu da igram s Rogu. Kako ću da umjerim?
Goodbye for now.